it doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah, and then
Pokemon Unite! 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 Pokemon Unite!
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. My name is JJ Kun, and with me this time around is Pikachu's. What's up, my dude?
Very excited for today, especially that we have seen that there are new playable Pokemons for today, with Darkrai and Psyduck joining our games for today.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I'm really excited. There's a lot of people in the comment section during the broadcast of day 1 and day number 2 that were asking why is Darkrai not, being used? Why is Psyduck not being used? Whereas, already, events and tournaments from other regions like the LAIC, they already have a Darkrai in it. But, this time though, in day 1 and day number 2, it was banned, but this time it's no longer banned. So we're definitely going to be seeing Psyduck and, the Darkrai. So I'm really excited for that. Are you excited for that?
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. A lot of expectation, a lot of strategies will be visible later on. But let's take a look at the schedule of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, at least for Southeast Asia. So we have a total of 7 days that would happen from November to January 2025. And we also have the winter tournament that would be coming for APAC West and APAC East. And of course, the champions will have a shot for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals in Japan.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's not just the PUACL. We have to remember as well, there's the winter tournament, for the Asia's West and East, which they can still, go into and compete and maybe still have a chance to get into the ACL Grand Finals in Japan, as you mentioned. But now, going into the draft rules, it's still the same thing since day 1 and day number 2, and even unranked at I believe 1,400 points at Masters. First pick gets the first ban, second pick is the second ban, the third ban is the first pick, and second ban is on the second pick as well. A fourth ban is on the second pick, and then it's 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, and so on and so forth for the first and second pick.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we have the preparation phase. We could swap in, we could check our items and everything around our pocket because you have to be prepared going into the games. But let's take a look at the game rules. It's the usual 10 minutes. TSK ruins, of course. No limit or no use limit in our held items. No Pokemon are banned right now, just like what we said a while ago. So Psyduck and Darkrai can be used. Same thing with Serena, who was banned on day 1 and day 2. And of course, emblems still not allowed for today.
Oh yeah, I mean, in any tournament, nobody can use any emblems at all because it does give a bit of an advantage, but this time everyone is on the same playing field. But then again, on the group stages, singles round robin, best of 3, 10 teams, and only 8 teams will qualify for the playoffs on day 7.
Yeah, for sure. And day 7 is going to be the main dish, or everyone has been waiting for it. But let's take a look at the, a lot of teams have progressed already. Some of them played around 3 games, some of them played only 2. And a lot of teams, or almost all teams got their first win, except for Marin Sejong. But let's take a look at that later. We have our playoff stage here. Double elimination format, best of 3. Again, 8 teams tournament bracket from group stage. The top 8 teams would qualify for this one. And the top 4 teams would qualify for Pokemon Unite's Asia Champions League in Japan.
Right, and remember, out of all the 10 teams from the group stages, only 4 teams will qualify for the Asia Champions League 2025 in Japan. So that means there are 6 teams. Right, the 6 teams that would now be able to compete would still be able to compete over on the winter tournament on East and West when it happens. But of course, with all that being said, that's the tournament rules. Let's take a look at that off the prize pool that they're going to be fighting for this tournament. So unfortunately, though, the 2 teams that will be removed from that of the group stages going into the playoffs will not be receiving any prize pool at all. But for those who would be getting the top 8, it's going to be 20,000 USD. For that of the first place, second place 10K, third place 7,500, fourth place is 5,000, and then 2,500 for 5th and 6th, and then 1,500 for 7th, and 1,000 for 8th place.
Yeah, that's around a total of how much? I think that's around 50K USD. So that's actually a lot, and yeah, and a lot of. Every player, every team has been fighting for this prize pool. Let's take a look at the leaderboards right now. So, leading is going to be Paper Rex and Full Sense and Onic Rice with 9 points, and followed by Barium United Esports with 7 and Talon with 5 points.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we have Evos here at 5 points as well, Elevated 4, Blacklist is 4 as well, and then Alter Ego and Marin Sejong, definitely the teams that a lot have been looking forward to are on the on 3 and 2 points respectively, the 9th and 10th place, which is actually quite surprising as well. Again, they are one of the teams that have been being anticipated forward by a lot of people, me included as well, especially Alter Ego and Marin Sejong. But before everything else, before we head into the game, let's give our prayers first to BKZ, who's not going to be able to come and play for us moving forward due to some health concerns. So he's going to be replaced here by AE94. Was that right? AE94.
Yeah,
AE94 here. For the rest of the tournament. So with that being said, most picked Pokemon in Asia Champions League 2025 thus far. Ceruledge, not surprising.
Not surprised.
Urshifu, of course. We have the Mimikyu and that of the Leafeon as well. Dodrio. These Pokemon, not surprising at all. Not surprising at all.
Yeah, not surprising for sure. And we all know that Dodrio can definitely score as fast as they can. Leafeon, one of the highest damage dealing speedsters out there in the game, especially when you want to dominate the early game. And of course, for the all-rounders, everyone is very phenomenal. We've seen Urshifu being a huge damage blower for a team. Yep. Same thing with the Ceruledge. And of course, Mimikyu, they make use of Play With Me in order to isolate 1v1s.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, we have to consider as well that Leafeon, Leafeon is one of the most not just picked, but actually one of the 100% has actually 100% popularity rate as well in the game. Meaning that if it's either a pick, if it's not picked, then it's banned. It's only either of the two. So that's what we have right there. So now we're gonna be starting off the day with Buriram United Esports going against that Full Sense. No more introduction needed for these guys. They have been showing us quite amazing matches. Honestly, one of the most surprising matches in the tournament thus far. And I've said this behind the scenes as well, that they are thus far the underdogs of this entire tournament. And this is quite a story.
Yeah,
it's quite the story that they've been showing us.
Yeah, they have been building a lot of momentum into the tournament. So Buriram United Esports currently has a standing of 2-1 in terms of game series, and Full Sense actually is still undefeated in terms of series. They dropped around 2 games at the whole duration of the tournament, but still, they are showing their prowess, and they have been showing a lot of motivation to other teams that, they're applying the pressure right now, and for sure that a lot of teams really has to look forward to it. But let's take a look at our key player here for Buriram United Esports. So we have Rainy Day, their all-rounder, by picking a lot of Zero Edge, Mimikyu, and Garchomp, that in which we have seen that it was really quite efficient and has been really a big threat for any other team that they face.
Honestly, what surprises to me is the comeback of the Garchomp. Especially in team fights, it's a really strong Pokemon. For solo, whenever you're playing solo, maybe it's not as great, but playing on a tournament setting, it's definitely a monster. And for Mark God as well on going on to Full Sense, it's mostly the same Pokemon, except it has Lucario in it. With the in replacement of that of the Mimikyu coming in from that of Rainy Day. So still the same Pokemon, still the same monster of a Pokemon, especially, Ceruledge as well with Revenant Red, stun plus damage. Man, it's there's nothing else to say for Ceruledge, dude.
Yeah, for sure. And you have been talking about a while ago the efficiency or the comeback of the Garchomp into the tournament. Of course, some of them might think that there is a lot of evolution.
Oh, look at this!
Oh my god! This is a new one. I like this. I like this. I like this.
Prediction. I was not expecting this to be like this. Yo, good job, team. Good job, team. And so, it looks like only 2 casters, Shaggy, I believe, Shaggy, and I believe that's Harky? Was it Harky?
Yeah.
That's predicting Buriram United Esports that's gonna be winning in this tournament. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone has been looking forward to Full Sense right now, especially on their tournament run that they have been building a while ago. Just like I said a while ago, they have been undefeated in terms of series. And by the way, speaking of with Full Sense now, I would like to welcome our Korean casters, that's Nong Root and Kim Young Nam, joining us into the table as well. Because as far as I know, from day 1 and 2, they weren't able to join us.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know, man, but I think what we need to do now is at least focus on what's going to be happening moving forward to this tournament. Because again, BRU, Full Sense, really strong teams as well. And I think this is going to be the time where we'll know, who will tip the scales on these 2 teams coming from the same region.
Yeah, for sure. And same region-wise, a lot of expectation. And just like we saw a while ago, the caster's prediction, it's very sided all the way to the Full Sense. I do believe that's around 8/10, correct me if I'm wrong. And Full Sense so far, they dropped around 2 games as far as I know. And this is actually a round robin. So definitely this is the only shot that Buriram can take to go head-to-head against them, at least for the group stage. So definitely, they have been studying a lot in terms of Full Sense. This is not the first time that they met, as far as I know, because, they have been practicing together. Right. And for sure, they would have to look forward on what's going to be at the pockets of Full Sense right now.
I mean, still, they might have been screaming together, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the same thing over to that of a real match. But again, as you have mentioned, it's, not Hanker, but rather Sayo from Taiwan and Shaggy that actually predicted BRU to win this match. So really amazing stuff, really amazing graphic as well. I like that. I like that, dude.
Yeah, we'll get to see more in the future. Just imagine we still have around 4 days, right? So from now, we still have 4 days in the future, and we'll definitely see a lot of it.
Oh goodness. But yeah, I'm just really excited to see this match. And as I mentioned, this is going to be, I believe, the only time that they'll be seeing each other, right? As I mentioned earlier, the game that will tip the scales of who's better, in the same region. So here we go, starting off with the first band from Buriram United Esports. That's going to be the Blissey, followed up by that of the Mimikyu from Full Sense.
Oh yeah, for sure. You have to take away a supporter, especially if you don't want, to the efficiency. And Blissey is really made up for, protecting an ally or a Pokemon on your pocket. So definitely you would want to remove that. But Hoopa as well was removed. So definitely our chances of seeing supporters are getting low right now. Eldegoss might be there. Same thing with Psyduck, which is available already. And might tell you, JJ Good, Darkrai is open as well for both teams.
Dude, Psyduck is too. Psy.
Sayang.
Dude. But I don't think that's going to be like the first pick at all. It's not going to be. But this is really interesting though. Iokapi, BRU starting off with Mimikyu Y. Sorry, Mewtwo Y to start things up. This is a really interesting kind of pick because normally, well, this is definitely going to be their main source of damage, right? This is going to be their main source of damage is going to be the Mewtwo Y. So I'm really not quite sure what's going to happen, what's going to be picked up next here for Bram United Esports. But at least full sense, starting off really amazing. If your opponent does not pick the Umbreon, obviously you have to take it. That's going to be Umbreon and the first time in the tournament Psyduck. And of course, followed up by that of the Eldegoss as support, since the Blissey is not there and the the Hoopa is not there as well. And of course, Rainy Days. Amazing Urshifu.
Oh, we still have Zacian here for side of full sense. Quite interesting. But I want to tell you, in terms of the defenders, we have to talk about a while ago that you have to go for Umbreon if it hasn't been picked yet. But Trevenant is still open here at the hands of Realm United Esports. We can definitely see it on the screen. They're trying to cover it. So yeah, potentially they would pick it. Yes, they do. And quite interesting that if we get to see another all-rounder here, because definitely there won't be a speedster here in at the side of Realm United Esports. But the amount of damage that they can deal, especially they have the range with the Mewtwo Y, is really enough for them. But this is the trouble that they would be facing later on. Mark Gods with the Gengar could definitely catch up and just be behind at the hands of Realm United Esports. And you have to protect a lot of their teammates, especially the Mewtwo Y, because that is a key factor in terms of their damage.
It's not just that, dude. I'd like to add up to that, Gengar is one of the strongest Pokemon in the early game, which can potentially delay everyone else on the other team if not marked correctly. Now, with that being said, I'm really interested with the lineup here of Realm United Esports because, as I mentioned, no speedsters whatsoever, and they have this is a very Brusco brothers, right? Kind of like composition. They already have the Garchomp, they already have the Urshifu, and then they have the backlane, or well, not really backlane, but more so a mid laner. Sorry, not mid lane, but the mid attacker, like mid range attacker that is a Mewtwo Y, and then only the Eldegoss being that of the being that of the support. So really, they would want to be really in front, right? And then, of course, Garchomp, eject button into Dragon Rush into that of the Dragon Claw just to get some, reposition to get down full sense. Now, full sense, though, we have to consider as well that there's a Psyduck, right? Psyduck, huge knockups here, a huge stun with the Surf as well. We have Umbreon that could definitely stop down, Garchomp and Urshifu as well. Zacian could go toe-to-toe against that of Urshifu and Trevenant when it comes to it. Sylveon, obviously, mid-range attacker, and Gengar. Gengar just goes in from anywhere, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be the biggest threat here for Realm United Esports in this game number 1, so they have to look forward to it. And I would like to add up, in terms of the Psyduck, the effects that it could give to their team. Definitely, you could go for the stuns, you could go for, slowing the movements of your opponents with the mobility, and any other goals. It's just a way of matter of how they use it. And with the Surf, potentially, we might be seeing it later on, and combined with the full power Sayayay, it's just damage plus the amount of movement that they could deny, right?
And even without level 4, dude, like, Psyduck's already strong, especially with Confusion. Confusion, unlike Ralts, it has its true opponent, so it can still, do some damage against other Pokemon that it's not gonna hit with its Confusion at level 1 or level 3. And then, of course, we also have Disable coming up in just a bit. So here comes Surf, and that's gonna be the first KO that Zacian gonna be able to take down the Goodbye and the Urshifu as well. Full sense already have a sense of what Realm United Esports wants to do here, and making sure that they are marked down with 69 points down in the game. Realm United Esports still has 0.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's actually smart coming in from Full Sense, knowing that they have the advantage in terms of the Pokemons that they have during into the early stages. They
Mm.
have the Zacian, they have the Psyduck, so definitely they have the advantage in terms of the Eldegoss, which is not evolving yet. And of course, that's
Ooh.
another knockout. Ooh, Mark God's making quick turns of around here, and that is what we have been talking about a while ago. The amount of damage that a Gengar later on could provide for their team.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, as I mentioned, it's one of the strongest early game Pokemon, especially that it's now buffed as well. I think it's going to do up a lot. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Urshifu once again taken out. Rainy day. Man, today's a sunny day. I don't think it's your day at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's gonna be a lot of trouble. The weather is not on their favor so far, and Full Sense just keeping their senses alive. That's a big hyper voice on the backline, and that's going to be a huge problem for Barium United Esports, and that's gonna be another scores coming in from Full Sense.
Look at that, Full Sense really controlling the game right now. Buriram United Esports struggling to find an opening though. With a lot of their Pokemon still needs a bit of a well, what do you call it? Like XP, right? Needs some enabling here, especially with that Gabite. Sorry, not Gabite, but Gabite. Gabite still at level 7. Still, it's not gonna be able to do a lot in terms of attacking and damage and putting up damage as well. Obviously, it could put him some damage, but not be able to tank it up until it can become that of a guard chump. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, the Reggie Bottom is now out, while Haunter alone, Markout S, is soloing that of the Reggie Lucky.
Yeah, for sure. They have to look forward to it. But look at that hyper voice on the backline once again. Full Sense being able to eliminate 4 members of Barium United Esports. And that's actually not going to be enough for them to take the gold zone. But look at that Regieleki who's going to be going up path.
Yeah, I mean, Gengar is now a Gengar as well after, holding that of the Everstone. But here you go, coming in up top, Full Sense, trying to push in the second tier turret. But here you go, another one here, Sovereign Sword is going to be popped out as well. And here comes Fairies United, not Fairies United, but Psychic Slayer. Unite move, sorry, is going to be popped up as well. That's a very frolic. My apologies, but that is, without being said, Full Sense going to be able to take down 2 in the process. No, make that free. Even Fist into that of the Sylveon, going to be able to answer back with a 3 KO of their own, but it's not going to be enough though. Are they going to be able to take down this? Oh yes, they will. Zacian is not going to be able to get away at all. Mewtwo trying to get away. Ayaka, not enough. Not today.
Yeah, not today. But I like the response here coming from Barium United Esports, wherein they have to take the Sylveon out of the team fight because that has been a huge factor for them. It's just a backline damage from Full Sense, and they have to knock out it as fast as they can, knowing that Mark Goddess is not available already a while ago. So definitely that's a good response coming in for their team in order to bounce back a little bit and get their footing once again.
Yeah, I mean, Marquez as here, definitely can 1-in-1 every Pokemon inside of Barium United Esports, even a Trevenant. But the moment that it gets any response, any teammates with it, I think it's going to have a hard time. That's why Marquez S really wants to be careful here when he wants to isolate someone in terms of Barium United Esports, and especially that we have to consider they do not have to be aggressive as much as they are doing at the moment, just because of the fact that they're already in the lead and they are maintaining it, and they should be able to maintain it, especially with this kind of like XP lead and point lead as well. Whereas they are now soloing that of the Regieleki up top as well. I'm quite not sure what's happening with the Garchomp at the base though, just waiting for the time to defend that of the top path, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like they have to give away the Regieleki for free. I think that was the main game plan here coming at the side of Barium United Esports, because they were able to see that there was some members coming at the side of Full Sense who was just waiting at the Regirock all the way to the bottom path. So I feel like it's more of a trade mechanism on what they're trying to do. So that's actually, not a big factor, especially the only thing that the Regieleki could give is a secure goal if they manage to land it into the goal zone.
Phantom Ambush just to get away as well, Mark at that. Which is actually quite an interesting pick as well. I mean, there's still going to be a Unite move in just a bit, so not really a big deal, but, still be able to make sure that they stay alive for the next few minutes. Going into that of the Rayquaza, but here comes Sun Age here. Sun Age going to get ganked up here. That's going to be 2-on-1 fight. Are they going to be able to get away, though? No, they will not. Here we go. The Trevenant going to be able to take down that of the Sylveon. No, that was the Mewtwo. Ayakan, actually, not the Trevenant. But really amazing teamwork here from Barium United Esports.
Yeah, they were able to catch up in just a short amount of time. I mean, just take a look at the XP wise. They have been catching up a lot here. But oh my god, Mark Gods being able to knock out Trevenant here despite being the defender of their team. And that's actually a huge factor, knowing that Mark Gods could already roam around into the forest side of Barium United Esports and actually take down the wild Pokemons that would be the XP income of Barium United.
And again, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Gengar here, Margaret S can always solo anyone that they want to. They just need to be careful of who they want to solo and where they solo anyone from Barium United Esports. And they're doing it, quite properly as well. Sunnish now with the Hyper Bows just to be able to push them out the way. And Full Sense here. Now getting ready to take down, this Trevenant. There we go. Slush Bomb is going to be popped up as well. Not quite enough, though, to take down Market S. But they will 1-for-1 trade here. And here we go. Spoo trying to get away, and they would.
Yeah, they would for sure, and right now they're trying to battle it all out for the Registeel here. That Garchomp with a Ignite move, same thing with Sunzig with that Sylveon, but look at that. That's a good secure coming at the side of Barium United Esports, and they just have to fall back right now.
Oh, wow. Amazing play coming from Full Sense. So, at this point, I'm not quite sure if Livid Outrage at just a few seconds before Rayquaza comes out is, an ideal move to do. But now we will find out if they're going to be able to steal away this Rayquaza, because as of the moment, they will. That is going to be the Eldegus. It's going to be able to steal away, that of the Rayquaza away from Full Sense. But then again, we have to remember, there's still a lot for them to catch up. There's still a lot of minutes. There's still 2 minutes in the game, a minute and a half for them to be able to catch up. And Full Sense could still, stop them from going in. But here we go. Still with the Rayquaza buff here. Garchomp putting in a hundo. Barium United Esports now in the lead against Full Sense.
Oh, wow, for sure. That's actually a huge impact coming in, especially that last goal that they did. And right now, Full Sense has to push their limits all the way into the goal zones of Barium United Esports. But look at this chase from Mark Gods. He wants the knockout and he wants the score for their team.
No, man. The rainy day said, what do you say? Comes after the sunny day. It is a rainy day, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers alike, Barium United Esports defending for their lives so that Full Sense won't be able to put in some points. Still a minute left, dude. There's a lot of time for them to be able to put down 200 points here. But the question is, would they be able to take down Barium United Esports? But unfortunately, I don't think so. Only the Umbreon is up top. It's gonna be stopped here.
Yeah, for sure. That's actually not going to be a stop. But that score wasn't really enough for them to overtake the lead. And they just have 30 seconds and they have to wait for another 10 for their teammates to get back into the field, because all of them were sent back into the base. And just look at this. Another 80 points from the Garchomp from Barium United Esports. That will actually seal the deal for game number 1.
Dude, I'm not I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened in the game. Obviously, Full Sense. Oh my goodness! I think a Shaggy from Indonesia, Tayo from Taiwan are laughing right now. But no, yeah, this is still game 1 of game number 3, so still have a chance. But here's the thing, though. Like, Full Sense, we cannot deny the fact that Full Sense had full control of the entire game. It's just that it was quite a huge risk. That very sad was there on the Rayquaza. It was such a huge risk with high reward, mind you. That if they were not able to get that, then that's it. But at least fortunately for Barium United Esports, they were able to seal away the Rayquaza. Everyone else respawned as well at the time that they were able to get in that of the Rayquaza, and allowed them to put in some points going up against that of Full Sense. And Full Sense unfortunately wasn't really able to defend their Skullgirls, nor were able to get Barium United Esports enough in time for them to put up some points against that of BRU.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of the high risk, high reward, I feel like that was the main game plan from Burn United Esports because they were actually confident that they already are head to head in terms of XP. So why not just
Yeah.
take the risk? Just try to fight for the Rayquaza and just take it. And like to tell you, it was not just Burn United Esports who was actually going in for the high risk, high reward. Just imagine the side up from Full Sense really did pop off the Unite move, which is the full power Sai and damage was actually there, but last hit was actually not enough. And Rainy Day, that was very sad, right? That's actually very sad. Was able to land the last hit into the Rayquaza, and it's just a matter of follow up for their team.
No, yeah, I mean, I definitely see what's happening here, right? Like, Full Sense here, what they want to do against that of Foreign United Esports is to, overwhelm them with power, which is what they did. They were aggressive, and as I mentioned earlier as well, they didn't need to be that aggressive because they already have the lead anyway. But Buriam United Esports, as I mentioned as well, it's more of a what do you call this? They know for a fact that they're already losing in terms of points and what do you call this? Yeah, they're already losing in terms of points, and just made sure that they can get in the XP right before the Rayquaza so they can fight in to that Rayquaza. Unfortunately for them, Full Sense was able to take them out, with the exception, of course, of very sad story with that of the Eldegoss, and Eldegoss was able to get them the win. And honestly, that was such a huge clutch for them, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen on game number 2 here.
Yeah, for sure. And Full Sense needs to play a lot of defense, especially when they do have the lead, because that was been the loophole that Brim United Esports saw for game number 1. So, it's still a best of 3 series. We have a long day ahead, and they still have a chance to bounce back for this series.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, Shaggy and I are like really good friends.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want him to be smiling. Okay, I don't want him to be smiling after this game. So Full Sense, you know what to do.
Yeah, you have to keep on the work going, right?
Yeah. It's 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Choosing Full Sense on this game. So it's really gonna be a shocker if those two casters were right. But I'm just saying. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, game number 2 is upon us. We're just waiting for the lobby to be up and waiting for to find out who's gonna be on the left side and the right side. So with that being said, what do you think would be a good adjustment coming in from Full Sense going into game number 2?
I just like I said a while ago, they have to play defense if they actually have the lead, because Brilliant United Esports, ever since their main game plan, if they're behind onto the early, they just have to catch up in terms of XP, and they have been having a lot of struggles, and they are a man in terms of the final stretch. Last 2 minutes has always been their game plan, and if they can manage to get a grip of the XP that they need to fight it all out into the final stretch, definitely it would be their game. So Full Sense really needs to, they actually can do 2 things. One is to play defense if they get the lead at the first 5 minutes, or number 2, they have to dominate the match. It has to be one-sided for them.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, let's be honest, really. Game 1 was really a dominating game from Full Sense. It was just really a huge high risk, high reward kind of gameplay coming from that very side story. They were able to get in the Rayquaza, but nonetheless, if we look at it in a bigger perspective, in a bigger picture, I think we can both agree that Full Sense definitely had that game in the palm of their hands, right? I think if there's anything, they just have to do the same thing that they did in game number 1, although not as aggressive as game number 1. As you have mentioned, they have to play a little bit of this defense here because they already dominate them and they just need to pick their battles. In comparison to what happened earlier, where even Mark God was taken out quite solo when they made a miscalculation into soloing the Trevenant, right? So.
Yeah, for sure. And right now we're going to be heading into the draft for game number 2. And we can see that they swap sides, actually. Full Sense right now onto the first pick. Excuse me for that one. And actually, the bans are very much identical here, JJ.
With exception of the Umbreon, actually. Because it was Full Sense that was using Umbreon earlier with Spook. So starting off with this... Wow! Starting off with the Psyduck, you'd think that they would go in for an attacker, their main sort of damage, but no, they're gonna be going in for the Psyduck. I mean, who doesn't want Psyduck, dude? Who doesn't like Psyduck? Honestly.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just like we have been saying a while ago, it's just amount of damage that it could provide, the movement that it could decrease your opponent. A lot of benefits actually that your team could actually have, and definitely
Yeah.
still here. I was saying, Darkrai, they have it on their palms already. Same thing with the Ho-Oh. So just imagine this team composition coming in from Full Sense. They can decrease movement speed. They could actually go for the 5-man revive later on, and they have a huge amount of damage that they could have in their palm, which is the Darkrai here. And actually, it's not just the damage; they could actually go for the sleeps as well, and that would really punish a lot of the members here for Brilliant United Esports.
I'm not just quite sure of this though. Maybe going for the double defender and then a Ceruledge, but going in with a Gengar here, especially when there's already the Darkrai, I'm not entirely sure about this because of sure they might have the damage, but they are squishy. They're really squishy. So, but then again, Market S has been making the Gengar work, so why not, right? But with the Darkrai being a strong Pokemon and Brilliant United Esports still going in for a composition where they can last in team fights, this is going to prove a lot into Full Sense, unless they become even more aggressive than they were in game number 1. That's how I put it.
Yeah, and actually, I think the you pointed a while ago that all of them are squishy for Full Sense, but they have a compensation for that one in which they have Nautilus, which is the Ho-Oh, in order for them to go for the revives later on.
Yeah, for sure. That is true.
Mm.
But then again, like with Kindling Flame, you need to have like, see, that's like the pros and cons, right? There's the pros and cons of having a Ho-Oh. It cannot score as much as you'd like it to, mainly because of if you want to, revive everyone, you need to have at least 25 points. And if you score it, it's not like you are a Doduo where your scores are divided into 3. No, it's not like that. Ho-Oh needs at least 25 AOS energy for them to revive everyone. Then again, I mean, as I mentioned, that's a very good thing that you pointed out. I think that is the main point of why they pick up a Ho-Oh here, despite having very squishy Pokemon into their side, allowing them to be far aggressive and far more, have far more prowess than Brilliant United Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the Full Sense, actually their composition right now is more in the high risk, high reward chapter. So you have to look forward to that, especially the Brilliant United Esports. Specifically, the Urshifu that they have could definitely just go in at the middle of the team fight and target that Ho-Oh in no time flat. So that could actually be a thing for them. But for sure, that this defender, it's not the typical defender that you would have to go into the front line. Maybe this would be around into the back line, or maybe at the middle side of the team fights. And for sure that Gengar would still be the initiator here for the team.
No, yeah, I mean, because, Ho is the kind of defender where it doesn't really defend you.
Yeah, it doesn't really. It's a roaming defender, right? It's a roaming defender.
It's more of a support, really. Again, the main idea of why you want the Ho-Oh is for its revive capabilities, and you won't be able to revive your teammates if you're, knocked out. Oh, but never mind. What they're doing right now is making sure that the Ho-Oh is up in the front and allowing Market S to just get in its, XP. And, of course, Sierra Wab here now has a Zacian at level 5 with both the buffs as well.
Yeah, for sure. That's actually a good start here for Full Sense. This is what we saw a while ago. So definitely, it would be the same facing for them. But the question is, can they actually maintain it right now?
Ooh, look at this. So Naughty's trying to get away. Gonna be able to get away as well. And that's actually quite beautiful as well, because they cannot let Brilliant United Esports get anything. Not at the moment. Just because of the fact that they are definitely going to be taken out quite easily if they give down XP into Brilliant United Esports. Again, as I mentioned earlier, they are really squishy, and especially with the Ho-Oh still not having Rekindling Flame Unite move, it's going to be a Pokemon that they need to babysit. But speaking of babysitting, they're going to be able to eat them out, though. That's going to be 2 for none. And Ayaka are going to be able to get away. No, they're not. 3 KO for Full Sense. And that's what we're talking about. That's the aggression that we're talking about for Full Sense here going into game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, this Urshifu is in a lot of trouble. He's going to get burned immediately. by the Regenerator, actually, or the Flamethrowers here coming in from the hole. So that's actually a good trade coming at the side of Fulsons. They're actually able to continue, but Marcotte has to back away a little bit here. Ayakapi is eyeing on a knockout for their team.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, this turkey bird here doing its best just to push everyone away and make sure that their teammates can still live another day with the citrus berries as well. But now in just a few seconds we're going to be able to see that of the Reggie Alecki, and Bram United Esports is not going to allow Marcotte S to solo this Reggie Alecki for game number 2, which is a very good and amazing adjustment from this team. But they are now going to be giving up that Reggie Rock down bottom while they take down the Reggie Alecki up top.
Yeah, for sure. I think Barium United Esports wants to focus on dominating the early stages of the game, but right now, they have to back away a little bit here, JJ.
Rainy Day it's taken out in the process, and that's what we're talking about. Darkrai, really strong Pokemon, but just needs to get in. But thankfully, Barium United Esports Pokemon are Pokemon that needs to get in to put in some damage. So that's already a check mark for the Darkrai.
Yeah, check mark right now. But let's see what could be the possible response here. Marcotte's being aggressive here for their team, making sure that a lot of members from Barium United Esports will back away a little bit here for them to take down the goal zone.
And remember, Psyduck already is level 8, has access to Unite move, is going to be able to make use of Disable, just a bit of stun, and that of a, bit of a slow into the side of Barium United Esports. There you go. You cannot be bounded together, or you're going to be taken hit by that of the Disable. But with that being said, off cam though, or should we be able to take down Marcotte S down bottom?
And down bottom, and right now, Terawatabi has to defend this pawn on his palm. But look at that damage coming in from Rainy Z and Sun Zig. Was able to respond on time, and that's gonna be the sleep from the Dark Void. Actually, I was about to say Shadow Club, but full power, Sai pop off here.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the strongest Unite moves in the game at the moment. But look at this. It is the Trevenant going to be taken out alone here. 3v1. Unfortunately, even if you're a defender, you're not going to be able to defend from 3 Pokemon outnumbering you. But now 2v3 with Citrus Berries into Barium United Esports. What they're going to be able to do here, what they want to do here is just to put in some scores here while that Ho-Oh is putting up some flames. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, the Reggie bottom and the Reggie Alecki is coming up in just a few seconds once again.
Yeah, and right now we can definitely see the lead that Full Sense is already building. Just imagine Terawatabi is already at level 12 and the Darkrai is at level 11. That's actually a huge lead coming in up against Barium United Esports. But in terms of objective, they're kind of hesitating here.
Oh, yes, Zuri. Phantom Ambush into Phantom Force is going to be popped up as well. Unfortunately, not going to be enough to take down anyone from Full Sense, with the exception of the Darkrai before that Phantom Forest. With that being said, they're going to be able to put in some scores here, leaving only 4 points left to be able to destroy the second tier score goal. But now, they have stayed a little bit too long, allowing them to take down Marcotte S. But Spoo with the Surf, though, and the Disable is going to be able to get away, pushing them back just a little bit with Surf again.
And they have to give away this goal zones for free because they don't want the knockouts to land on their palm. So definitely, that wasn't actually enough coming in the side of Barium United Esports, but that's actually a good introduction for them to take down a couple of goals here because that Regieleki was buying a lot of time for them in order to convert scores into the bottom half.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it seems as if we're looking at a repeat of what happened in game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, all trains like. Full Sense still has the lead in terms of points. Barium United Esports still has, a huge deficit in terms of points. But the XP, though, they are slowly but surely building it up for the Ray fight in just a bit. A minute and a half is left here before that of the Ray fight. With that being said, though, they still want to take it out, though, with the amazing Future Sight to be taken out. Sorry, not Future Sight, but Side Strike. Actually, from that of the Mewtwo Y to take down Darkrai.
And that's actually a good takedown. And right now, Full Sense still applying the pressure here in terms of the position. And Marcotte trying to poison, but he would get punished instead with the Dragon Claw. Not going to be able to retreat from that position.
But that's also, I think that's also okay. Like obviously it's a bad situation where you 1v4 a Pokemon with a Gengar, obviously. But we have to consider as well that it charges, I believe, like 20-30% of your Unite move, right, when you get KO'd. And speaking of which, we are almost into that of Rayquaza, and getting that charge is definitely a huge asset to the full sense.
Oh yeah, for sure. And speaking of assets, that's actually good as well coming in from Brilliant United Esports. They were able to have their defense for a couple of times. So right now, Full Sense has to burn a lot of time and just they just have to defend here. This is what happened a while ago. They just have to defend right now in order for them not to give away the Rayquaza for free at the hands of Brilliant United Esports.
And now everyone has their Unite moves with the exception of the Elios. So no Cloud Crash is going to be coming up here in this match, but what is going to happen is there goes the Dark Void into that of the Trevenant. Is it going to be enough though? There's going to be another one of Side Shock, not going to be enough into that of the Psyduck. Disabled though. You cannot be bound together or you're gonna be taking hit. Able into the surf, into that other Unite move coming in from that Infinite Cyber, and the Mewtwo gonna be able to put up a lot of damage. Morgard S gonna be able to take down, gonna be taken down as well. 2 for non-trade, no more revives for Full Sense, no more Ho-Oh. They know their objectives, they know to take down the Ho-Oh first, so that there's no going to be any revives. The Zacian's gonna be taken out as well. Brilliant United Esports gonna be able to take down that of the Rayquaza, and now putting in some scores, and then Shaggy and Sayo are smiling once again.
Oh my god, that's actually a good Horleech coming in from the Trevenant, making sure that they get a grip of the Ho-Oh coming in from Full Sense, making sure that they don't have the revives, and right now they just have to score, and after that, it's all about defense for Brilliant United Esports.
Yo, what have we missed, dude? What have we missed? It's, I don't know, man. Like, this might be the game plan here, for Brilliant United Esports. This is what happened in game number 1 as well. Full Sense definitely has well, to be fair though, game 1, Full Sense had the full control of the entirety of the game. Game number 2, Brilliant United Esports adjusted just a bit, making sure that Full Sense won't be able to have as much control as they did in game number 1, and made sure that they do it right from the mid game, which they did, by the way. And now allowing them to take down the Rayquaza in quite a confident fashion as well against that of Full Sense. And honestly, I cannot dismiss Brilliant United Esports. I cannot say anything more into the gameplay. They are just really good when they were able to secure that Rayquaza.
Yeah, for sure. And that is what we have been pointing out a while ago in terms of high risk and high reward. Definitely, it was at the hands of Full Sense, that high risk, high reward chapter. But Brilliant United Esports does know what is the risk, and they just adapted to it. They know their prioritization. They have a lot of all-rounders from their team, in which that will provide a lot of sustain compared to the squishy ones from Full Sense. So they just maximize that one out. Pupaza, on the other hand, managed to take the Ho out of the team fight by using the Horleech, and that was just a follow-up from the 4 members of Brilliant United Esports.
And I mean, again, as I mentioned, BRU, Brilliant United Esports, they know their targets. They know who to mark down. They know what their objectives is. And that objective is Ho-Oh. And if Ho-Oh is down, everyone is down as well. I mean, sure, there is, there is the Zacian, but that's the only, tanky Pokemon left, aside from Psyduck, I guess. A Darkrai and Gengar sure has a lot of damage, but definitely cannot 1v1 anyone. Cannot 1v, more than 2, obviously, Pokemon into the side of BRU. So the moment that they are able to take down Ho-Oh, they know that they can get in. And that's what they did. They take down the Darkrai, they take down the Ho-Oh, and take down the Rayquaza, and take down everyone else into the side of Full Sense. And from there on out, that is quite a dominating win coming in from that of BRU, Brilliant United Esports.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the story that was written ever since the draft phase that we witnessed a while ago. It's just the Ho-Oh that would be the main anchor of Full Sense. And if you take down the anchor, everyone would sink in. And Brilliant United Esports does know that, because it's high risk, high reward. And definitely, they are, just overtaking the risk that they are trying to take. And right now, it's actually a much more cleaner adjustment and cleaner facing here for Brilliant United Esports. Wouldn't say that it was actually... They weren't actually playing the risk gameplay here. It was Full Sense solely compared to game one in which both of them played the risk. And right now, Bring United Esports managed to overtook that spot.
No, yeah, and I really have to commend them for acknowledging the fact that they know they know that they cannot win the points game against that of Full Sense, and taking that into account, right? Just made sure to mind their own business, get their own XPs, make sure that they are ready for the Rayquaza, and well, take down the Rayquaza for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And that's actually 80% of the casters, guys. Was proven wrong here. 80%, including us. Right now.
It's like the what do you call this? It's like a toothpaste commercial, right? Like,
Yeah.
9 out of 10 tennis recommends, right? But except it's the other way around, dude. It's the other way around. But with only 2 casters, that's Shaggy and Sayo. Shaggy from Indonesia and Sayo from Taiwan, who predicted Full Sense. We're United Esports winning against that of Full Sense, and they were right.
Yeah, they were right? And huge respect, of course, to the players of Real United Esports and their whole team for overcoming this huge obstacles that they have with Full Sense. And right now, Full Sense, that's actually their first loss, as far as I know, for the whole duration of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League in Southeast Asia.
I mean, they lost maps, but not an entire game. And as I mentioned, that is the first game that they have lost an entire match. And, without any wins at all, they're not going to be getting any points against that of Borem United Esports. But Borem United Esports getting up themselves 3 points. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, this is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Game number 1. We still have more matches to come later on. We still have, I believe that's Miran Sejong versus Paper Rex coming up next. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Eat your snacks, drink your water or whatnot. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. See you in a bit.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Once again, we are back at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Where earlier for game number 1, we have had Full Sense versus Buriam United Esports, where Buriam United Esports won 2-0 against that of Full Sense, which is honestly still quite a shocker for me. I don't know how about you. How about for you, Pika Yules?
I mean, it was a shocker for real. Like a lot of people, a lot of fans, a lot of casters were expecting that Full Sense would really won the series, but it's actually the opposite. Then it's just full surprise. Buriam United Esports, and we were talking about a while ago off camera that Buriam United Esports was too focused on taking the Rayquaza fight compared to Full Sense having a high risk, high reward composition.
I mean, yeah, it's it is what it is, right? And again, they acknowledge it. Right? They acknowledge the fact that they're gonna be going in for a very aggressive kind of like gameplay. Let's just focus ourselves into getting our XP and taking out the Rayquaza for ourselves. Going into this match, but now let's focus into our matches for our matchup for this game. So we have Miran Sejong and Paper Rex, definitely one of the fan favorite teams. Honestly, every team in this tournament are fan favorites, so it's not like it's not like there's anyone at all that's not a fan favorite in this tournament. So but Paper Rex though definitely a fan favorite in this tournament, and of course Miran Sejong, one of the top performing teams in the world, getting in second place in that of the World Championships this 2024. But thus far they are currently the least ranking team in the tournament. So this is really going to be an interesting matchup where Miran Sejong needs to catch up against that of the ranking, the leaderboard. But with Paper Rex against her opponents, do you think it's going to be an easy game or rather a difficult road?
Yeah, I feel like it's still a difficult role for both teams. It's gonna be tough, especially for Marin Sejong, knowing that they're finding their way for their first victory. And Paper Rex just dropped a single game at the whole duration of the SEA League. They are 3-0 right now in terms of series, and they just dropped one game. So that's actually a huge confidence as they charge even further into this tournament. But Marin Sejong, they have been getting they actually get games actually in their all series because they played 2 games and they were actually able to get a game as well coming in from those series. So actually they're just trying to get the rhythm of it, and hopefully they get their first win actually for me.
I'm actually quite surprised. You know what? I'm gonna talk about it in just a bit because we're gonna be seeing the caster prediction in just a bit anyway. So I'll hold into my thoughts. I'll talk about it in just a bit. But there's something really, really, like a feature, right? A feature that really sticks out to me going into that game. But with that being said, this is a battle between that Singapore, Malaysia going against Korea. So, with the geographical, differences between the two, it might prove a bit of a difficulty as well. But, that's why we are playing on tournament mode as well. So just to make sure that everyone is on the same playing field. So really an interesting matchup here. Paper Rex here being one of the strongest in Southeast Asia, going against that of, Miran Sejong. Again, perhaps one of the strongest in the world. So.
Yeah, for sure. And you have been talking about it a while ago in the tournament perspective, like they are playing on the same foot. But I feel like there's actually difficulties that the team is facing currently right now, and that's actually holding. I think that was a major setback for their team. So they have to really overcome that difficulty that they are facing right now, and hopefully get their rhythm once they keep on going into this tournament, because they just played 2 games and they have 7 remaining games to be specific, and this is going to be one of them.
And I believe I already mentioned this on the previous days as well. Miran Sejong being, it's going to be a really difficult time. Really difficult remaining days of the Asia Champions League for Miran Sejong, mainly because there's only 4 or 5 days left for the tournament, and with everyone else having points at 5 or maybe even 9 points, right? There's going to be some difficulties into catching up in terms of points. But with that being said, though, let's welcome our first set of players. We have Paper Rex here. We have Yamu Yang solo into that, and of course we have Miran Sejong as well. Spirits Ward, Shobo, Sabine, and Jong. Again, still the same set of people playing for the team.
Yeah, for sure. And quite excited for Marin Sejong if they're going to be getting their first win, or Paper Rex would just continue to dominate the tournament so far. Just like we said a while ago, they are the only team that is undefeated right now, as Full Sense got their first loss a while ago. But this is actually interesting right now. 7 out of 10 Paper Rex.
Okay, so look. I am not surprised, right, that the Korean caster, we have King Yong-nam and Nongrud, right? I'm not surprised they are gonna be picking Miran Sejong, because obviously we have to stick with our own fellow men, fellow region men. But Shaggy, so Miran Sejong. Okay, I see you. Okay, so I'm not okay. Hear me out.
All right.
If Miran Sejong wins this, I'm gonna need to change all my teams, all my predictions, to be like that of Shaggy's. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna mirror it, dude. We have to mirror it.
If he's right again, he sees something that we don't.
Yeah.
He sees something that we don't, dude.
I feel like Hashigi has a future sight on his pocket. He sees the future. He knows what's happening here. But let's see if that would be the case here for the series setup. So Zajan is banned. Same thing with Leafeon. Psyduck, surprisingly, is right now going to be banned for Miran Sejong. Same thing with Blissey. So they're narrowing down the Pokemons here for supporters.
Oh yeah, but with that being said, though, Paper Rex, starting off with the Urshifu. This is definitely a reasonable first pick, not a Psyduck.
Not a
Not
second,
a
right?
Psyduck, but this is a reasonably first pick. That is, of course, the Urshifu. We might be able to see a Darkrai into the set of Paper Rex, though. I'm not quite sure. But for Miran Sejong, though, gonna be starting off with the Umbreon. Obviously, if the first pick is not gonna be picking the Umbreon, then it's gonna be chosen here by the next team. That is, of course, followed up with a Mimikyu and answered back with a Trevenant and a Hoopa, a very good support and of course sustain as well for the side of Paper Rex.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very beneficial and a huge factor for Paper X, knowing that they have the rotation advantage already. And in terms of setting up plays, Bochi has to be the man for their team. But I have to tell you that Ho is still available. That can act actually as a supporter, just like what we have been pointing a while ago, because it's actually not defender. It's actually a supporter type, but this is actually a turn of events right now. We're going to be seeing an Eldegoss instead of a Ho-Oh at the side of Miran Sejong. And Lapras is back again into the field. This is the Lapras Perish song composition with an SP attack. So this is actually interesting to come in. But this one is actually with a high reward, but I wouldn't say it is actually a risk. It is actually more on how you convert those movesets from the Lapras in order to make it very valuable into the team fights. But this is actually more of a mixed up composition from Miran Sejong. They have the early game advantage, they have a late game Pokemon here, which is the Gyarados, so it's very on equal footing here from their team.
I'm not. Okay, well, I mean, I definitely like this composition. Obviously, I wouldn't want Ho-Oh to be in this composition for Miran Sejong. I think that's only going to be holding them back if they do go in for that Ho-Oh. But definitely, as I have mentioned, they have Pokemon for the late game. But then again, I think the strongest feat here for Miran Sejong is if they would be able to dominate Paper Rex from that of the early game into the mid game, and hopefully leading up to that of the late game. But for Paper Rex though, here's the biggest caveat here for Miran Sejong, right? So Paper Rex has a very beautiful lineup that could be that is good for early game, mid game, and late game. So definitely, if Miran Sejong wants to win against that of Paper Rex, they need to be able to dominate the early game. If they cannot do that, Paper Rex is just gonna eat them.
Yeah, for sure. And I might to tell you that almost 80% of the lineup from Miran Sejong is early game dominant. It's just the Gyarados who would be relying all the way into the late game. So definitely they have the advantage, actually, a bigger advantage in terms of the early game, and they have to put up a big foundation on the Gyarados if they really want to rely on it on the late game, especially on the Rayquaza fight, knowing that the Dragon Current would provide a lot of knock-up and at the same time damage from their team.
But that's the thing, though. Right? Like you have to remember, like Dragon Current is a Unite move, which isn't available in every team fight. Sure, it might be available in the Rayquaza, but Paper Rex already acknowledges that, already knows that, and is definitely going to be ready when it happens.
Yeah, for sure. And when that happens, it will just be them. They're going to be baiting out the Dragon's Current for sure later on, because they have a lot of setups here. They have the Trevenant with the Horn Leech and Wood Hammer. They have actually a secondary setter, which is the Lapras later on with the Lapras Express and the Bubble Beam. And they have a lot of rotations that would happen anytime soon with the Hyperspace hold of the Hoopa. So actually, in terms of rotation and overall impact in team fight, Paper X really has a big advantage.
Oh yeah, for sure. But with that being said, though, it seems as if both of them still, poking each other out here, top path, bottom path, wherever path that is. Miran Sejong, on the other hand, still babysitting Jong here, mainly because you have to get its rage, what we call rage bar here for it to be able to evolve into that of Gyarados.
And you need those effort points, right? Effort points, yeah, for you to evolve immediately. And you would want to evolve as quick as at the 8-minute mark of the game in order for you to get the knockouts. But it's not looking good so far for Miran Sejong. They're having a bit of a struggle here, knowing that Lapras is actually a huge impact with the Whirlpool into the early game, and that would provide a lot of pressure for you, advancing even further into the gold zone.
And at the same time, if they ever go in for a Perish Song as well, man, Paper Rex doesn't even need to KO everyone. They just need to put him on the threshold of HP, and Perishon will do the rest, and I think there's a very good pickup here coming in from that of Paper Rex. But now Hyperspace will just be able to get away as they want to get back again, and gonna be able to answer back against that of Marin Sejong. But there you go, Mimikyu gonna be able to take down one for one trade for both of the teams here. HG tried to get away, but not gonna be able to get away at all. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Marin Sejong. This is not the Marin Sejong that we're seeing on days number 1 and 2. Marin Sejong has finally woken up here in this match.
For sure, they have to be eyes wide open here into this game. They're looking for their first win, so why not maximize this game to their own potential? But right now, we have been seeing that, yes, they are getting their footing right now. They have the first score here, and for sure, they want to maximize Ward immediately in order for them to isolate a Pokemon here at the side of Paper Rex, for them to get the knockouts that they need. Especially, they have that Mimikyu already at level 8, which is a big room for them to go for the team fights.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here we go, though. In just a few seconds, the major objective is going to be coming up. There's the Reggie Bottom and the Reggie Lecky. But now up top, with the help of the Hoopa, is going to be able to, get the elevator up top as well, while Bocce here just tries to buy some time. But, with that being said, they're going to be able to take down the Reggie Lecky. But Bocce here still needs to survive in order to get... Well, not going to be able to survive, not for another day here. They're not away in time, unfortunately. Marin Sejong going to be able to score the first score goal as Paper Rex tries to push in this Reggie Lecky up top here. The question is, would they be able to do it, though? Tobo is going to be taken out as well. 2-for-none trade in favor of Paper Rex up top. But now Reggie Lecky is in that of the it's in that of the score goal, but they still need to put in some scores because, even if there's the Reggie Lecky, if there's no points going in, then what's the use?
Yeah, for sure. What's the use? That's actually a huge factor for them. But right now, it's actually a good trade for Marin Sejong. Them being able to get the objective all the way into the bottom path was actually a huge trade. But Paper Rex managed to score a little bit here onto the top path, but they weren't able to maximize actually the value because they weren't able to take down the gold zone into the top path.
Well, I mean, that's also okay because they left one, which will allow them to maximize the overcap that they would put down instead of the top pass. So honestly, it's a very, for me, it's a good way to do some quick maths for Paper Rex as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike, we're going to be able to see another clash here up top in just a bit as they take the Bocce. But of course, with that of the amazing Hornleash, going to be able to get away. Put 16 though, coming in from Ward.
For sure, Ward has to back away a little bit here. They're just waiting for the perfect timing for their team. But right now, those Psyshocks landing at the hands of Marin Sejong, they have to back away a little bit here. They need to get the footing that they need here, but Hornleash at the back of the bone.
Yes, sirree, and here we go again. But Woodhammer not going to be able to bonk anyone into the set of Marin Sejong, but at the very least, going to be able to allow them to go back into the base and get some HP back. And now they are readying up to go into that of the Reggie Lecky. But now let's take a look at what's going to happen here. Who's going to be able to take down this Reggie Lecky and who's going to be able to defend from it.
Oh, nice defense coming in from Marin Sejong. They're not letting everyone from Paper Rex get the footing here into this Reggie Lecky.
Psychic Slayer going to be able to take down the Trevenant though, but there you have it. That is Bounce going to be able to take down the Reggie Lecky. Marin Sejong now has the lead here and going to be able to push away Paper Rex, and just enough for them to be able to take that Reggie Lecky into the top path, allowing them to take down 2 in the process and take down the first score goal up top for Paper Rex. Now they are currently about 94-ish point lead. In terms of Paper Rex, I cannot do my quick math here, but Paper Rex definitely can here. You're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Mimikyu and that of the Elgos is going to be taken out. But with that being said, are they going to be able to push down bottom, though? Marin Sejong still is putting up a huge wall here for Paper Rex. Bocce not going to be able to put down the points there. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, though. Marin Sejong, really the huge wall here from Korea, going down into Paper Rex. Gonna be able to take down the Hoopa and the Trevenant again. But Urshiba gonna be able to secure that, but unfortunately take down the Armourouge and the Lapras and the Urshifu as well. Marin Sejong gets in a team wipe.
Oh, that's actually a good utilization of moves here from Ren Sejong. Actually, a while ago, I thought it would be the reverse because the Dragon's Current was pop-off, but there was no value coming in from Ren Sejong. But they managed to follow up. Their goal was to disrupt the position of Paper Wreck in order for them to reposition themselves and get the advantage all the way into the Registeel. But sad to say, the Registeel didn't land on their palm, but they managed to get a team wipe here in order for them to have an opening, or rather get a spacing that they need for them to get the advantage in terms of position onto the Rayquaza's pit. But right to tell you, there's still a lot of time for them to get the Regieleki to the top path and convert some score from Ren Sejong.
Now, here's the thing though, like if Paper X wants to really utilize the first Surf Squirtle up top, they need to destroy it before they take down the Regieleki. Because Regieleki alone, if gets into that first score goal, it's just going to destroy it and will put them into like only 19 over cap, right? So definitely if they want to take advantage of that, either just not take the Regieleki, get the 100 points, be able to score as quick as possible when they get in the Rayquaza, if that ever happens in just a few seconds.
And right now, 5 seconds on the clock before the final stretch. I love the position here from Ren Sejong, but I think the Shadow Sneak was giving away a lot of positions here at the side of Paper Rex. So Paper Rex has an initial idea already where Ren Sejong is positioned here into the Rayquaza's pit. So that's actually not the what would you want, because your location was already revealed. But I love this decision as well from Paper Rex that they are trying to go for the overcap goal here, especially that it is multiplied by 2. But this is actually a huge wall from Ren Sejong, and right now they're going to be going in for the score.
Ooh, gets in 88 points up top. Miran Sejong knows for a fact that Paper Rex is up top. Now, are they going to push for Paper Rex? I don't think that's going to be wise here. What they need to do here is just stay into that central area, the Ray pit, and wait for them to come in, because they already have a very good idea, right? They already have a very good positioning. But then again, 88 points, I'm pretty sure is going to put a bit of a panic into Miran Sejong, knowing the fact that it is 88 points nonetheless. But now Miran Sejong is now pushing into the Rayquaza, making use of it to bait down Paper Rex from coming in.
Yeah, for sure, they have to bait it out individually, but the Lapras Express was isolated immediately by the play with the JJ.
Player is going to be popped up as well, and look at that, HC wants to get away, and not going to be able to take down that of the Espeon and to the Eldegoss as well. Yang here putting up a bit of a fight, but unfortunately no more Unbound form here for them. And now look at that, Spear is going to be able to be taken out as well with that of the Parry Song. That's what we're talking about. They don't need to take KO it, just need to put it on the threshold, and just like that, Paper Rex gonna be able to secure this Rayquaza for themselves. Oh wait, never mind, not quite yet. Ward not gonna be able to take it out, and Paper Rex securing the Rayquaza and now pushing in some scores. I like the fact that they just stare at Ward, allowing it to put in some damage, and maybe waiting for the Rayquaza, right? Waiting for the Rayquaza to be on a smaller HP so that when they attack it, they can secure it. But that was actually quite risky, just standing there.
Yeah, that's actually risky, and I think the Umbreon was waiting for him to have an opening for him to use the foul play, because as far as I know, it was not a meme, it was actually the foul play that was being utilized. So we haven't been seeing the isolation or the capping of one member from Paper Rex, which is actually, it's not a big deal, but the factor that you could get, or the value that you could get from it, is actually, that would help Ren Sejong for even dominating into the game. And might to tell you, another thing that they did a while ago into the Rayquaza split was they isolated Yemu with the Lapras Express together with that play with me. So that was actually efficient. But on the other hand, it's not just the Lapras who has an overall amount of value from Paper Rex. They have a lot of setters, they have a good amount of damage, and that was the trouble that they had to face into the obstacle later on. So Ren Sejong is actually a good start, but in terms of maintaining it a while ago into the late game, they were having a bit of a trouble because their composition, Paper Rex's composition, is just a matter of fact in dominating or just eating everyone here at the side of Miran Sejong.
I believe it's more of they took the bait of Paper Rex. Obviously Jong with the with that of the Gyarados, right? That alone will act as a ward for Miran Sejong. They know for a fact that Paper Rex is up top. But that 88 points coming in from Paper Rex, made them panic, as I mentioned earlier. Made them panic just a bit. not knowing who is on the lead, and at the same time, there we go, HT with 88 points. That is the point of no return for Mirren Shedra, because honestly, as we have mentioned, they have very good footing, they have very good positioning instead of Rayquaza, but it's after HT's 88 points that they actually scattered around, and Paper Rex was able to, utilize that, was able to take advantage of that and take down Mirren Shedra one by one, allowing them to take down the Rayquaza for themselves. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, that's what I'm talking about. They're just looking over into Rayquaza, and actually quite still a risky move, knowing the fact that there's only like 10 seconds left as well, right? If that was taken away from them, dude, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, for sure. That will be a big headache for 2T. But it is what it is. It's actually a game here for I was about to say Mirren Shedra. It's actually a game for Paper Rex. They now have the lead, and actually they would want to continue their tournament run here, being undefeated, being 3-0 right now, and they would actually, want to be undefeated the whole duration of the tournament for them to get the better seeding here. But I feel like Mirren Shedra really has a big shot here in overtaking and going in for the reverse sweep later on, because they have their decision right a while ago. It's just a matter of fact that their composition was built up for the early game, and if you cannot really dominate it into its maximum potential, that there's actually a big loophole yet that Paper Rex can see, and that loophole was really active into the Rayquaza fight.
Oh no, yeah, but then again, going into the Rayquaza, that's again puts us to. We have been saying this again and again. It's a high risk, high reward kind of like situation where if you cannot get in the Rayquaza, then you're just gonna lose anyway, just prolonging the inevitable, or even if you, so there's like various scenarios, right? You take it Rayquaza, but everyone else in your team is wiped out, which only leaves you to be the only one to score in, or well, again, take it out. That's the best case scenario. Take out Rayquaza and everyone still lives, gonna be able to put up the points. But the other one is, everyone gets taken out as well. Again, this kind of composition coming from Mirren Shedra is a very strong composition, I'd say, for the early game. Although, while it is strong in and of itself, the Gyarados is still, well, the Magikarp for that matter, is still kind of what's the term here?
Step back, actually. I feel like that was
it sets them back up just because of the fact that, again, they have to babysit the. They have to babysit the Magikarp until it becomes a Gyarados.
Yeah, and being able for them, to babysit, that's actually a huge amount of time. It was around 20% of the whole game. That's around 2 minutes, 20 to 25% of the game duration. That's actually a lot if you're going to be taking a look at the bigger picture, because first minute of the game is just a matter of fact of evolving your Pokemon. Then 9 minutes into the game, you're just gonna, go for the knockouts, go for the scores immediately as fast as you can, and you want to, get the grip of your items, especially if you're wearing the attack weight, in which Gyarados would really want to have an attack weight, because you need the scores, number 1, for your attacks, and number 2, for your effort points. So that's actually two advantages in one, in which we haven't been seeing the fast-paced Gyarados compared to the other scenarios that we have been seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Gyarados evolution earlier from Mirren Shedra was a little bit too late, right? As I mentioned, in comparison to the previous games that we've had, where they were able to secure Gyarados to evolve as early as possible. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we might be able to see the same set of composition. Yes, they are going for the same set of composition, same set of Pokemon as well. Nothing's going to be changed, I believe. Well, I hope there's going to be some change, but it seems as if they are leaning towards the same set of Pokemon thus far.
Yeah, I mean, the composition is okay. They just have to readjust their utilization, especially from the Gyarados a while ago. So that's actually the biggest factor or biggest adjustment that Mirren Shedra could do. But right now, I love this. I love this pick-off from the Inteleon with the Unite move that could really reveal the content of the Tall Grass. That's actually a big utility if you're gonna take a look at the bigger picture later on into the final stretch, because you could definitely reveal the position of your opponents and definitely have an advantage. And you just need one more key Pokemon here. It could be a Gengar to actually
I don't think
go
so.
for the flank, but yeah, I don't think so. That will be the case here.
I don't want it to be the Gengar because it's not gonna work out for the team. But definitely, a Metagross could be a good pick here. Or well, yeah, that a Garchomp just to be able to allow them to okay, they're gonna be taking into Gyarados. Yeah. Whatever I'm gonna be saying, I'm gonna destroy it out the window, and maybe someone else will replace me right here, right now. With that being said, though, just the only change here coming from that of Mirror Sejong is definitely that of the Intillion, which again, as you have mentioned, is a very good pick here, knowing the fact that I believe that's one of the biggest issues that they've had earlier, right? Like they were using Jong with that of the Gyarados as the ward of the game, right? So instead of using the Gyarados as a ward, they can just go in for Azure Spy Vision, that is a Unite move coming from that of the Intillion, to, well, get some information of whoever's in the tall grass, whoever's not, and be able to position themselves properly going into the Rayquaza. And of course, if you're not aware of the Azure Spy Vision, then you're just going to get hit by that of Snipe Shot. With that being said, though, on Paper Rex, I'd say it's still a balanced out kind of composition. Unfortunately, though, instead of running into Armarouge, they are going to be gunning in for that of Sylveon, which I'd say is a far more reliable Pokemon. Though, in terms of firepower, I'd say Armarouge is definitely better.
Yeah, in terms of firepower, the amount of potential or amount of maximum value in general is much more bigger. But in consistency and team-wise in positioning, yeah, Sylveon is much more better. Especially if you would make use of Draining Kiss, you could regain back a couple of HP. But it's actually Calm Mind is better if you really want to get the maximum damage amount of value that you can get. Especially if you have a Hoopa and Trevenant that could protect or babysit you at the later stages of the game. We also have a Lapras, which is an additional backup for their team. So actually, they could have a lot of room to juggle around. They could actually play around with their moveset. But I'm quite concerned here for Paper Rex is that they need a stopper here for the Inteleon, for giving enough intel for them, or actually being able to snipe shots from the backline.
I like what Yang did. It was quite small, but Astonished just to steal away a buff into the side of Mirren Sejong just to delay them is an amazing feat. Making sure that Paper Rex would be able to utilize their XP gains as early as possible, not allowing Mirren Sejong to get their XP and dominate them from the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a huge factor if you're going to be taking a bigger picture of it, because aside from the XP, definitely your ambush would be much more inefficient because you're lacking in buffs, basically, and the amount of value that you could get from it is much more smaller compared into the full pack buff that you could get all the way from your first ambush. So, small things, but it's actually huge.
Right. With that being said, though, there's still no big clash happening. They just want to get their XP and prepare for the first set of objective. And yeah, I mean, this is a pretty slow match for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's very slow, and it's actually a good sign, especially for Mirren Sejong. They managed to evolve that Magikarp a while ago, which it is already a Gyarados right now, below 8-minute mark. So that's actually a good decision coming in from Mirren Sejong to play it out all safe. But right now, they are the ones who is in pressure here, as that Gyarados was taken down into the story.
Yes, sirree. And with that being said, allowing HG to put out 30 points as well in the process, putting Paper Rex into 60. But now, it's not going to be enough, with Magician passive here coming in from that of Yang, allowing them to, secure some citrus berries away from that of Mirren Sejong. But look at that, though. Drizzle is going to be able to take down the Trevenant in the process. 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams. But then again, I don't think we're going to be able to see a bit of a clash here until the bees spawn. Sorry, not the bees, but rather the birds spawn at 7:20.
Yeah, here. And that's what you have been waiting for. And right now, that's actually a clean sweep from Mirren Sejong, being to take it all out from their team. And it's not just the birds that they have been waiting for. They're also waiting for the Regieleki and the objectives to come up. And right now, I think this will be a full rotation for Paper Rex.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, Hoopa is just there to put them out, to put everyone into that of the objectives. And now, still, everyone is, just checking things out for both of the teams. And Mirren Sejong, fortunately for them, is just pushing down Paper Rex up top. We are not going to be able to see it off cam, though. play with me is going to be popped up into Yang and putting them down in a very short HP, but not going to be enough to take them down. But look at this though, Bocce tried to stay alive, but not going to be able to. Snipe shot is going to be evaded though by Yang as well. With that being said though, Miran's strategy is going to be able to secure that Reggie Lucky up top, whereas Paper X is going to be able to secure that of the Reggie bottom, and perhaps the score goal as well, not quite enough.
Yeah, not quite enough for sure, but it's actually a huge factor that they left a couple of points here all the way into the bottom path because the overcapping. It's basic math. Ooh, I have to back away a little bit here. Oh, Miran Sejong. Actually, that Umbreon a little overextended a little bit here, but the amount of conversion that Miran Sejong got from the objective in the Regieleki was not quite visible yet.
Oh yeah, I mean, with this though, Dragon Current gonna be popped up, but not gonna be knocking up anyone to the side of Paper X, and gonna be using it just to get away, to reposition themselves into that off the central area to get a bit of XP as well in preparation for the next set of objectives. With that being said though, Paper X, well, just waiting for Miran Sejong to get in.
And you have to wait. It's just a matter of beating your opponent here. That's the name of the game right now so far, and you're just playing it carefully. This is Ren Sejong after gameplay.
Wow, it's definitely a different kind of like gameplay for both of the teams here for game number 2. As I mentioned, a very slow oh my goodness, that is foul play just to get a reposition. But again, a really slow match for both of the teams here, just waiting for each other, to make a mistake. But look at that though, Moonlight Press gonna be popped up as well, without Azure Spy Vision, knowing that there's no one inside of Paper Rex in this match. But Jong's low HP, gonna be able to be taken out though. Sabine's gonna be taken out as well. It's gonna be a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Paper Rex. They'll make the 2 as well, as the Trevenant's gonna be taken out, and the Lab Press is as well. But here we have it, only Solo and HE are off left here. Are they going to be able to secure this KO? They're not. But HG is going to be the one going back to the Pokemon Center.
That's a back away a little bit here. Not going to be enough for the steal after that astonishing move here coming at the side of the Hoopa. But actually a good decision coming in from Paper Rex. That Sylvia managed to survive with a Draining Kiss, but the amount of value that they got, not quite enough.
And 4 KO as well for Spirits with that of the Mimikyu. Amazing feat for them. But with that being said, though, Paper X is still not done. They want to make you like a paper, and John can be taken out with that off the Cursed Song. As well, sorry, Parry Song, not Cursed. Well, it is Cursed Song, but a Parry Song is what it's called. Anyway, going back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Mimikyu is now down as well. It's going to be able to get in its Unite move in just a bit. Whereas the Regieleki is up top, just waiting for someone to take it out, with that of the Gyarados being able to secure it quite solo. Fortunately for Miran Sejong.
Oh yeah, Miran Sejong really has to get it for sure right now, but they're just pulling it away actually from the pit. And I feel like they know that there's actually a Hoopa from the bottom path that they could actually go for the elevators and just immediately respond for it.
2,700 damage coming in from that of the Snipe Shot. Going down, Azure Spy Vision is going to be popped up again this time around. And Bocce is going to be taken out, coming in from that of the Gyarados. Jong, that's going to be 1. Yamu tries to get away. Parashon is going to be popped up as well, but it's not going to be enough though, unfortunately for them. But Jong now gets away. Just a bit of an HP though. 28 points into the 50 points. Gets in both of those with 43 points over cap of the first score goal.
Well, that's actually a good decision for Miran Sejong. Right now, it's all about defense that they have to do. They still actually have time for them to get the Regieleki if they want to. That's actually enough. 20 seconds on the clock before the Rayquaza. But actually, that's a huge disadvantage as well. Yes, they do have the bait from the Regieleki, but they don't have the Azure Spy Vision that could reveal the position of Paper Rex later on if they get the advantage in the position all the way from the Rayquaza. So right now, they have to defend it as fast as they can and regenerate a couple of energy for them to get the Azure Spy Vision online once again on their side.
No, yeah, I mean, I was actually quite surprised that they popped in that Azure Spy Vision at the 3-minute mark. I mean, a minute is enough, but a minute is enough, honestly, for such huge attackers. But unfortunately, the clearing time of Inteleon is not as much as other Pokemon, that it's not going to be able to get down its Unite move in just 1 minute. Maybe if it were taken down, then sure, maybe in 1 minute. But look at that though, a minute and a half later, now has access to Assure by Vision, and now Miran Sejong is now ready to put in some damage. But look at that though, Hyperspace was going to be popped up as well, with that of the coming back coming in from that of Bocchi. Bocchi though, almost at half HP.
Oh, look at that! 100 points gonna be coming at the hands of Paper Rex from the Lapras. That's actually a huge one, but not quite enough to get the lead. But the pressure is online for Miran Sejong.
That's 2 down coming in from that of Sabine with that of the snipe shot. Again, that's what I'm talking about. Azure Spy Vision, they know where you are and they need to take you out as well. Miran Sejong now trying to put in some damage into that of Rayquaza, using it as a bait. They're still in the lead though. Solo putting in some damage, but it's gonna be taking out that of the Gyarados. But they need some reinforcement here if they want to steal away this Rayquaza. That's gonna be 2-for-1 trade. Rings and Bounds gonna be popped out as well, so that everyone can just teleport back into the Rayquaza, but they're not gonna be able to secure that for themselves, as Mimikyu is gonna be able to take down that Rayquaza for that of Miran Sejong. Gonna be able to take down 3 in the process as well. Unfortunately, Yang did not have enough time to put down that Rings and Bound, as there's 2 Pokemon into their side that was taken out, and it wasn't enough time for them to respawn back up and teleport into that of the Ray Pit, giving Miran Sejong the second game.
Yeah, right now it's 1-1 here so far. We have a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. But I love the fact here coming in from Miran Sejong, knowing that you just have to play couple of attacks here, and what more they have from the Valley is they managed to take down Solo in HD the moment they were clashing a lot from the Rayquaza spit. So the Rings and Bound was actually present, but the amount of value the Paper Rex could have is really small because they just have defenders on their pocket. There's not enough damage for them to steal away the Rayquaza. Actually, Yabu could be there actually, but it's actually not quite enough, and it's actually a different story compared to having an attacker or an all-rounder that could actually dish out a large amount of damage and could definitely steal away the future of the Rayquaza.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, we can definitely see how much both of these teams are really strong now. It could be anyone's game, honestly. Paper Rex here and that of Miran Sejong. It was quite of an okay. Well, definitely Paper Rex is on the advantage early game, but going into the mid game, Miran Sejong immediately was able to, especially with the Gyarados, right, going up quite earlier than that of game number 1, definitely helped them out as well. So, Miran Sejong starting from the mid game, they made sure that they are able to get in on equal footing against that of Paper Rex, and allows them to, be able to battle them instead of the Rayquaza. But with that being said, though, Miran Sejong taking out the Rayquaza, getting in the win for themselves, putting us in 1-1. So that's game number 2 for match 2, game number 2 for everyone.
Yeah, I would like to add up the change of phase here for Miran Sejong. Having that Inteleon on their pocket was really phenomenal. It had a maximum value for them to reveal the position of Paper Rex, in which that is what we expect. There's Spy Vision, and they managed to convert it into their favor. And the snipe shots that they could actually get, the damages, the huge amount of damage actually is really visible into the screen, and that actually made Paper Rex a little bit of a suffering coming in on their side. So they don't have someone that could actually go for a pick off immediately, like a Gengar or a Leafeon. It could have been a different story if they have such Pokemon that could actually eliminate or knock out that Inteleon into the early stages for them to avoid having that vision or that high amount of damage output with the snipe shot.
That's the thing though, Paper Rex took a little bit of time going into the Rayquaza, because we have I'm pretty sure they are acknowledging, and when you're playing the game, you can actually see anyone who had not a Unite move anyway. It was what do you call it? It's quite interesting how they know that it's -1 going to the Rayquaza, right? But then again, it took a little bit of time that allowed that, as I mentioned, the Inteleon was able to get its Unite move, Assure Spy Vision, which is literally the final piece of the puzzle, really, for them to be able to finally start popping off, start attacking. Because information is very huge in Unite, especially when there's no wards available in the game, no warding item, no a Pokemon that can be well. There's the Sableye, sure, but then again, with a radar, a vision, an Azure spy vision, just like that of the Intellion, is definitely going to provide such a huge information for the team that has it.
Yeah, for sure. And that was really the winning piece for Miran Sejong. That was actually what they lacked a while ago because they managed to fix the phasing of the Gyarados. They actually made it evolve. The Magikarp was able to evolve, but after 1 minute and 30 seconds, as far as I know, into the game. And that was actually the winning. That was actually two puzzle pieces that they need in order for them to overtake game number 2. And right now, it's just a matter of maintaining. But you pointed out a while ago that Sableye could actually act as a ward specifically. So
Yeah,
it could be an option for Paper Rex to have it, just to counter out or just to have an information where the Intellion is. But I feel like it's going to be the Speedster who would really have a much more impact for their team in order for them to get the vision. At the same time, much more faster in facing and eliminating or knocking out Pokemons here.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, definitely. I don't think they should use the Sableye.
Yeah.
I don't think Paper Rex should use the Sableye. I think it's something that I don't think with this kind of composition. I don't think they should use it. With that being said, though, I'm not quite sure if there's gonna be any changes into the side of Paper Rex here. I don't think they should change anything. Maybe bring back the Psycho Boom. The
Oh
armor.
yeah, I think that's actually a good response actually because it was working a while ago and definitely just make it back, just make it a comeback right now. And what we've been seeing so far is actually a respect ban from Ren Sejong being able to take away their Urshifu because it has been dealing a lot of damage for their team. So that's actually a huge response coming in from their team in order for to minimize the amount of damage that Paper Rex would actually do from their team. But right now, that's actually going to be the overtaking of the Umbreon from their team because we have been seeing a lot of foul play a while ago coming at the side of Paper Rex. And right now, from Miran Sejong, and Paper Rex would actually, get the advantage from it and make use of the mean look later on. That's actually a good response, especially that Spirits right now, on the other hand, is gonna go for the Leafeon, and Leafeon is actually a huge threat in terms of team battles, and it could provide a lot of damage, especially with an attack X or maybe a full heal that would actually work for them because that full heal, I feel like it would try to avoid the mean look later on and other crowd controls that Paper Rex would actually have. So this Blissey would actually play a huge role for the team. But on the other hand here, Paper Rex with a Respond, they have a solid amount of damage here. They have the Mewtwo Y and the Cyrillish. Actually, I feel like the Cyrillish would go into the central area. So that's actually a huge response coming in from their team. And with the addition of the Hoopa from their team, much more faster rotation. But on the other hand, the Ren Sejong has a powerful composition, or in terms of the damage, they have the shot here to overtake Paper Rex.
Right. I mean, with that being said, though, this is a really amazing composition coming from that Paper Rex thus far. I don't think they are. I don't think. See, this is the thing, though. I don't think they are. I think they're gonna be playing for reals now. Especially with Solo coming in with that of the Mewtwo Y, and then of course we have HG as well. No longer into that of the Urshifu, but instead goes in for what we call this, the Cyrillish, which we have been praising quite a while since earlier. A really amazing Pokemon, really strong Pokemon as well. And sure, it might not be able to, and it actually can 1v1 Pokemon as well. That's what I'm trying to say. And at the same time, Miran Sejong, on the other hand, a really, really, really tanky set of Pokemon. We have the Slowbro, we have that of the Blissey as well. And of course, we have the the Blaziken. Blaziken, definitely one of the tankier Pokemon, tankier attacking Pokemon as well. So, with a huge telekinesis from that of the Slowbro, that's going to be able to prove quite a challenge for a Paper Rex, especially if the Slowbro would be able to slow beam or telekinesis really Share Edge, then most of the damage output coming from that of Paper Rex is going to be gone. Sure, there's still the Mewtwo Y, but it's still not as much of a damage coming in from that of Share Edge.
Oh yeah, that's actually the huge factor that we have to consider. And to talk about slow beam, that would actually play a huge role coming at the side of Miran Sejong. So you're going to have to get or suppress a couple of members here actually at the side of Breaker Rice. That was actually, or rather, that will be their winning case here because they have Leafeon. That's actually a good amount of damage already from their team. They also have Blaziken on their team, which will deal a lot of damage for their side. So it's a matter of the fact that it's actually more in tanky composition, just like what you said. And Paper X has a well-rounded team composition. So it's all about well-rounded versus... Actually, both of them are well-rounded right now, as far as I can see. But you have to babysit that Leafeon a little bit because that Zero Lich could just go for the Phantom Force and just sneak in behind the Leafeon and go for the knockout later on.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, hopefully though, for game number 3, right? Paper X versus Marin Sejong, it's no longer going to be like a slow game because I think that's one of the biggest factors as to why, what happened, as to why, game number 2 became what it became to be. Is that right?
yeah, I get what you're trying to say.
They've been like waiting for each other, right, for a very long time.
Yeah.
Compared to like, game number 1, where Paper X was a bit aggressive, more aggressive than that of Marin Sejong, which allows him to get in game number 1. Game number 2, everyone was just waiting around and just waiting around, which is I don't think is the game style that Paper X is gunning for. But with that being said, though, Marin Sejong is now still trying to be aggressive, still trying to push away Paper X, just like they did game number 2.
And now, it's actually a faster pace, but it's still quiet here, actually. And they have to maximize this one out. They want that Blaziken immediately at the side of Marin Sejong for them to, get the advantage in terms of team fights later on. But it's actually a slower one because you have a Hoopa and a Lapras on your top half, and that's not the explosive damage that you could get compared to a composition wherein you have an attacker just like a Mewtwo.
Yeah, Mewtwo. With that being said, though, Paper X is going to be able to put in some points up top, leaving 19 points into that score goal. But it's not going to be enough, though. Cheryl's going to be taken out with that of the Emerald 2-step. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Marin Sejong is answering back against that of Paper X, destroying the first score goal as well. Zero Ledge and the score goal. That's huge.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's actually huge, and it's just quite surprising that just a single team fight, they managed to take that goal zone with the utilization of... actually, the starter was the Emerald 2-step. The moment that they got the knockout, everyone was charging in. They're just applying the pressure with multiple moveset that they have on their pocket, and it's just a matter of fact that they got the goal zone. They can also go for the objectives later on, and I feel like their prioritization would be all the way to the bottom path, and that Leafeon could potentially score some goal, and at the same time get the Regieleki on the top path uncontested.
Oh yeah, for sure. But with that being said, though, we're going to be seeing some clash down bottom. Psychic Slayers are going to be popped up as well, but not going to do a lot of damage here. But look at that, though. Solo is on the verge of getting KO'd. But with that being said, look at that. Reverend Ren is going to be popped up. That's going to be 2 KO in the process with the help of Solo. But no, they're not done yet. Sabine is going to be taken out as well. But look at that. It is the Cycle Cod that's going to be putting up a lot of damage, and Hoopa with the Hyperspace Hole, allowing them to secure a bit of the HP refresh as well. Getting them the Reggie still putting up a bit of a damage, a buff as well for Paper X. This is, again, this is the Paper X that we're talking about. This is aggressive that they are missing in game number 2.
Oh yeah, this is their true form. We are all familiar with their playstyle, but actually that was a close call for Marin Sejong a while ago because the Surf managed to connect onto the objective, but the amount of damage that the Surf could provide, especially if you're a slow bro, definitely not the biggest one. So that's very unfortunate coming in from their team, and Paper X just managed to land the last hit. And right now, Marin Sejong, change of focus here. They are getting their Regieleki for their own benefit. Potentially, this would be a diversion play coming in from their team and initiate a team fight all the way to the bottom path in order for them to get the goal zone in the bottom.
Yes, sirree. But with that being said, as I mentioned, right, like Marin Sejong, gonna be able to secure that over Reggie, like putting them a bit of a space, which then allows Marin Sejong to just push, and as I mentioned, push down the bottom path as well. And Paper Rex is doing quite a great job here into, well, repelling them back, answering back that, hey, yeah, sure, you might be able to get in that already, lucky, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna be able to take down that first score goal down bottom. You already took down one. We're not gonna let you two.
Oh yeah, definitely you don't want those to land on your opponent. But right now, Miran Sejong is actually still getting their footing, you know, despite Paper Rex showing their prowess, showing their main gameplay, the aggressive ones. But it seems like Miran Sejong can manage to get a grip already on what they want to do. And they're just prioritizing objectives so far. If they get an opening for team fights, they would just, you know, commit to it and go for the goals. Actually, they're not committing team fights that they know they will be losing. So right now, they are being more careful with their decisions, but this is actually very critical right now, knowing that there is a Hoopa available for Paper Rex, and anytime soon, rotations might come in and out.
Oh no, yeah, and I mean, there's also the Unite move as well, right? Like, Rings Unbound, allowing it to, well, teleport from anywhere, really. But with that being said, though, we're going to be able to see a bit of a skirmish up top here just to be able to secure the first goal. But the Egg Bomb stops Yemu from scoring. Another one stops Yemu from scoring in. But we have to remember, now there is a Rings and Bound allowing them to teleport. They went out of the screen. They teleported down bottom. Going to be able to take down two as well in the process. And just like that, gonna be able to finally destroy the first score goal down bottom. See, that's the power of the Rings Unbound, dude. That you teleport Pokemon wherever in the screen, and well, we didn't see them anymore in the screen. So that's Hoopa for you. That's why you want a Hoopa in your team.
Yeah, I feel like everyone was really faked out a while ago. The moment that their Rings Unbound was popped and then everyone just teleported, it feels like you were faked out by a Pokemon to be specific. But right now, Miran Sejong once again secured the Regieleki for the top path. Another potential diversion play coming in from their team, but the overcapping from Paper Rex actually made a huge advantage coming in from their team. And the bottom path goal zone to be specific, is still available at the side of Paper Rex. And this is just difficulties for Miran Sejong for them to take it down. And just take a look at how Paper Rex plays the tall grasses here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we can definitely see how Paper Rex is adjusting from that of what happened in game number 2. Making sure that they are more aggressive now, and they, put in more poking into that of Miran Sejong and eating them for, well, responding to their baits. With that being said, though, we're going to be seeing a bit of a skirmish down bottom again, just a bit of a poking here while waiting for their main source of damage to come in, because, that's the only thing that they can do, with that of the Hoopa, the Lapras, the Umbreon, they can only just poke in some damage without that of the Mewtwo, and of course that of the Cerulege. But again, we have to remember, Mewtwo has now its Unite move, that is Infinite Cyvern, so they don't need Azure Spy Vision. They just need to pop in that Unite move, and they'll see everyone where everyone is.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's actually the replacement, and that's actually very smart coming in from their team. So right now, it's all about timing. It's all about defense for Paper Rex. They have to look forward and eliminate that Leafeon as fast as possible, because that will be their biggest problem here yet, because that was actually a huge damage blower for their team.
Yes, the Surf as well, and look at that, Slow Beam's gonna be popped up into that. Cerulege gonna be able to put them down as well. 1-for-1 trade, but it looks like Miran Sejong is currently low on HP. Chobo tries to get away with the X speed as well, and they will, but look at them though, they have been repelled back down, and it is Paper Rex still has the advantage, still has the positional advantage into that of the Rayquaza. Gonna be able to take down the Slowbro as well. Again, that is one of the biggest threats here for Paper Rex. But now, here's the thing. Slowbro doesn't have any Unite moves, even if it's back into that Ray Pit. But the Cerulege still has this Reverend Ren. Spears are gonna be taken out as well. No more Emerald 2-step to save them from the Rayquaza take. But here we go. Solo still has, it's a Mega Evolution, gonna be able to take down another one. Only the Slowbro is up left here. Ward here has no Unite moves. Not gonna be able to take down this Rayquaza. Gonna be able to be taking out Team Wipe here for Paper Rex. And just like that, Paper Rex secures the Rayquaza and the game as well. That's gonna be 2-0 in favor of them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that was actually very smart from Paper Rex. After they got a knockout, they would just back out immediately and try to look for another opening in order for them to don't run out of members. While Miren Sejong was slowly collapsing even further because they have been falling one by one. Yes, Miren Sejong could actually go for the response, but the amount of utility and the amount of moves that they could actually deploy against Paper Rex not gonna be quite enough for them to take down the members of Paper Rex because that's just a solid team coming in from them. They have a lot of sustain. It's just the Hoopa, honestly, who has the squishiness in their sleeves. But if you have the rings and bound, that was actually not a big thing already for their team.
Dude, I like that slow bro, right? I like the fact that they went in for the slow beam into that with Cheryl Ledge, and that is actually a very a huge thing that they really needed, just because of the fact that like it's one of the biggest threat again, as I mentioned, for Ren Sejong to go up against HT with that of the Reverend Ren. But unfortunately, though, when Ward used slow beam against that of HT, nobody picked up. Nobody was able to answer. Sorry, not answer, but follow up into that of the Unite move, and instead left Ward alone. And well, basically sandwiched by Paper Rex right there, allowing them to be, well, eat down the slow bro. Honestly, eat down the slow poke tails, if you would. And unfortunately, without slow beam, they're not going to be able to stop down Cerulege anymore. And still, Cerulege still had access to its Unite move. Perhaps it might have been stopped, but then again, if it were stopped, it's going to get its refresh of 90%, and by the time it gets back up after its respawn, it's already down.
Oh yeah, and actually, it's just a matter of fact that Paper Rex were one step ahead of time. They were pinching every single corners from Miran Sejong. Like, they know the possibilities. They know what could be the possible case of Miran Sejong trying to do, especially on the final stretch, because that has been their main game plan a while ago. Yes, they don't have the Azure Spy Vision. They have some alternatives on their pocket, but it's just a matter of fact of eliminating who is the key player here on the side of Miran Sejong. Yes, they were going in for the knockouts one by one, and eventually get the advantage for their team, and it's just a matter of fact of defensive gameplay, and everything boiled out in their favor in the final stretch.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And with that being said, congratulations to Paper Rex for winning 2-1 against Miran Sejong. But then again, we cannot dismiss Miran Sejong because definitely they played quite differently. When I say differently, I mean that in a positive way, because this is definitely not the Miran Sejong that we saw in games days number 1 and number 2, and this is a far more evolved Miran Sejong going into day number 3. And as we have mentioned, they are really strong of a team. They're not the second placers for the 2024 World Championships for no reason. With that being said, though, amazing match for them. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the win, but hopefully, I believe they still have one more game today, right? Is that right?
Yeah, they're going to be playing against Evos later on into the last match for today. And might I tell you, you were talking about the evolved Miran Sejong. They have been getting games from time to time in their series.
No, yeah, and again, we just have to watch out for Miran Sejong for the last match of today. That is going to be, again, as you have mentioned, against that of Evos Onic. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to have a bit of a break here, only here for more Pokemon Unite action. Just station only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a bit.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. We're still the casters here. We're not going anywhere. Honestly, we don't have anywhere to go anyway. So
We're just here.
it's just us here. We're going to be with you for the longest period in history in Pokemon Unite. But with that being said, though, like going to game number 3, this is a Philippine match only. A Philippine team versus a Philippine team, right? It is
Oh, wait. I feel like they had her
Wait,
scan a while ago.
It's yeah, that was
Not yet.
yeah. Sorry, that's this match is Alter Ego. Sorry, Alter Ego versus Evos. There you go. I'm sorry. My boys.
We're too excited. We're too excited for our fellow men. But no, going back to the main book, it's going to be Alter Ego up against Evos. Alter Ego so far, they're, getting their rhythm. But on the other hand, Evos Onyx, not quite in a good standing in the groups. They are currently 1-3, so they played around almost 50% of their games. And, they really have to catch up a lot if they want to get that top 8.
Right, and again, we just have to reiterate. You might have noticed that BKZ or Bubucat is no longer available in the roster photo for Alter Ego, and it's now instead replaced by 94, AE94. That's because BKZ or Bubucat had to retire quite early in the tournament, and hopefully they are able to get back up into Pokemon Unite and the rest of the future of Unite Esports when they recover. When they recover. So, with that being said, though, key players here: Shingdi with Zoroark, of course, Zoroark, Mimikyu, and Dodrio. We definitely cannot give Shingdi the Zoroark or the Mimikyu, or honestly, well, I'm still reminiscing year one, Shingdi and the Greninja. But they told me we're not gonna be seeing the Greninja anymore from Shingdi because, well, it's not as great as it was before. Maybe when it's buffed, then we'll be able to see it again. But for for Evos, we have Alar with Blaziken, Garchomp, and Mimikyu. Again, a bit of like the same as the rest of the other teams as well, because Garchomp, Mimikyu is Mimikyu, and Blaziken is a very tanky, huge attacking Pokemon as well.
And right now we have here our predictions. All right. It's actually the same as a while ago. 7 being favorable here for Alter Ego, and the rest is going to be Evos. Wait, okay. Let me enumerate who are the. Oh my god, I'm not good with my names, JJ. My memory, my names, the faces.
It's Roby, Kazuya, and Shaggy with the Evos pick, and then everyone else is Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Alter Ego has been one of the most solid teams actually in Southeast Asia. As you said a while ago, they have been together since day one. They have been, transferring one team to another, but the roster, it's still intact. They are still them, and that connection is just way too different to other teams competing here.
And okay, here we go. I thought we were gonna be seeing our beautiful faces.
Yeah. I thought as well.
But we're gonna be able to see a bit of a, man, I miss, Shifu being the first man. I miss Urshifu. Coming from BKZ, Blue Cats, Urshifu is really strong. Perhaps one of the strongest in the region as well. But with that being said, though, Urshifu, Mimikyu being the first bands here, along with Darkrai and Zacian.
Oh,
interesting. That means we have the Leafeon up and the Umbreon. Along with the Psyduck. There we go. Ikura. Okay, now this is interesting. Ikura is definitely going to be the one controlling the Psyduck. We're not going to be able to see the Slowbro, unfortunately. But I do like to see Ikura's Slowbro. I think Ikura hasn't played days 1 and day number 2, but this time though they are definitely going to be the one playing. With that being said, so now. Miraidon and Umbreon, really good pick as well from the back lane, but we do know for a fact that it got nerfed quite recently. So let's find out how it's going to be able to catch up in terms of team fights. But definitely its Unite move is still a very strong move. Bright Future, Meteor Storm.
Yeah, for sure. And the amount of value that it could give in the back lane later on into the game would be still quite efficient, despite of a little bit of a nerf that happened for the patch. Because there's actually a meme look later on if Evos would make utilize of it, because especially the main playbook here. But what I'm quite curious here for Alter Ego is they have two supporters instead of a defender on their pocket. This is actually interesting. They don't have the tankiness yet on their lineup so far, because Leafeon, yes, has the damage, but no, the tankiness or the sustain they have. So it will be compensated, yes, with a soft boil with the healings from ice, but in terms of total, this is actually very high risk, high reward. Once again, we have been talking about it a while ago, back and forth, high risk, high reward, and it's just Shingdi who has the upper hand in terms of sustain.
Sorry, I'm thinking. This is the first time that we have seen Serena in quite a while. Zeraora, also the first time we're gonna be seeing quite a while. One of the buff Pokemon quite recently in the recent patch. We had a buff, right? We have a patch last week. So again, that's one of the biggest I'd say biggest thing, right? In this tournament, because of how huge of a gap the next the days of the tournaments are. There's definitely going to be some patches in between, but like Serene, again, one of the Pokemon that we haven't seen in quite a while, definitely going to be a top Pokemon with its attack weight as well. And then of course we have the Zeraora, which is definitely going to be a I'd like to say Volt Switch Discharge.
Oh yeah.
But could definitely be a Spark Wild Charge. kind of composition, just to be able to support that Garchomp when it gets hit, and at the same time Trevenant when it uses its Wood Hammer. But then again, it's still quite possible to use Volt Switch Discharge. But with that being said, though, a squishiness Alter Ego definitely does have huge attacking prowess, but I'm not quite sure. Evos definitely has the advantage in terms of the composition here. So, being that of a tankier and more attacking prowess, especially with that of Miraidon at the back and Trevenant at the front. And Garchomp, obviously, we know for a fact that, it can attack you and heal its HP.
Yeah, for sure. And we have been talking about it a while ago, the Zeraora, about the moveset that it could actually do later on. But going back into the composition of Alter Ego, they are squishy, and definitely Discharge would provide a lot of impact in terms of team fight if they could just gather everyone else with a Wood Hammer. So that's actually the main game plan that Evos Onic could actually do into this game, because it's just no one else. No one would tank every single damage from Alter Ego. It's just the amount of healings that they could get from the soft boil, and everything will boil down. And not just that, not just the Zeraora, they have a powerful backlane later on, which is the Miraidon, that would actually go for the Charge Beam.
Yeah, for sure. Charge Beam into perhaps Thunder as well that goes along with it, just to be able to support their teammates, right? Trevenant and Garchomp from the back lanes. With that being said, though, Kane here just waiting for the time to get and steal away this we call this the Axel Gore. There you go. And was able to successfully do so. But then again, being a Leafeon only uses level 4, still at level 5, gonna be able to push out some damage. Now, there you go. Rage Gleam is gonna be popped up as well. But not quite enough though. But at least they're gonna be able to take down that Gible.
Yeah, for sure. And still a knockout coming in from their team, but Alter Ego managed to score at the other side of the map. That's actually a good response coming in from their team, and surprisingly, it was supposed to be Evos Onic going to apply the pressure against Alter Ego because of the advantage in terms of picking. But this is the good thing for Alter Ego, knowing that they have a big prowess in terms of attacking, just like what we said a while ago, and they just have to maximize all that. They need to put up a gap as much as they can.
And that's what we're talking about. Leafeon gonna be able to take down the Funtomp. It's still not a Trevenant, unfortunately, which will definitely allow them to. Oh wow, actually not a foul play Pokemon here, but instead goes in for what we call a mean look, which we haven't seen in quite a while. But look at that, so gets a stomp as well. Gonna be able to take down the Umbreon for Alter Ego. That's another KO for them, and definitely another one in for the books. Now, what's interesting here is that, Evos Onic still has a lot to catch up against that of Alter Ego if they do want to win here, especially that their main source of damage here, and of course the defender that is a Trevenant, still not a Trevenant, well, not a Trevenant, but Goodbye still at level 6, so definitely going to have a bit of a hard time here against that of Alter Ego. Another stomp here coming in from that of Shengdi, and another one as well, but not going to be enough to take them out, unfortunately. Going to be able to seal the Cirrus Berry though, and be able to get away with that of the drop kick.
But additional off-camera knockout from the Leafeon from Alter Ego side, so potentially they could actually secure this objective. So this side off from Alter Ego just has to stall away some time for them to reach out into the Regieleki, but that's not going to be quite enough. But in compensation or in return, that's actually a Regirock that would increase their defense for a while, and a defense potential coming in from their team.
He gets a surf here though. Ikura just putting up some surfs and the disable. Are they gonna be able to take it out? Yes, sirree! That is going to be the Zeraora, and ALR gonna be the only one left here. And yes, not gonna be able to survive even with the wish coming in from that of the the Umbreon coming in from Dragon Gods. But here we go. Gonna be isolated once again. Chopkick gonna be popped up into the stomp, allowing them to take down Dragon Gods and put in some scores as well, destroying the first score goal up top. Beautiful play coming in for Alter Ego. Again, both of them, along with Baron Sajong, has woken up, right? In comparison to day 1 and day number 2, this is Alter Ego that we know of. This is the aggression that we know of Alter Ego. But Evos is still not to be dismissed. They are still a strong contender here, and they would do their best to get in. And that's what we're talking about. Charge Move is going to be popped up.
Oh, that's a powerful back lane coming in from Evos Onic, and Alter Ego does know that they are in a bit of a trouble out there, so you have to back away a little bit, especially that there's no objective that they're trying to contest here. But the Emerald 2-step, it's gonna be landing. But look at this change coming in from ALR. Look at that stomp connecting from Shingdi as he goes for the knockout. But there's no enough score value that they got, but the knockout was quite efficient.
Gets a Thunder and the Charge Beam into Ice, but still not gonna be enough to take down the very big egg-loving Blissey with a lucky egg in the middle of his pouch. But that being said, though, they are now slowly but surely going down bottom to secure, get a position into that Reggie bottom. But still, also going to be able to try to, push away Evos Onic down bottom. That being said, though, the Reggie bottom and the Reggie Lecky is now up. Reggie Rock is going to be appearing.
Another source of defense here for Alter Ego, and for sure they would really want to get it, but Evos Onic trying their best to contest it with the charge beam, but not going to be quite enough. But in return, they got the Regieleki all the way to the top path.
Plasma Gale is going to be popped up, going to be able to take down that Leafeon as well. But with that being said, Bright Fusion Feature Storm is going to be popped up as well, going to be able to take down no one at all, but no low HP as well. Thunder is going to be popped up just to try to stop them and buy some time to get in some scores, but unfortunately not going to be able to be enough. And look at that drop kick into the stomp, into the Queenly Majesty. Queen's Ascendance. Queenly Majesty is the passive ability. Queen's Ascendant is going to be popped up as well, just to be able to take down that Miraidon, and now that's going to be another one here. Meanless going to be popped up as well into that of Shingdi, but still not going to be enough to put in some damage. And look at that, Sayayai is going to be popped up again, Livid Outrage, put in some damage, Bliss Assistance into Shingdi, but it's going to allow them to survive. And look at that, Dragon Gun is going to be taken out as well, and only one is left here. Kane, oh no, there's only the disable, only hits you twice, but it doesn't matter. Ikura spits down a water into that of Kane, gonna be able to take down one Pokemon again, and that is it. Gonna be able to see him wipe them all. Evos Onic is on a huge deficit in terms of XP.
Yeah,
well, not XP actually, but a team, a team fight rather, a teamwork against that of Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. And Alter Ego really did a huge job a while ago, making sure that the Sayayai, the full power Sayayai, would connect in their favor. And the Bliss Assistance really followed up all the way from Shingdi in order to support Shingdi as fast as they can and as efficient as they can in order for them to get multiple objectives. They got objectives, they got a lot of knockouts, they got a lot of resources from Evos Onic. Definitely a good factor for them to overtake the XP lead.
Oh yeah, but with that being said though, we're going to be able to see the last set of major objectives here before the Rayquaza Ice here. Going to be able to be taken seen by Kane here, and just pushing them away, and they're still fighting off to the whoever gets in this Regieleki. But with that being said, still just poking each other out.
Sure, they have to poke each other. House has to back away a little bit here, but look at that. Look at the range coming in from the side strike. That's actually good, but off the camera, actually a huge knockout coming in from Alter Ego, because they can actually dominate this into the later stages.
Emerald Susan is going to be popped up as well. There you have it. Meteor Stone is going to be popped up again, but it's not going to be enough to take down anyone inside of Alter Ego. And another one here, Unite is going to pop up. Moonlight Paris is going to be popped up as well, but it's not going to be enough. Not going to be able to take down a lot here. Shingdi, though, isolated, but Ikura comes in as a help with the Surf. And, of course, the Disable is going to be popped up as well, allowing them to be able to get away. But look at that, though. Leafeon gets taken out, but it doesn't matter as Sakura is going to be able to secure it for them, for their team, put in some scores, put in 29. No, that is 58. And Ikura just, getting in some scores here so that they can get a 50 and put it into a hundo to destroy the Sector Skogel. And there you have it. They are now currently in the lead, and they still have to put in more. A hundo coming from Shingdi as well. Shingdi 1v3, not going to be enough. Plasma Gale with a Charge Beam as well. Definitely a very strong electric type move for them. And look at this though. Z-Ray tries to get away, but Ice is now behind them just to support.
Yeah, for sure. That's what you want to do. After scoring a couple of goals after the Rayquaza, you just have to go back and go for the defense. And that was actually the game plan of Alter Ego. And might tell you, I love how they move all the way from the Rayquaza into the final stretch, because they know what to do. They just need someone to dish out the damage while the others are just gonna zone out everyone else.
Yeah, sirree. But look at this though. Livid Outrage just to, struggle just a little bit. It's not gonna be enough though. There's gonna be 3 down into the side of Evos Onyx, and that is also Resort being taken down with Queen Ascendant coming in from that of Shengdi. There's gonna be 4 down, and nobody's gonna be up left here to try to defend the score goal. Well, with the exception of FG Jinky, but it's not gonna be enough. Not gonna be enough for them to defend the score goal, or at least not get any more points. That's 508 to 298 or something. That means Alter Ego is definitely gonna be taking in game number 1 against Evos Onyx.
I mean, that's actually huge coming in from the team, to be specific, because despite having the constraints a while ago in terms of Pokemon picks, they managed to make it work. That was actually a high risk and a high reward that they got from game number 1. Knowing that everyone from them, except for Shingdi, is actually squishy, they managed to just make use of their damage prowess and eventually overtake everyone else at the side of Evos Onyx. And what I love on how they utilize their Pokemons is they make use of their damage prowess in order for them to zone out their enemies or their opponents at the side of Evos Onyx, and that made it possible for them to get a large amount of spacing and focus, and the other members from Alter Ego would just focus on taking down the Rayquaza for their own benefit.
Oh yeah, and I just have to, what do you call this? Like, to give props into Ikura as well with that of the side up, because definitely, if it isn't for the side up, they wouldn't be able to get a lot of those KOs that they did earlier in the game, especially when it's helping out a lot with the disable, with the surf, and just overall flair of the Psyduck, allowing it to be like see, look at this, another one coming in from the Ikura, gonna be able to spread it thin out, gonna be able to take them out as well. So like, he's very playful. He's always moving is what I'm trying to say. He's always moving. He's always making sure that they are ready to help. They're always everywhere. That it's like Ikura's playing it as a Dodrio, as if so, allowing them to be really support everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about supporting in terms of protecting your allies. It's more of a fact that he's applying the pressure. He's applying the pressure against Evos Onyx for him to support his teammates by not letting anyone go near them. Especially that when someone gets knocked out the side of Alter Ego, it's actually a huge factor for them. Just imagine that Leafeon being taken away from the team battle. It's actually a huge downside already for Alter Ego, and that was the main answer from Ikura. Just go in, use your moveset that could actually reduce the movement speed of Evos Onyx, which would prevent them from charging even further.
And at the same time, Disable attacks the same Pokemon twice as well, so that is definitely a factor in as well, which not only, as I mentioned, slows, but also stuns them for 0.2 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, that's actually the number. Yeah.
Right? It's 0.2, right? 0.2
yeah, the 0.2, right.
So 20th of a second, there we go. 20th of a second. With that being said, though, I think we might be able to see a bit of a respect ban here into the Psyduck. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Serena ban here, just because of the fact that, Serena is not really a Pokemon that is used a lot in the tournament, especially not in this meta, but at the same time, at the hands of Serena, at the hands of a Shengdi, we already saw what Serena can do.
Yeah, for sure. It's a matter of fact on how you'll utilize your Pokemon, especially that that Psyduck was actually the key factor, just like what you pointed out a while ago, that it has to be respected. It has to be banned immediately at the side of Evos Onyx, because the reason why that Serena was overpowering everyone else is because of Ikura's capabilities in order to apply the pressure, zone out everyone, and support everyone else from their team. So actually, that would be a big response coming in from their team if they could already ban the Psyduck on their hands. So there's a lot of options still that you could replace for Psyduck as well. You could have a Blissey or an Eldegoss, or if you just want to deny the movement speed, I think you just have to go with other defenders like a Blastoise that could actually surf away everyone else.
No, yeah, and again, okay, there we go. See, that's what I'm talking about. They're gonna be banning the Psyduck. That's what I talk about. They're not gonna be banning the Serena. But instead, actually, no, it was Alter Ego actually that banned the Psyduck.
Yeah,
they definitely don't want it to be up to anyone. But with that being said, Umbreon and what do you call this? The Slowbro is open for Ikura to take. Maybe even the Blizz. There we go. The Blizz is being covered up as well. Z-Ray. The second attacker here for the team. Z-Ray coming in with that of the Darkrai, definitely a huge pick as well, because we all know for a fact that Darkrai is, if not one of the strongest Pokemon in the game as of the moment. Which when we were watching LAIC, or at least when I was watching LAIC, it's always being picked. I believe there was no game that Darkrai wasn't picked, but I guess that doesn't happen in in our region where people still want to go in to choose. There's a lot of option. This is what I'm trying to say. There's still a lot of more option in comparison to that of the Darkrai. But definitely into the hands of Z-Ray, this is going to be a very, very huge Pokemon into their side.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm actually quite curious on how Evos Onyx would make use of the Snorlax, because I don't feel like this was picked before, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite sure how many times, but we have been seeing the Heavy Slam and the Yawn composition. Simply because you have to put someone onto sleep and Heavy Slam for the setup for your team, because you don't want to use the block in order for you to push back your opponents, because that would really cost a lot of mobility coming in from you. So Yawn, pretty much efficient, but what I love here the most from Evos Onyx is they're making use of a Dodrio once again. Faster facing in terms of scoring goals, and it's just a well-rounded speedster, actually.
We might be able to see. We might be able to see block though coming in from F Jinkies, just because of the fact that it is Snorlax is running X speed, and we all know for a fact that the mobility, that the issue of mobility is alleviated by that of the X speed. That's what we're talking about, right? Just push opponents away, Heavy Slam into block into X speed, just so that they can get in their mobility. But what's interesting about to me here is that Alter Ego goes in for the Absol. With this kind of composition, definitely they want a prowess, right? They want a attacking power from the early game. They want to overwhelm them with their attacks from the early game going into the late game, because definitely Absol is one of those Pokemon that cannot survive late game. But at the same time, we have to consider as well that there is the Dodrio into the side of Evos Onyx, which definitely could be quite annoying for the side of Alter Ego, because they, unless Umbreon goes in for Mean Look instead of Foul Play, but even then they still have to catch up with that of the Dodrio.
Oh yeah, for sure. And not just that, you pointed out the annoyance, or it could be a hindrance for Alter Ego because of the Dodrio that Evos has. And Mike, to tell you, if they just have to prioritize the target, which is the Dodrio, there's still actually a Bliss assistance coming in from the Blissey. Yeah. So that's actually a good factor for you to babysit that Dodrio later on into the game. But it's not just that. They also have a Mimikyu that could actually isolate either the Darkrai or the Absol, because Darkrai also has the capabilities to isolate with the worst Nightmare. So it's more of a -1 in terms of team battles, and definitely you have to make the first move in order for you to get the upper hand. And it's just a matter of fact that timing to be specific.
Now, Alter Ego still most of which like the same kind of game plan here for them. Absol would definitely need to be funneled here, just because of the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, it might not have a huge play later down in the late game. But then again, there's the Mimikyu and the Sylveon, which the Absol can easily get into behind and put in some damage. So Finky's here. Let's see what's going to be the name of the game here.
Oh, yeah, it's really hard to tell on who's going to be having the upper hand here, especially that's a huge amount of damage from 94. It's going to hurt a lot at the side of the Evos Onyx. But going back to what I was pointing out about it, it's really hard to tell who's going to be emerging or having the upper hand here, because both teams have an equal footing in terms of their draft.
I mean, again, this is what we're talking about. Absol really showing the early game But the question, oh wow, that's gonna be the third one in the match. But the question is, would they be able to retain them right up until the late game? Because that is going to be when the Absol is you know, going to have a bit of a problem. But with this kind of composition, I think it can go up against out of the Mimikyu and the Sylveon. With that being said, though, 94 still having a lot of time here to get in its XP. Now currently at level 8 as well. Definitely a huge advantage against that of Evos Onyx, and could definitely take down anyone they want to in this match. And as I've said, there you go. Play Rob's not going to be enough here. Absol 94 going to be able to take down another KO in their books. With that being said, though, Dragon Gods, Dragon Gods, are they able to get away? Are they going to be able to get away? There you go.
Not quite.
Not quite indeed. Metal Claw just to get in, and there's going to be another KO here. 2 KOs coming in from that of the Absol. The Alter Ego looking like they have the complete control of the game. At least the early. No, wow! Look at that heavy slam. Man, a heavy slam into, what was that? Night Slash? Man.
Oh, that's actually huge. And just imagine, this Absol 94 is already a level 10 compared to level 7, which is the maximum level of Evos Onyx. That's gonna play a huge role at the side of Alter Ego, because right now, from this point in time, they could actually dominate and make this one-sided up until into the final stretch. So that's actually a huge factor for them. Right now, every single members of Onyx is just falling down at the hands of Alter Ego.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, if they want to make use of Absol, they need to funnel that Absol, right? Immediately, and that's what they did. And look at what's happening. Already at level 11, already able to take down anyone he wants to take out. Eyes here, heavy slam. And the block, of course, into that of the XP. That's what I'm talking about, right? Just to be able to get in that the mobility out of the way. But here you go. 94 has a Psycho Cut as well, being ready to put in some marks. So Drio is going to be taken out as well. Play with him is going to be popped up as well. But look at that, though. It's still not going to be enough. Unfortunately, 2 down into the side of Evos Onyx. No, they are not done yet. Here comes the Hyperspace Hole back with a huge HP. They're going to be able to take down 3. That's 2 for 94. Finky, you are going back to the Pokemon Center, and just like that, Regieleki is now down into the secondary score goal into the play room. Going to be able to take down 94 finally this time around. But with that being said, they have lost a lot, and Alter Ego was able to take down a lot into the side of Evos Onyx and put down several scores.
But still, that's actually a huge impact for MLR. Being able to catch up in terms of XP is actually enough for them to go head-to-head once again against Alter Ego. But right now, Shinty is a little bit of a trouble here, and slowly but surely, Evos Onyx bouncing back with the XP lead, or actually making the XP go head-to-head against Alter Ego by taking some knockouts and potentially, just go for the teamwork, just go for the 3v1s, get the advantage in terms of numbers.
And I like the fact that Alter Ego here, despite not going in for despite not going in for an overcap, right? Just went in, immediately destroyed the secondary score goal, so that when they take in the Regieleki later, then they would have far more pressure up top against that of Evos Onyx. But speaking of Evos Onyx, though, Pinky is the only one left here trying to take away this Registeel, but unfortunately outnumbered, not going to be enough. Midnight Slash is going to be popped up as well. Going to be able to take down Pinky's with that of the Snorlax, with the Paranup still not going to be enough to survive, unfortunately. And now Hoopa up top with that of the Hyperspace Hole, allowing them to go up, but unfortunately not going to be able to take on the elevator, and just wants to take a stroll, get a bit of a diet here, get a bit of an exercise going up top.
Yeah, speaking of exercise, that's going to be the difficult time coming in from Resort. He's trying to back away a little bit with the Mystical Fire, but not going to be quite enough here. But look at that. Look at that defense, or actually offense, making it to a defense Alter Ego is providing by applying the pressure from the Regieleki. But my goodness, 94 having the time of his life so far.
Again, one of the reasons it's working so much is because of the squishiness of the Pokemon into the side of Evos Onyx. Sure, you might have the Snorlax and you might have the Blissey, but it's not going to be enough to allow you to sustain your Pokemon. Now 94 at level 13 at 3.5 minute mark. Dude, that is a huge number here for Alter Ego.
Yeah, and no one actually from Evos Onyx is actually catching up into the XP or into the level of 94, and that alone would really provide a lot. But look at that play with me to isolate 94. But look at this defense. Midnight Splash is gonna be popped off in order for him to stay up. But sad to say, two members were actually taken down at the hands of Alter Ego after that team fight.
I mean, I guess it's also fine that they made sure that 94 lives, just because of the fact that, again, we have to remember that the game does have some sort of rubber banding, and that if the Snorlax thingies, Jinkies rather, takes down 94, then that level 10 would immediately jump to like level 12, level 13. So definitely something that they want to avoid from happening going into the Rayquaza fight. But with that being said, though, the Dre is going to be taken out here. Zire, Dark Boy is going to be used up as well. Fortunately, nobody's going to sleeping just quite yet. But at least, you know, they still have some time to take down Reggie Ilecki and put him some pressure up top against that of Evos Onyx. So let's find out, though, if Evos Onyx is going to be able to make use of this, or will Alter Ego be pressuring up Evos Onyx
This
before
is
that Rayquaza.
going to be
Where's the
big.
burst? Oh, not enough. Play with me into 94. Bliss assistance as well. Gonna be able to take down 94. They know their objectives.
Oh my goodness, and right now Evos Onyx is slowly marching down all the way into the Rayquaza's pit, and they know what they have to prioritize. Look at that block, I love it, in order to zone out the members of Alter Ego, and the last hit would land at the hands of Evos.
Unfortunate for Alter Ego, Evos Onyx was able to secure the Rayquaza, but look at their shields, look at their buffs, it's almost depleted, only 100 points, still not going to be enough for them to take out the scores into Alter Ego. Okay, never mind, it is now enough for 125 to 290, but there's still a minute left here for Alter Ego to catch up.
Sure, they just have to run down the shields from Evos Onyx and eventually go for the knockouts and eliminate every single members from Evos and, you know, go for the goals. But right now, Resort is doing a lot of pressure from their team.
That's it. I think that's it. The mere fact that they weren't able to get in the Reggie Ilecki up top earlier, just in time, that kind of like sealed the deal for Alter Ego. Quite unfortunately, because, you know, they were up top instead of going into that central area. Positioning themselves into the Rayquaza, I think they got a little bit too complacent in that matter, where Evos Onyx was able to utilize it fully, but now 30 seconds left. Would they be able to score in? Let's find out together, because the battle is still not over. Block into that of the, you know, X speed into the powering up. Gonna be able to take down the Umbreon in the process, and just like that, 380. They don't have enough points anymore. They don't have any more points to put down to get into the scores. Quite unfortunate for Alter Ego. They might have the control of the game, but Rayquaza falls into the hands of Evos Onyx.
Oh yeah, for sure. And not just that, we were talking about a while ago the Regieleki prioritization of Alter Ego during the last around 10 seconds before the Rayquaza or the final stretch is going to happen, and it actually made a huge impact into the game because they were actually estimating that they could actually take the Regieleki in under 10 seconds, in which that wasn't the case. That happened at the side of Alter Ego, and Evos Onyx does know that it is more on high risk, high reward. So they just prioritize, they just march with them and, you know, found an opening up against 94, you know, knock him out and potentially go back into the Rayquaza. And I love the utilization of the block. It was just a huge wall for Alter Ego to overcome, and no one can step into the pit.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, especially another thing, right? Just to add up into that, I do like the fact that they made sure that they take out Absol at the Reggie, at the top path going into the Rayquaza, just because of the fact that Absol is one of the biggest threats into the side of Evil's Onyx. Again, Darkrai, sure, huge damage. Zacian, you're sure, huge damage. But the thing is, they have to get in, right? They have to get in order to put in the damage. But, you know, only Absol is the only one that can do it for the side of Alter Ego. Darkrai, sure, with Dark Pulse, but without any response from their teammates, without any reinforcement, it's just going into the middle of a team fight just to get KO'd. So a beautiful decisions coming from Evos Onic here to use Play With Me into Absol, isolate it, take it down before the Rayquaza. Snorlax going in for that of the block just to not allow them to get in. And man, that is quite formulaic. Formulaic of them to, well, put out Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that was our look at that. Look at that. The move from the Snorlax. Actually, it's not just the block. It was the heavy slam. It was the initiator for defense. Actually, from the team. And just imagine that one team fight was enough for Evos Onyx to flip the tables. Yes, Alter Ego, they did a good start. They did a good mid game, and it was about a story of 94. But one shutdown was enough for them to collapse, and Evos Onyx overtaking this series. And we're gonna be hopping into game number 3, so definitely Alter Ego needs to be careful on their decision making.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I don't think they're gonna be batting the Absol, because I think, and this is me if I was Evos, right? I would think that Alter Ego would not be using Absol and more perhaps using a different Pokemon. We have to remember that the Zero Ledge is also open. There's a lot of Pokemon that can actually go in on team fights without without any difficulties at all. We might be able to see Serena pick once again, coming from Alter Ego. And obviously, if Psyduck is up, then definitely Psyduck is going to be picked up here by Alter Ego. So those are some of the Pokemon that they need to get over. Sorry, not get over, but rather be wary of here for Evos Onyx. But with that being said, though, at least their composition will work. Although, I still have to believe that Alter Ego's composition game number 2 was the better one. But Evo's decision making and macro plays was definitely. That's just all I can say. It's good.
Yeah.
Going into the Rayquaza, so.
Yeah, I mean it's flawless, right? It is smooth as silk. That is how you describe it, because utilization really landed in their hands, and that's actually the only problem that Alter Ego faced a while ago. It's about the decision making, so definitely that could be fixed ahead of time. Especially they were overconfident or complacent, just like what you said a while ago into the Regieleki. So that was just one minor mistake that was enough for Evos. Oh, one minor mistake. Just imagine one minor mistake for them to drop the game. That's actually very huge. So definitely there has to be something that needs to be fixed. But strength wise, it's actually fine for me. But what do you think?
I mean, if we're playing, right? If they were playing on lobbies, on ranked matches, they could still recover. But as we have mentioned, that one minor mistake, especially in a high stakes game such as Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, as much as possible, you don't want to make any mistakes at all. Because one mistake, even the slightest minute mistake, can cost you the game, just like what happened in game number 2 for Ultra Ego. Quite unfortunate that it happened. Evos, though, taking in game number 2. So really, going into game number 3, I don't know, man. I feel like they shouldn't change anything in terms of gameplay. At least their style, their play style. I don't think they need to change it. Absol definitely needs to go though. Darkrai, there's better options than Darkrai into this kind of composition. That at the very least I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. If you just want the kit of Darkrai, actually, which is the damage and the sleep, that could actually give for your team. There are actually a lot of options. Yes, Snorlax is one. It could be a setter. It could be, put someone into sleep. Actually, because the kit of a Darkrai is more of a defender all-rounder-ish, something like that. So why not just make use of another defender on an all-rounder? Just like what you said a while ago, it could be a Zero Ledge later on. Has a good amount of sustain, and at the same time, has a good amount of mobility and damage-wise. So it could be a good replacement for the Darkrai later on, but let's see how Alter Egos adjusts.
So right now we're just waiting for the next match to start off and commence. Yeah, we're just waiting for them to commence as we go into game number three again. Just to give you guys a bit of a recap here, game number one went into went into Alter Ego, and then game number two went into Evos Onyx, and then game number three we have yet to find out. And then of course, games number one, match number one of the day, that is Full Sense versus BRU, or Boredom United Esports, which Boredom United Esports actually won 0-2. 2-0 against Set of
2-0,
Full
yeah.
Sense. Quite an upset, honestly, quite a surprising upset. And then game number two, we have had Miren Sejong from Korea going up against Paper Rex, where Paper Rex won 2-1. So we might, well, not that we might, but we're definitely going to be seeing another 2-0 for this match. But whoever's going to be getting that 2 points is still, undecided.
Yeah, decided. We're just waiting for it. But let's give an overview as well on what will be the future matches later on. So for game number 4 later on, Brilliant United Esports will be back this time, competing against Onic Rise. And match number 5 is going to be Outer Ego once again versus Paper Rex. Match number 6 is going to be Full Sense back in action for game 1 up against Blacklist International. And match number 7, Battle of Filipinos, is going to be Elevate and Talon. And our last match for this day is going to be Evos Onyx versus Miran Sejong.
Wait, what team is the only one that's going to be playing once today?
It's
Elevate and Blacklist, right? Elevate and Blacklist.
Same thing with Talon, actually.
Talon only plays once against also? Okay. I see. Yeah. Because again, we have to remember, guys, tournament tournament format is a single round robin. So they would only meet one time. Everyone will meet only one time for the rest of the tournament, and then of course after the round robins for 6 days, right? So we're currently at day number 3, so there's still day 4, day 5, day 6. Day 4 at December 14th, day 5 at December 15th, and then day 6 at January 11th next year. So definitely gonna be more Pokemon. We already have Tinkaton at the public test server, so definitely we might be able to see Tinkaton not on day 4 and day 5, but maybe perhaps day 6 and day 7 for the playoffs, because Tinkaton releases December 12th, and day 4 and day 5 is December 14 and 15. So we still have to wait for like two weeks before we can play it competitively, and if there's not any problems with the Pokemon. So hopefully Pokemon doesn't have any problems with it, and then at the same time we still don't know when. But the next Pokemon coming up after Tinkaton, that's now actually available to play on the public test server, is Galarian Rapidash. So Galarian Ponyta and Galarian Rapidash, we might be able to see it on day 6 as well, if it does release the same time as Metagross came out last year, which is around before December 25.
Yeah, before December 25.
Yeah.
So actually, when it comes to that, like, it's gonna change a lot of the stories here, especially just like the moment the Darkrai and Psyduck came in, it would actually change a lot of draft, a lot of facing, and a lot of compositions as well for every single team competing here. So quite excited, and at the same time quite worried that there are other Pokemons that might go backwards, but at the same time, who knows, like, what will be these teams thinking of and how to utilize such Pokemons in the future.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, but let's dive into that a little bit, right? Say, out of all the Pokemon, who do you want? Like, just one, okay? Just one.
Okay.
Which Pokemon do you want to see in Pokemon Unite, and why?
So by that you mean is not Pokemon that hasn't been released yet.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I was actually thinking if you meant that someone who I want to see back in the league. Oh, I'm so sorry for that.
A game in general.
Yeah, but I feel like I want to go with an Alolan Raichu. I don't know. I feel like
Really?
Alolan Raichu, for some reason, it looks cool with its art style, with its kit, and at the same time it would give a lot of movesets for a Pikachu, which would definitely evolve into an Alolan Raichu. It would give a lot of kit, especially that it is an electric type, and at the same time it is a psychic type. So I have a lot of things that I could, juggle around. And
Right.
definitely that's one of the most catchy things that I find it is about forming different type of composition or play style in a Pokemon. But how about you? Care to share yours, JJ? Care to share yours, please?
For me, it's definitely Victini.
Oh,
Yeah, Victini, I think is going to be quite a great support Pokemon. If not a support, then maybe an all rounder kind of Pokemon. Mainly because we all know for a fact that in the anime, even in the Pokédex, right, it says that whoever sees this Pokemon or something like that is
being lucky.
guaranteed to have luck and
Luck.
and victory in it. And I think with V Star, right, Victory, right, a Victory Star as its ability. What was that? Victory Star. There we go. Yeah, Victory Star ability.
Sorry.
It enhances its the teammates on your team. So I think that could be a great passive ability as well going into Pokemon Unite. So, and of course it's a signature move as well. Coming in with V Crate, I think it's a very great and amazing Unite move to have. So
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just imagine if it's going to be a supporter and the buffs. I feel like that's
right,
actually
right.
it's going to be a game changer, actually, right?
So, and at the same time, we no longer have EX Pokemon as well. So it's definitely going to be allowed for tournament play.
Yeah, actually, no handicap, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. But with that being said, though, just a bit of an update for everyone waiting for the game. We are just having, they're still waiting to, well, fix some things for the third game. But with that being said, though, we're gonna be heading into a break just a bit, guys. So when we come back, everything's gonna be, fixed up, and we'll head into the game straight for game number 3 when we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pokemon Unite! 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 unite! Pokemon 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 Unite!
And we are once again back here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Still with you guys is JJ Kun, and with me is Pikachu. So, we know for a fact, and we acknowledge and we recognize that it has been quite a while since the last game. But we'll give you an update on game number 3 in regarding that of Ultra Ego, and what do you call this?
Evos
Ultra
Onic.
Ego and Evos. Onyx will give you an update on that because we still don't have an update to give you guys in regards to that. But instead, we're going to be skipping towards match number 4, which is going to be Buriram United Esports, which we saw on match number 1 for today, going up against Onic. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Onic. I mean, BRU really built up their momentum a while ago, and not just a while ago. Actually, for the past couple of days during day one and day two, they have been performing quite commendable. They have been showing their prowess, especially their final stretch
Mm,
gameplays, wherein they just dash away the Rayquaza and just go for the flips, and that has been their story. But on the other hand, we do have Onic Rise here as well, who has been quite excelling into the league as well. Currently 3-1. I do feel like this is the team that has the most number of games as far as I know.
thus far, I believe so.
Yeah,
But
thus
then
far,
again, that only means, right, that they would have less matches moving forward as well. Because there are some teams who only play once for today, once for the for the previous days, but they will be playing twice for the next remaining days as well until we get into the final day where there's only 5 matches in total. So with that being said, though, here are our competitors. We have, at first we have Onic, and then Onic Rise, and then of course now we have Burnham United Esports once again, as you have mentioned, which has been playing towards that of a Rayquaza strategy. Whereas I think they are going to be having a hard time here against that of Onic Rise, mainly because Onic Rise is more of a team that would try to prevent anyone from doing a Rayquaza strat. So I think that is going to provide BRU a lot of challenge for this match.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Onyx has been one of the best teams, not just in this region, but specifically the whole world. So definitely you have to watch out for that. What we have here, Eeyore, our featured players, so Dodrio, Cyrilege, and Urshifu as top picks or top pick Pokemon. So central laner of their team to be specific. So there you go, guys. I mean, not surprised, Dodrio. Faster goals, quite efficient in disrupting the positions of your opponents.
And Eeyore. I mean, there's nothing else to say about Eeyore here. Eeyore, really one of the strongest attackers as well in the tournament. And then of course, Rainy Day. We've seen Rainy Day even in a sunny day, even in a cloudy day. Really amazing player as well. So Cyrilege, Garchomp, Mimikyu. We've seen this again and again earlier, but really doing a lot for their teams as well. But with that being said, though, we're gonna be showing you in just a bit the caster predictions, right? For this matchup. So, I believe like most of the players, most of the casters have voted for Onic. So only three people, only 3 casters voted in for Burnham United Esports, which honestly is quite what call this is understandable as well. Mainly because earlier we have MSJ, right? Miran Sejong and Paper Rex, where the Korean casters voted for MSJ, obviously. But for this time though, those in Thailand are obviously going to be voting for their hometown team. Both of them, Foldy and Overboot, choosing BRU to go up against that of Onic, and of course we have Sayo as well from Taiwan, being the third of the 3 casters voting for BRU, predicting BRU to win against that of Onic. So, what do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, honestly, I feel like this is more on 60-40. I really predicted that Onic Rise would get the victory here on a 60%, and Burnham United Esports on a 40%. Number one is because of the exposure that Onic Rise got from the recent WCS. They have been, having a lot of strong finishes. But on the other hand, Burnham United Esports, they have been doing a lot of upsets so far in this tournament, Southeast Asia League to be specific. So I can quite surely tell that they have a high chance of overtaking this series as well. But so far, in terms of numbers, in terms of the progress so far, I feel like Onic Rise really has an upper hand here in this series.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. But then again, I cannot I cannot dismiss the fact that Burnham United Esports have been showing us quite amazing matches as well. Especially the previous 2 days and earlier. It's quite a surprise to me, at least, that BRU won 2-0 against that of Full Sense. So, while I am predicting that Onic Rise is going to be winning this one, I am in the position where I'm not quite sure if that's still going to be the case moving forward, mainly because of how great Burnham United Esports surprising everyone, really, into this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have been giving everyone a shockwave here, JJ. Just being able to paralyze everyone else with their prowess. And if you're gonna be taking a look at this one, they are actually using the same drafts that they have been doing for the past couple of games. It's very identical. They have Garchomp, they have Bulisi, and Darkrai is actually available. And on the other hand, Onic will try to maximize the usage of a Psyduck here, given the fact that it was really wide open. No one banned it, to be specific. They are respecting more on the Urshifu that could really blow out a lot of damage for their team. But on the other hand, they don't have a defender on their team, which is quite a concern at my perspective, honestly, because yes, they have damage. They have Miraidon, they have a Leafeon, and they have a Magikarp that they have to babysit into the early stages of the game. So, if you're going to take a look at the composition of BRU, definitely they could just dominate the early game stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Look, man. I like Forum United Esports' team here. It's so balanced throughout. What do you call this? It's I don't know how to feel about this though. Like Onic Rise definitely has more of a sustain, but Forum United Esports I feel like has more attack prowess, and at the same time has some sort of sustain as well. We have the the frontliner that is the Trevenant. Of course, we have some sort of sustain that is very sad with that of the Blissey. So definitely a very balanced out team here. I think they can run the Darkrai here better than what we've seen from earlier. But Onic Rise here definitely has a lot of backline attacker, with only, unfortunately though, only Gyarados being the only one that can go in, unless the fact that they're going to be using Miraidon to go in for Electro Drift and Parabolic Charge, which I don't think is going to be the case here, especially when, they already have the Gyarados and they already have the Psyduck. But then again, especially with the Hoopa, with the Rings Unbound, Electro Drift is not going to be that much of a risk in comparison to when not having a Hoopa in your team.
Oh yeah, but I would like to add up here in terms of Onic Rise that they also have the Psyduck that could actually go for, we've seen a while ago that there's a Psyduck. I cannot recall which team it is, but Psyduck was really being used in order to zone out your opponents with the Surf and the Disable. So that could be Alter Ego. That could be the case as well here for Onic Rise. That's a great reference, but it's really hard to tell because this Darkrai, or actually the Cerulege later on, could just knock out every single members of Onic Rise without a question. So the main stopper is going to be the Psyduck, and if that Psyduck gets taken down, it will be difficult for Onic Rise to bounce back.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. So, right now, what Onic Rise wants to do here is be able to get in the mid game here, the early game here, so that Forum United Esports won't be able to, get in some late games. Because again, Garchomp, Cerulege, actually not Cerulege. Garchomp in particular is, needs to be babysat here for the early game for Forum United Esports. So if they can delay, Garchomp, then I think they have a high chance of winning against that of Forum United Esports. But then again, they also have the Gyarados, which they have to babysit as well. But the effort values though is almost filled up in just 8 minutes and 30. There we go, already Gyarados.
Yeah, that's going to be a big factor here for Onic Rise in order to dominate the early game, in which that is going to be the advantage for Forum United Esports. But Rainy D is having a hard time on his own. Ayakapi is not charging in, surprisingly. That hyperspace hole would be enough for them to retreat back immediately. And that is a total of 2 knockouts from the side of Onic Rise, making sure that they get the advantage in the early stages.
That's what we're talking about earlier, right? That's what they need to do, and that's what they're doing as well. Get in the early game, make sure that they delay Forum United Esports so that they won't be able to answer back against them. And look at this though. Only at 8-minute mark did the Gabite evolve into Gabite. And now it's still level 6, but sure, still not gonna be enough though. So Psyduck is gonna be running in Surf and Disable from what we've seen, but going into the top path, Rainy D is gonna be taken out here by that of the Hoopa.
Looking good so far here, but look at this. That's a good wood hammer, but there was not enough response. It was a good, but there's not enough damage dealer on the side of Forum United Esports, so that's actually very unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think like they needed any attackers there though. Like the Woodhammer is already good for them to get a bit of a space in order to get out, and I think that's already a very good idea because if they do then attack Onic Christ, they're just gonna be eaten out there in that team fight, giving Onic Christ a huge advantage. With that being said, though, in just a few seconds, first set of objectives is gonna be coming out.
Coming out here in 2 seconds, but look at this. I love the split here. I love the splitting of task here, but at the same time, Grim United Esports really wants to prioritize the objective all the way to the bottom path. And this one, the egg bombs would just be a mechanism in order to delay things out. Look at that. That was a beautiful egg bomb, but not going to be quite enough for them to prevent the scores coming in from Onic Christ. But on the other hand, they got the objective all the way to the bottom path. So right now, they just have to rotate back all the way to the top and potentially contest the Regileg.
Emerald 2 steps are going to be popped up as well as Dark Pulse though, but not going to be able to do a lot here. Look at that. Hornley's going to be popped up as well just to push away Illuna, but it's not going to be enough as they are still able to take down that Trevenant and the Darkrai. And now it's going to be a 1-for-1 here. 1v1 instead of the top path, but it's still going to be, you know, with a Gabite though, going to try to get in this Regieleki cell. Tries to get out with Bounce, but now we have to remember there's still the Hoopa with the Hyperspace Hole. Might be able to bring up everyone into their team. Now Ear can be able to take down the Blissey. No more sustain here for the side of Buram United Esports. Alone, they're not going to be able to do anything, but never mind though. There goes Ayaka with that of the Cerulege, going to be able to seal away the Regieleki from that of Onic Rise. But the thing is, would they be able to survive this match, this team fight though? Yes, they will. Going to be able to take down the Gyarados, and of course, Electro Drift going to be able to take down the Cerulege as well in the process.
Oh yeah, that was a well-timed Revenant Ran in order for them to secure the objective. Right now, this is going to be difficult once again for Buram United Esports. The leaders are falling down at the hands of Onic Rise.
There's going to be another KO, another casualties inside of Buram United Esports, though. You know, see, even when Buram United Esports was able to take in that of the Regieleki, it still wasn't enough for them to, you know, get back into Onic Rise. But at least, you know, fortunately for them, they were able to get in that Regi bottom. But then, they're coming up in just a few seconds. Let's find out if they're going to be able to take this one up as well. There we go. Dark Pulse going to be able to take down Illuna in the process.
And that's actually a good knockout here, coming inside of Buram United Esports, knowing that they have to prioritize this Regi objective all the way to the bottom path. But right now, Rings and Bound going to be pop off here.
Yeah, Psyduck is going to be in here as well. Look at that. Disable into Surf. One more. Push him away. Here comes the Wood Hammer into that of the softball. Let's assist us into Trevenant. Phantom Force is going to be popped out as well. Limited Outrage. There we go. There's going to be 2 down to the side of Onic Rise. Are they going to be able to take it out, though? Yes, they will. Buram United Esports secures the Regi Eyes for themselves. They're going to be 3 down into the side of Onic Rise. And Buram United Esports, they're not going to be waiting for Rayquaza. They want to take Onic Rise right now, this instant.
Oh yeah, for sure. They know they have the big advantage here, so why not make the most out of it? Because the Rayquaza fight is going to be very crucial. It's actually a 50-50 for them. And right now, they just have to take down another goal zone all the way to the top path after securing this Regieleki. But Pupaza, on the other hand, could really see a lot of members here. He does sense it. He has an information. So right now, has to call for backup immediately. And they need that Darkrai in order for them to get an upper hand for making everyone sleep into their hands.
Oh, for sure. But here we go. Pupaza getting isolated, gets the Horn Leash, but it's not going to be enough though. Is it going to be? Yes, it is going to be enough with the Focus Band. Going to be able to survive another day here, but one more mistake, one more overextension, and they're going to get taken out. Look at that though. Not going to be able to hit with the Dragon Plug. Emerald 2 is going to be popped up as well. With that of the Meteor Storm, going to be able to take down Ayaka P. Dragon Current as well. Here comes the follow-up coming in from Hoopa and the Bounce. Taking down the Blissey. That's going to retreat into the side of Buram United Esports. No, make that 4 as Darkrai gets taken out by the Electro Drift and Livid Outrage. Look at this though. The Outrage is not going to be enough. 2v1 taking everyone out in Buram United Esports. And Onic Rise is rising up to take down this Regieleki.
Yeah, for sure. And that Dragon Current was really the dictating statement for Onic Rise for them to bounce back even further, making sure that Dragon's Current would be able to knock up a couple of members at the side of Buram United Esports and make them get the knockouts and the upper hand into the Regieleki. And right now, this is going to be another casualty at the side of Buram United Esports. Onic Rise charging even further all the way into the goal zones of Buram United Esports.
Yes, sir, man. Cell with the Gyarados is scary, dude. Like parabolic charge, electro jet. Sorry, that's me right on. I'm sorry.
That's right. No, that's right on.
My bad.
You move.
Dude, imagine if Gyarados actually went in for parabolic charge, electro drift. My bad, guys. I meant bounce and Dragon Current. With that being said, though, Dragon Current is not available for the Ray fight.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a very difficult time here on the side of Broom United Esports. And just imagine, they only have 49 moves compared to the complete set that Onic Rise really does have in their favor. So this is going to be very tough for Broom United Esports. And what they need to do right now is to put everyone into sleep with that Dark Cry leading the charge for their team. But the question is, can they avoid this once and for all? This Psyduck is ready to disable even further.
And there you have it. Dragon Card is going to be popped up. Leave it. Arrow Ace as well. Rings and Bell is going to be popping up as well. The Flame Charge not going to allow Ayaka P to go to the other side. Bliss Assistance into that of the Trevenant, into the Wood Hammer. Unfortunately, no response, no follow-up. And there you have it. Off-cam, Ayaka P is going to be taken out as well. No more Reverend Ren in the process, though. And look at this, though. Look at that. Phantom Force is going to be popped up here. AXQ still survives another day, but unfortunately, the Dark Cry is going to be able to take them out. And there you have it. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade in favor of no one. Eeyore wants to get away. Here comes the hyperspace hole as well. Going to be able to secure some HP for themselves. Cell wants to get away, but they're not going to be able to get away as they are now going down to sleep from the Dark Cry. Dark voiding them out. But here you have it. 2v4 is going to be the name of the game here. The Psyduck going to be able to take down that of the Garchomp as well. Iluna is still trying to push them out. Here comes the Surf, but Darkrai is going to be able to secure their Rayquaza over themselves. 30 seconds is going to be up left here for Boream United Esports to score in. Iluna wants to defend the first tier score goal, wants to remove all those shields, but unfortunately not going to be enough. And that's going to be 100 points here for Boream United Esports. Onic still has 16 seconds to score in, but unfortunately not going to be able to do as much as they want to. Ayaka P gonna be stopped down here. Boream United Esports, they might have been stopped here by Onic Rise, but they are not gonna be able to stop the Rayquaza buffs for themselves, securing the win once again by the same strategy they did against Full Sense.
It's not just Full Sense, actually. It's about every series that they win here in the league. And might to tell you, I love the concept that Onic Rise was trying to do a while ago during the Rayquaza fight. They were trying to drag every single members of Boream United Esports all the way down into the bottom path for them to have a much more farther distance for them to reach the Rayquaza. But as a matter of fact, that Ray D was really efficient, making everyone sleep, and at the same time, very sad, babysitting everyone else, every single members of their team actually, in order to prolong the team fight. And Onic Rise was just, had a little bit of a mini collapse a while ago. It was just the Psyduck that's left alone with Disable trying to land on their favor. So in terms of the overall amount of value that they got, yes, the concept, the strategy was right for Onic Rise, but the overall amount of output, it's just way too better at the hands of BRU.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a Boream United Esports. They already have this. They have this formula, right? They already have this formula that, okay, yeah, sure, you might be able to get like the points advantage. You might have the, you might be in the lead, but at the end of the day, it's still not Rayquaza. Rayquaza is still going to define our fates, and they've done it for the last 3 games that they've played. This is might perhaps be the last game that they're going to be playing, the next game 1. So I don't know, man. Like okay, we've had a lot of strategies, dude. One's boarding composition, one's a team fight composition, and this one thus far, I can say, is the most consistent Rayquaza strategy.
I am sure, and everyone is loving it. Everyone is loving how Boream United Esports play all throughout the tournament, and this makes them a formidable team. This what makes them,
for sure,
everyone very surprised because of the amount of firepower that they show, especially on the last 2 minutes of every single game. No matter how things get tight, they always find a way to bounce back, and they're just making themselves become the very best every single game.
And at the same time, like at the mid game, I also noticed that they were already ahead in terms of XP against that of Onic, right? So definitely they had a firepower to go against them into that of the team fights, and it is just basically reinforced as well going into the Rayquaza, and I wonder which team. I wonder which team would be able to like break this formula that Burem United Esports has already got it. Because honestly, that's a really hard team to break. I mean, it's always a coin flip, right? It's always a coin flip. It's always a high risk, high reward, but they make it so that there's less risk but higher reward.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I might tell you that Burem United Esports lost once, and that was their first game with Paper Rex. And after that, it was just landslide victory coming in from them. They managed to defeat Blacklist International. They defeated Brent Sejong during day number 2. And a while ago, they managed to overcome Full Sense as well in a dominating fashion. So it's really hard to break right now. Like, no one can stop the streak yet. Yes, Paper Rex could be there, but they have faced already each other. So there are other teams waiting at the back lane itself. There could be, Alter Ego. There could be Talon. A lot of teams still has potential, but so far, I don't see any potential team yet to stop this kind of streak unless there would be a major adjustment that Onic would do right now.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that I can see for any team to really take down Burem United Esports, I think like Full Sense was very close into doing that. What they would need to do is take down Burem United Esports right before the Rayquaza, take the Rayquaza for themselves, or if not, know their targets, right? Know their objectives, take them out one by one, and basically overwhelm them with numbers going into the Rayquaza. Because if they are gonna be left together or left alive, right, during the Rayquaza, then really any team's going to have a hard time going up against them, man. Going back into the team competition though, I think we're gonna be seeing more or less the same. Definitely not a Garchomp anymore. We're gonna be seeing that of the Garchomp's gonna be stolen here by Rice, whereas Burem United Esports is now gonna game for that of the Zacian instead.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to destroying this strategy of Burem United Esports, one thing that I could actually notice or I could actually think of is try to engage into a team fight before the final stretch. That's like around 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Right? Force them to be like in an edge, like force them to be pinched before the final stretch starts. So if they could do a team wipe or they could actually go for the team knockout, definitely they could just take the Rayquaza as fast as they can. And some team could actually do that, just like the example of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego is known for being aggressive. So why not we take the aggressive gaming phase for around 2:30 or 2:20 of the game and just go for the team knockout?
I think 220 is cutting it a little bit too short. If anything, I think like 215 is the latest. The earliest. The latest be 210. Because, like 15 seconds of a, respawn timer really would do a lot for the team against Burem United Esports. But then again, Burem United Esports slowly but surely am becoming a fan of this team. That I can say for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. They have been garnering a lot of fans. Not just us, but every single member, every single viewers out there, every single fans out there who's watching our live stream. And they really deserve, the energy of the fans. They do. Because just imagine, they have been doing a lot of upsets. Like, let's face it. Like a lot of fans out there were not expecting Burem United Esports to be this kind of explosive. Yet they managed to defeat a lot of powerhouse teams here. Just imagine, they managed to go 2-1 against Paper Rex despite dropping the series.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it just doesn't stop there, right? It doesn't stop there. Onic Christ is definitely one of the teams that everyone is looking forward to as well, and they already got a game ahead of them. Not only that, right? How would I call this? It's not just that, they do it in a dominating fashion as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now they have to watch for it. They have to watch out, actually, because it's actually a big statement coming in from BRU, and they are just showing their prowess every single game, and they have been evolving a lot But right now for game number 2, they have to be on their footing once again. They have to do the same. They have to be consistent, actually.
Yeah.
And don't make Onic Christ discover your secrets.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But here we go. Bram United Esports, they are being the one that's aggressive this game around. Confusion is gonna be popped up here just to sun a bit into that of the Mirai Dome. Still not gonna be enough to put it down. So.
Sure. Right now they're gonna be, fighting for the birds, and actually I thought they would have to engage into a mid skirmish out there, but the Zacian decided to cancel it immediately after getting the XPs that they need. So this is a matter of fact that BRU is trying to play safe in order for them not to be gapped out immediately by Onic Price, because if Onic Price gets the upper hand and they would have difficulties catching up in terms of XP, that will be the biggest problem that they could actually face in this game.
Right, for sure. I totally agree with you. But with that being said, though, we're gonna be seeing a bit of a, some kind of objective here. The burst is gonna be coming up in just a bit as well, just like 40 seconds. But we're gonna be seeing some bit of a poking into that other central area where Ayaka with that other Lich is trying to get in a bit of the burst as well as AXQ just tries to poke them out, give a bit of an information towards their team.
For sure, they need that information in order to have an upper hand into the objectives. But so far, first 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 15 seconds of the game, no scores are being made yet. It's pretty quiet. It's just a matter of objectives, just go for the XPs, and potentially this could be the moment they have been waiting for. After the objective, or before the objective rather, they have to force the team fight and go for the knockouts.
Oh no, yeah, definitely we're going to be seeing some action here when the birds come out in 2, 1. Here we go. Let's find out who's going to be able to take that one out. But look at that. The clash is happening up top. Where is the fight? There we have it. Asian is up here, putting up some damage into the goodbye. Unfortunately, not going to be enough to take it down. And look at that, though. Another one here into Ear. Tries to get away with a Dark Cry. Still low with HP. Going to be taken out. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade here in favor of Onic Rise. But the question is, would they be able to push away Bram United Esports to secure this Reggie Alecki? Not quite yet. Not with a Trevenant in mind here. Not with a Wood Hammer. They're not going to be able to take down this Reggie Alecki. But never mind. They were able to buy a lot of time here and take away the Reggie Alecki from Bram United Esports. And now they are just pushing it forward to the first third score goal.
Yeah, and Lula doing the works of wonders here, doing some multiple surfs around in this area in order for them to get the upper hand or get the zoning capabilities for them to secure the Regieleki. And right now, they're focusing themselves in order to shoot it into the goal zone.
And as we say that, the Eldegal is going to be taken out in the process, whereas everyone else is low into the side of Bram United Esports. And look at this, though. Onic Rise, with that of the bite, slowly but surely trying to push in as well with Ilona coming in with the side dock.
With the side dock right now. I love how Iluna plays. You just have to disrupt the rotation of your opponents, and that could actually provide a lot from your team, knowing that you could get enough spacing for your team, and number 2, you could actually secure much more wild Pokemon, especially in the forest, because it really does spawn for quite some time, and definitely you would want to maximize the wild Pokemons all the way to the forest. But Registeel's eyes on the prize. Bram United Esports is going to be here.
Yep, Bliss Assistance is going to be able to make use of that, and they're going to be able to secure that of the Registeel as well. Going to be able to take down that of the Garchomp and the Eldegoss as well. Meteor Sword is going to be popped up as well, but they're still not going to be able to put in some scores. Electro Drift is going to be popped up here, but the answer here coming in from Ear is still not enough. There comes in the Nasty Plot into that of the Darkrai, but just enough to push them away. Not going to be able to destroy the first score goal as well.
Yeah, and this is what I like for Bram United Esports. They haven't been forcing enough team fights so that they know that they can't win or in a 50-50 situation. They just want to make sure that, they get the objective, they have to back out immediately, and they just need the buffs, actually. And if they have advantage in terms of number, why not just go for the team fight? But right now, this is very disciplined rotations coming in from their team. After the objective, march upward all the way into the Regieleki and potentially get the Regieleki and convert it into a score for their team.
Yeah, and with that being said, though, Regieleki is now up and running once again. So definitely there's going to be another team fight here to know who is ever is going to be able to take down this Regieleki. Electric Drift is going to be popped up here as well as Trevenant tries to repel away Onic Rise here so that they can secure the Regieleki. But I think they would have a hard time here Disable is going to be popped up into the Surf just to be able to allow them to get a bit of a spacing here, allowing that Regieleki to put in some, HP back up, and Saya, yeah, is going to be popped out as well. And here you go, going to be able to take down the Blissey and that of the Miraidon as well. But unfortunately, Zacia is going to be able to secure that Regieleki for themselves as Onic Christ now pushes Burnham United Esports back as they score and destroy the first score goal. Well, actually, not quite yet, but very sad. It's now very sad going back down to the Pokemon Center. Are they? No, not quite yet. But at least they were able to just score the first score goal.
Yeah, for sure. And they managed to get the grip of it despite losing the objective a while ago. So that was actually a big win still coming in from Onic Christ because they were able to defend the Regieleki from marching down all the way from their goal zone. And they managed to take down a goal zone at the side of Burnham United Esports. So there's actually a win situation for them despite not getting the objective. So Burnham United Esports shifted their attention all the way into the Regis. But right now, I don't see any opening for them in order to score another goal.
And also, we have to remember as well, right? Like, yes, Burnham United Esports may only have 14 points. Onic Rise has 200. But look at the XPs here. Dude, Burnham United Esports across the board is still in the lead in comparison to that of Onic Rise. Sure, Eeyore is currently at level 13, but that's just Eeyore.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be tough, especially when Burnham United Esports could actually afford a shutdown. They would garner a lot of XP rewards and make it even more difficult inside of Onic Rise. So I think that would be their main prioritization, especially that time is already ticking. So Onic Rise has to force that team fight to happen.
Pupaza getting isolated here by Onic Rise. I think they're going to be able to take it out. Yezari not going to be able to proc in the focus ban, but at the very least, right, like at least they would have their Unite moves and they will be ready as well for that of their Rayquaza when it comes out. But then again, there's still 10 more seconds for that of the Regieleki to come up. So definitely huge progress here for Rise if they are going to be able to take it for themselves. But only 7 seconds, not quite enough.
Alright, that's a good wood hammer to start things off, but the amount of damage that Onic Rise has been dealing at the side of Burnham United Esports is really phenomenal, and that would give a lot of a hard time for Pupaza to go into the front line. So this is actually more than 50-50, but that Electro Gif could really save their fights later on.
Oh yeah, for sure, but here you go though. Disable to start things off into the Surf. Gonna be popping up. Mystical Kiss is gonna be popping as well. Fight the Forest. There we have it. The Bliss Assistance into the Miraidon is gonna be popped up as well. And there you go. Fair Floric gonna be popped up. Cloud Crash as well. Limited Outrage is gonna be popping up, but not quite of a damage to do against that of Burnham United Esports. But at the very least, they are currently low. Look at that. Meteor Sword is going to be popped up as well. Huge damage to the Onic Rise, but it's still not enough. The fight is still not over. They need to regroup before they can get in for another team fight. Darkrai still has Worst Nightmare, and we have the Sovereign Sword as well into the side of Zacian, but then again, it only has 3 points, so it's still not going to be, the maximum damage going into the team fight.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Burnham United Esports really has to step up their game. They have to force their way inside the Rayquaza, and Onic Rise has been doing a phenomenal zoning capabilities, especially with Illuna.
Yeah, but we have to remember, Ayaka still has Revenant Ren. Are they going to be popping it off? Where is Ayaka? Where do they need them? Garchomp is going to be able to take down that Miraidon, and look at that! The Revenant Ren is going to be taken out as well. That is a Psyduck and securing the Rayquaza for themselves as well. And just like that, Burnham United Esports once again has done it with their own formula. Yes, they might have been losing the first stage of the game, but Rayquaza is where they shine.
Yes, definitely. And right now, it's all about going back into their Pokemon Center. Go back to their base. And I love how Burnham United Esports really invested their Unite moves in order to secure that Rayquaza. With the power of Revenant Ren and the Sovereign Sword, they managed to land the last hit. They actually that was more of a Revenant Ren last hit, but for the sake of making sure that they can secure it, Sovereign Sword was there for the follow-up for their team, and that made it actually a very clutch moment for their team, and wiping out Onic Rise into 2-0.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, Reverend Ren is it's not as strong, right? It wasn't as strong as you'd like it to be, but still enough for you to be able to secure your Rayquaza, sure, doesn't have its full potential with the charge, right, for the Sovereign Sword, but again, was able to secure it for themselves. I do feel though for Ayaka, um, being able to use Reverend Ren, right? It was actually a good move, but I feel like they came in a little bit a little bit late than I would like it to be. What do you feel about that?
Uh, when it comes to the Revenant Ren, was actually a good decision, to pop it up just like that in time. They weren't actually trying to go for the knockouts, and that was actually smart for BRU because they just prioritize the objectives. And if they got the objective, basically they just have to, charge in, just have to run all the way to the goal zone. And because they have that potential with the Electro Drift and the Phantom Force of their kit, they can actually just go in, just push in, and no need to contest, no need to go for the team fights, and just sure goals for your team. And as far as I know, it was actually, was it agility or play rough that we saw from the Zacian? I'm not quite sure, but they managed to go ahead into the goal zone ahead of time.
So, see, the reason why I say this, why I feel like Ayaka was a little bit too late, is because remember Reverend Ren, look at that, Reverend Ren, just a little bit too late here, right? It's used to secure the Rayquaza instead of like going for a knockout, as you mentioned, right? But the thing is, we have to remember that if you are aligned right, Reverend Ren can stun your opponents and deal damage at the same time. So like, Rayquaza is already down low, and if you use Reverend Ren, right? If you use Reverend Ren, you would still be, you would be stunning your opponents, getting the free hit into the Rayquaza, allowing you to secure it more than when you're just gonna be using it for securing the Rayquaza. That's what I feel. I mean, you can still go towards the Rayquaza and get still the knockouts, right? With the Reverend Ren. So that's just how I feel. So maybe
sure.
So.
I mean, yeah, for sure, it does make sense, right? Like you could really use a lot of choices, especially on the Revenant Ren, and I just love how their team works out, their synergy, to be specific, because as we mentioned and as we saw a while ago, it's not just the Revenant Ren that was able to secure the Rayquaza. It was actually the Zacian who really did the last hit with the Sovereign Sword. So quite phenomenal shot calls from their team, and it was just an upset once again against Onic Price, because Onic Price was controlling the game for at least 9 minutes, and 1 minute was enough to shut them down.
Man, it's at the start of the game, I said I am slowly turning in, becoming a BRU fan.
Yeah.
But this time, I can definitely say that I am a BRU fan, dude.
We are.
I don't care if you're calling me a bandwagon, but man, you cannot deny the prowess of BRU. And speaking of BRU, though, we're not going to be able to see them again today. We're going to be seeing them on the next days, December 14th for day number 4. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trains alike, we'll be right back. Eat your snacks and drink your drinks. We'll be right back for more Pokemon Unite action. Don't go anywhere.
unite! Pokémon unite! Pokémon unite! Pokémon unite! Pokémon unite!
Hi there, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Still your casters for tonight. It's Pikios with JJ Kun, and after that match number 4 that we witnessed a while ago, we're gonna be having a we do have to go back actually to match number 3 due to the difficulties of the teams witnessed a while ago, or actually they were having difficulties a while ago, so we had to skip them for a bit. But right now we'll go back to their game number 3 for their series in order for them, to seal the deal once and for all. But what are your thoughts here, JJ?
That's the thought, dude. I mean,
I'm fine, right? Yeah.
I mean, like, at least, right? At least we're not gonna be skipping the games, right? At least we're still gonna be seeing the results of what's going to happen with what do you call this? Alter Ego and Onyx, right? Evos Onyx. So, heading straight into the game immediately. This is game number 3 for these teams, and this is what we missed earlier, But everything's fixed now. Everything's all done. So, yeah, they're gonna have a fun time, I think.
Yeah, I think, yeah. And here's the thing, right? Alter Ego would have to play match number 5 later on, right after this, because they're going to be going against Paper Rex, and especially a tough one, knowing that fatigue factor is also one that you have to consider when playing. So definitely they have to play as much as 4 straight games if they would go to the max, or three straight games. But I do feel like they have it in Cerebral later on, so they have ample time to stretch their fingers, stretch their bodies in order to release the stress that they have right now. But moving forward to the draft, so Z-Ray would actually secure that Miraidon for their team. Quite, very phenomenal for the team. They want the back lane damage, actually, or they could just charge it with the Electro Drift, just like what we witnessed a while.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not. This is also good, right? Like we have the Leafeon and the Blissey immediately. Z-Ray with that of as you have mentioned, the Miraidon with the Electro Drift, perhaps. And that's what we saw as well, right? On the last match, match number 4, game number 2, which was utilized very, very greatly. So, with this being said, we can only say we can only guarantee the Electro Drift if we are going to be seeing Hyperspace Hole, right? Sorry, a Hoopa, rather. Hyperspace.
That's a new Pokemon for you.
Sorry, my bad. If we see a Hoopa going into Alter Ego, but otherwise, I think it's going to be a backlane attacker with the Thunder and, of course, Charge Beam. So it seems as if they're going to be gunning in for an Eldegoss instead. Psyduck, definitely a respect band coming in from that of Evos Onic.
Oh, yeah, and what I love here is that the comeback of Serena is really present. The side of Evos Onic, it's actually a good option. Being able to, go for the Queen's Ascendant later on for the 1v1s. And what I love is the addition of the Snorlax as well for their team. It could actually go for a block as far as I can see, in order for them to prevent that Blaziken coming in together with that Darkrai. So same thing with the Electro Drift, actually, that has a potential to block away them. So this is actually a good pickup, knowing that they could actually go for the counter immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, right, like, I do feel for Evos Onic here that they are quite confident and that they were quite confident into picking up this Rodrio, knowing the fact that there's no Umbreon into the side of Alter Ego. So meaning that, Evos Onic here with Kane would freely be able to roam around the map with the Dodrio without any problem of getting stunned or getting isolated in a single space with Meanloop. So really amazing pick here coming from Evos Onic. So I'm really excited here to see how they're going to be faring up against that of Alter Ego. Again, this is game number 3, Alter Ego versus Evos Onic.
Man, very exciting matchup. This is going to be their last game, at least for this series, but we'll get to see more action of Alter Ego later on during their match number 5 up against Paper Rex. So definitely, they have been putting a lot of show so far. They have been showing their prowess, their aggressive gameplays, and Evos Onic managed to counter that one out a while ago. So definitely, they had a little bit of a rest despite resolving the issue a while ago. So hopefully that will be a setback for their team in order to compete competitively, or much more competitively, heading towards this game.
Dude, I just have to correct one thing that you mentioned. We're gonna be seeing Evos Onic again later. So remember the 8th game? Yeah. The last game of the day.
I totally missed that one. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's cool. I mean, we just want to see more Pokemon Unite action, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that is why we're here, right? We want to see more action in Pokemon Unite.
Exactly.
It has been a phenomenal game that I have been playing since release.
I mean, honestly, I would understand as well, because, they have been playing for quite a while now, so...
Yeah, I mean, all of us, right? All of us. We cannot deny that.
Yeah, so, going back into the game, though, Alter Ego seems to have a bit of a problem here. Evos Onic is the one that's leading and being the one that gives up a bit of a, pressure towards that of Alter Ego. Genki is pressuring up Evos Onic by utilizing Gluttony, right? The passive ability allowing Snorlax to run faster with a very close in the vicinity. Look at this, though. Still does not have block, but does have access to what do you call it? Oh, actually, still don't have any access to heavy crap yet.
Oh, I love that. I love how he prevented Ice from scoring goal. That's actually phenomenal for the team. That Electro Drift, not gonna be quite enough to, secure a knockout. At least dish out some damage before you go down.
Right.
That's actually very smart.
Wait, sorry, I have to correct myself as well. Why was I saying that there was no Umbreon, no Meanloop? Sorry, there's an Umbreon for the set of Alter Ego and Evos Onyx. That's gonna be a problem. Sorry, that's gonna be a problem for that of the Drio, is what I meant to say earlier. But Jinkies though now invading the central. Okay, it's not a heavy slam block Snorlax, but instead it is a central area Snorlax where it's utilizing what do you call this?
Flail and Yawn.
Flail and Yawn. Yes, it's an attacking Snorlax.
Oh wow, that's gonna be huge of an impact actually, because when you go for the flail, specifically, you would want to dish out a lot of damage by being aggressive, and it's a front line, and at the same time, it's aggressive. So Evos Onyx so far, they don't have a problem in terms of pushing back their enemies away. It's actually
Right.
it's actually a block, but in an aggressive form.
Right, and at the same time, right, like flail actually has a quelling effect as well. So everyone in the vicinity that's close to the fists of Snorlax, look at that, like a bit of like a smoke that comes out of its fist. It would actually go up and hit everyone else as well. So, so it's not going to have Yawn, but instead goes in for the block. I think they might have made a misclick for the flail, and might actually be going in for heavy slam, because it doesn't make any sense for you to go in for flail and then block. Perhaps Yawn, sure, but not flail block. No, I don't think.
We're going to be seeing the worst of wonders later on, but that is another knockout. Company side of Alter Ego taking down that Arena in the process. Same thing with the Doge Rio, actually. And this is actually a good goal zone coming in, but the Queen Ascendant will land here at the hands of Evos Onyx, but Alter Ego still charging in all the way into the goal zone of Evos Onyx.
Yeah, Alter Ego though still not going to be stopping there, as they were able to destroy the first score goal and now goes up. But 94 needs to survive this, needs to wait for the teammates. Are they going to be able to do that though? Yes, they will. Buy some time now, ready to put in some clash. Once again, up top, there goes the Dark Pulse coming from the Dark Cry. Going to be able to take down one. No, make that two. Coming from the Mirai to destroy the first score goal as well. And now secure the Reggie Elecki for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. This is actually a guaranteed coming in from them. 5 members making sure that they be able to charge this one in all the way to the goal zone. But as you can see, 3 members at the side of Evos Onyx will try to defend this for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the Drio and Leafeon not being in on this team fight is definitely going to put them up in such a disadvantage. But now the Drio and Leafeon is now coming up back as well. Try to, reinforce them, try to follow up into that of Alter Ego, but the low HP is on the Blissey. Blissey gonna be taken out by the Reggie. Like, unfortunately, there's gonna be 3 down. The Drio and the Serena is gonna be taken out as well. But here comes the push, coming in with the block. Jinky pushing down the Reggie Elecki. Beautiful stuff here from the Snorlax. And I think maybe it's not a misclick. Maybe that is actually what they're aiming for. The flail and the block, quite uncharacteristic, but I guess if they make it work, then
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you make use of a flail and a block, it would be much more easier for you to block the path of your enemy, especially if you're in the process of using flail. So that's actually how you make utilize or how you make use of it, especially in instances that you make mistake or misclicks.
But I mean, you can't use flail when using block, and at the same time, right? Like Snorlax does have X speed, so it's quite uncommon to do that. Is how I would say it. But anyway, speaking of which, though, gonna be able to take down Serena in the process as well. But Ice here tries to get in a little bit. Shingdi, gonna be seen here, but Shingdi, Dark Voice gonna pop up into the block. Are they gonna be able to get away? Emerald 2-step, unfortunately not gonna hit because of the Dark Pulse. And here we have it, 2v4. Shingdi gonna be up left here with the mean look, but actually gonna be able to get away again with the Dark Pulse. Being able to buy enough time for their teammates to respond, gonna be able to take down the Snorlax as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the power of Alter Ego. Mirai's gonna be taken out though, coming in from that of Serena, but the Serena's gonna be taken out as well. Look at this though. Resort not gonna be able to survive another day. Leafeon's gonna be taken out. That's gonna be 2-for-1 trade here as they secure 94 secures Reggie Elecki up top as well.
And yes, this is looking good, especially that Alter Ego managed to, get a couple of wild Pokemons all the way from the forest, in which they're taking away the resources of Evos Onyx. That's why, as you can see, Dodrio in the process is actually going in for the trades in order for them to give a difficult time or make things even. So right now, a lot of members from Alter Ego backing away a little bit here. They know that they don't have the lead yet, or they don't have a big discrepancy. So they have to play it out very safe, and potentially they want to take the Reggie objective all the way into the bottom path to be prepared even more later on in the Rayquaza fight.
But that just puts them in a forced option select, right? Just because of the fact that the Dodrio is there. So if they take in this Reggie bottom, that is a Reggie Rock, then they are just allowing the Dodrio to score in freely as well. So that is, that is the deficit here that Alter Ego is facing at the moment. In comparison to Evos Onyx, where they can just really go in, go out whenever they want to. And speaking of which, the Rayquaza is going to be coming up in just a bit as they are preparing, to position themselves towards the central.
Yeah, for sure. They have to get the footing already. They have to get their positions intact, because it will be difficult, especially that if you're a Snorlax, you don't have the mobility. It's just, and especially you don't have the heavy slam, by the way. So you would just brute force walk in with the flail, and maybe there could be a follow-up from the Bliss assistance, but they have to babysit that Leafeon as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the option select here coming in from that of the Blissey. But look at this, though. Guess into the Dark Pulse as well, into the Overheat, and block. Not going to be able to block those damages as Serena's going to be taken out as well. Kane tries to get away as well with the Meteor Storm. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hit anyone at all. And look at that, the Meteor Storm. Sorry, the Miraidon is going to be soloed here by that of Evos Onyx. But look at this. We have the Snorlax once again trying to push them up. Powering up is going to be popped up as well. Overheat going to be eating them up. Here comes the knock. Coming from far up, but the 4v1 though not gonna allow you to survive. Now Alter Ego does have the advantage into that Rayquaza, but we have to remember Leafeon is still here. Dark Pulse is gonna be popped up here, coming in from that Oshengdi as well, but Leafeon still survives another day. Dodrio though low on HP, trying to find the perfect timing to get in onto that of the Rayquaza. Are they gonna be able to get it though? That is the big question. And here you have it, Alter Ego, Electric Beam is gonna be popped up as well. Cloud Crash. Not quite enough to put down Rayquaza, but look at this though. Evos Onyx gonna be able to secure the Rayquaza. Dark Pulse, are they gonna be able to stop them from scoring in? Here comes the Dodrio with the divided into 3 points, putting them down 32. Again, 399 points for Evos Onyx. Alter Ego at 172, no, making 272. Still not gonna be enough to answer back to Evos Onyx.
Yeah, indeed. Very unfortunate after that scores that Evos Onyx did. They managed to get back into their base immediately and, just go for the guard. They know that Alter Ego has a lot of points on their pocket, and a comeback is really possible if you don't defend your goal zone. And very smart decision from Evos Onyx and sealing the deal after making multiple goals. Yet again, Alter Ego wasn't there to finish the job yet, and Evos Onyx overtaking this series 2-1.
That was quite they weren't able to mark down the Dodrio for that matter, because they already had like the lead, they already have the advantage towards the Ray Pit. But unfortunately, the Dodrio was able to slip into their defenses and was able to secure the Rayquaza for themselves. Again, high risk, high reward kind of gameplay coming in from that of Evos Onyx, but still it paid off to them quite amazingly. Honestly, Kane here with the Dodrio, definitely the MVP of the game here. Resort, yeah, played really well as well, but if it wasn't for Kane taking down the Rayquaza, I don't think they would be able to win that much. But with that being said though, congratulations to Evos Onyx winning 2-1 against that of Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. Kane really did play a huge role, actually. That role of his was very vital, to be honest, to the point that Kane was not there, definitely it could have been a different story. Maybe Alter Ego could have overtook their position instead, because he was just the Kane was roaming around at the same time, dealing a lot of damage. He was all over the map if we're going to be observing it, not just in the final stretch, but the whole duration of the game. He doesn't have an idle time, to be specific. If there's casualties happening, he has to score a goal. If he can't score a goal, definitely they would have to force a team fight in order for them to have a maximum value output coming in from their team.
Yeah, but Alter Ego definitely is on the advantage in terms of team fights. It's just that Evos Onyx was able to puncture through a very small gap into the side of Alter Ego by the end of the game. But at the same time, I like the fact that Evos Onyx made sure that they are not in on what do you call it? They are always on that very specific, very close in just recording against that of Alter Ego, making sure that even if they can, even if they lose a Rayquaza, with the Dodrio at hand, they can still catch up.
Yeah, for sure. And being able to catch up like that was very clutch actually for Evos Onyx. And Alter Ego, yes, they have a great composition. Actually, they have a good utilization over the Darkrai, but it was just a matter of fact, like Kane really did control the game a while ago, and it was just phenomenal. He was just overtaking everyone else with the movement speed, the damage that it could provide, and the Leafeon, quite actually their secondary option as well, in which they made it work on their favor.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's quite unfortunate for Alter Ego, as they're still not going to be able to get any points for today. But do they still have a game? I believe they still have a game, right?
Yeah, it will be the next one actually.
Yeah, the next one. Yeah, they still have a match here, but that's going to be quite a bummer because again, you're coming in from loss, and then you're going to be playing up against another game, and that is going to be up against Paper Rush, again another phenomenal team in this tournament. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading into a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. See you in a bit.
Pokemon unite! Pokemon unite!
Hi there, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Your current caster still is going to be me, PKOs, and with JJ Kun. And after that, Alter Ego run up against Evos Onic. We're going to be seeing another action for Alter Ego, but this time up against Paper Rex.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, these are again the teams that everyone has been looking forward to, and Alter Ego, unfortunately, is coming up from a loss here. Game number 3 we just saw, against that of Evos Onic, but going up against like Paper Rex, I mean, Paper Rex is a really strong team. Paper Rex, I mean, the momentum that they have, AE, right? Alter Ego, the momentum that they have going against into this game is definitely going to be putting them in quite a disadvantage. So I'm just, I hope that Alter Ego, with that 5 minutes of break, right? 5 minutes of break, is able to breathe in and be able to get back up, bounce back going into this game.
Yeah, for sure. And they need that mental reset, actually, in order for them to move on or move forward, actually, heading towards this series. Because this will be, a pretty tough spot, actually, coming in for them. Because if we're going to be taking a look at the pointing system, or actually the leaderboards that is currently happening right now. So for the past 2 days that we've had before, they were actually 1 and 2, which makes them 1 and 3 right now in terms of standing. So I feel like that's around 7-8 points. Correct me if I'm mistaken. So it's around that. But basically, they just won a series, and technically they lost 3 already in the process.
Right, and I mean, they are currently the 9th placer in terms of the leaderboard ranking. So definitely not a good spot to be in if they wanted to, get in on the the playoffs, right? So again, all they need to do now is get into the playoffs, and then play better, play good, so that they can get in onto the top 4 to qualify for that of the ACL finals, right, in March. But with that being said, again, we're going to be looking over to our key player here for Alter Ego. That's going to be Shingdi with the Drio, Zoroark, and Mimikyu as their top 3 Pokemon pick thus far in the tournament. But then again, we have been seeing them use a different kind of Pokemon as well, such as the Darkrai. So we might be able to see them. Change this top 3 Pokemon pick as we go on the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And they've been having a big amount of Pokemon pool that they actually use. But on the other hand, HT, Urshifu, and Zoroark only. So does that mean that HT has been using Urshifu and Zoroark only for the whole duration of the tournament? I think that is actually the case. I'm not truly sure, because I haven't been listing all down the Pokemon that a specific player has been using. But yeah, we have been seeing multiple times using the Urshifu and the Zoroark, and definitely a lot of teams are respecting the Urshifu pick here. But can we take a look at the prediction here? A lot of
it's 3 out of 10, dude. It's a 3 out of 10 dentists recommends Alter Ego. You know what I mean?
It's actually the same story from the past couple of games. Like, a lot of it are 7 over 10, like 8 over 10. But
this time I'm joining the fray, dude. I'm joining the fray. And,
I want to be proven wrong. Actually, I want to be proven.
Oh, we will.
Oh yeah, definitely. Please, Your Honor. I want to be once again by you specifically.
With that being said, though, we're gonna be heading into our drafting phase. Um, I think so. Here's the thing, right? Like, if they if Alter Ego bans out the Zoroark, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be getting in the Urshifu, or maybe the other way around. Ban the Urshifu, get into the Zoroark, which then would put HC in quite an interesting predicament because as we've seen, HC only got Urshifu, if not um Zoroark in their arsenal, so we might be able to see them choose another Pokemon later on. But Urshifu or what we call this Zoroark wasn't banned anyway, so still, it's those two Pokemon still open.
Yeah, for sure, and that is actually a big comfort coming in from HD. So why not make the most out of it, right? So that's actually a good sign for them, especially it wasn't really banned from Alter Ego, but Alter Ego really has the potential to steal away the Urshifu, knowing that every single team who is competing here is actually a big fan of the Urshifu, and we all know how big of a damage that an Urshifu can really blow out, especially onto the mid stages of the game, knowing that it is only one stage evolutionary chain, so definitely the amount of XP and damage that you could get out of it would be really big. But on the other hand, Paper Rex got or prioritized actually Umbreon and Blissey, so one for isolation and one for babysitting, go for the healing,
Yeah.
and quite interesting actually.
No, I mean, again, it's a priority pick. Any team, any composition, Umbreon. So Blissey is too. With that being said, the Alter Ego gonna be going in for that of the Miraidon once again. Paper Rex entering back with Urshifu and Garchomp together, dude, together. Now, going to Alter Ego, we already seen this before. We already know this, that this is going to be happening. Shingdi with the Zoroark always going to be having a Comfy in their roster of their Shingdi with the Zoroark, because they want to ensure that Shingdi survives as much as possible, providing as much as possible damage towards the enemy. So, with that being said, what do you feel about the composition of these two?
For the side of Alter Ego, they have a good composition here, and just like what you pointed out a while ago with regards to the Comfey and the Zoroark that could actually stay at a much longer time. And they also have Ikura with the Snorlax that could actually go for the block, just like what we saw a while ago, or for the Yawn. But I feel like it is going to be much more of a Yawn, because there's no so much of a fast Pokemon here at the side of Paper Rex. But on the other hand, Paper Rex also has a great lineup on their pocket. I mean, they have Urshifu, they have a Garchomp that could actually do a blowout later on into the late game. And they also have Beauty White for the early stages of the game. So it's very well balanced. They have someone to overtake early game. They have someone to overtake the mid game at the late game as well. So you wouldn't say that they are going to be down as much as the 8-minute mark of the game. They always have a response in their composition, so it's really hard to tell. It's really 50-50 here. But in terms of the overall draft, if Alter Ego can really maximize that Zoroark in their composition in the process, definitely they have the upper hand here.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. So, it all goes down into how they're going to be able to execute their game plans here. So, with that being said, Alter Ego versus Paper Rex, game number 1, match number 5 of the day.
Yeah, for sure. We are already halfway here, ladies and gentlemen. We still have until match 8 later on. So, get your popcorns, get your waters, get your drink, and this would be a blowout show that you would never regret watching. And right now, this is actually very confident for Ikura. Actually, he got the buff here in the process. That was actually big, and making Paper Rex, actually, the central laners, suffer at the early stages of the game.
Right, and look at this though, Ikura with a citrus berry holeware as well, just to try to annoy Paper Rex here. Actually does have the focus band as well to proc, just to ensure that they can survive attacks coming from Paper Rex, and be able to put in some scores as well, with the Ace Cookie and all.
Yeah, for sure. And now, it's very quiet. I was expecting a much more explosive performance from Shindy at the early stages of the game, but maybe this is the timing that we have been waiting for. They're advancing even further, not letting Paper Rex get the Swablues and the Altarias here.
Right, and I think this is the time that Alter Ego is trying to adjust from what they did, what they have been playing since earlier, and honestly, they have to, because if they cannot change, they cannot adjust or change their mindset, from earlier, then they would definitely be eaten up here by Paper Rex. But fortunately for them, they are doing so. But Paper Rex, though, still a formidable foe, and they already won a game earlier, so they definitely already have their momentum and their what do you call this? They already have their their win from earlier.
Yeah, and being able to move forward, they're actually undefeated in the whole duration of the tournament, so they want to continue their streak so far. But right now, Shindy is a little bit pinched here in the corner.
Oh yeah, but look at this though. Shangdi, with that of the conflict, gonna be able to take down the Mewtwo Y into that of Paper Rex. This is a very good decision coming from Alter Ego. Just take down one and then disengage and then put in some score, sure. And just like that, you don't need to be too greedy. You don't need to overextend, because if you overextend, you're going to lose everything that you've worked hard for. So, pretty amazing, pretty great. What we call is planning coming from that of Shindy.
Yeah, and decision making as well coming in from their team. And you have to appreciate that they have been scoring minimal amounts of Ao's energies all the way from the goal zone of Paper Rex to ensure that they could manage to convert the Ao's energies instead of stacking it up on your pocket, and it would just result into nothing. So that's actually a huge risk for Alter Ego, making sure that every single move that they do would convert into something.
But we have to consider as well that it's running muscle, attack weight as well. So they really have to put in the scores.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right. So with that being said, though, we're going to be able to see a bit of a foul play here into that of Ikura, just to isolate it just a little bit. Paper Rex now does have the positional advantage into that of Reggie Alecki, but the problem is, would they be able to steal Alter Ego? Unfortunately, not going to be enough, though. Nobody in Alter Ego is up top here. Only Ikura, as the Snorlax, is up left here. So what they're going to be doing here is just give it away, give them the first score goal, and, get an exchange towards the bottom path. That is already Reggie, nice.
Oh yeah, for sure. But look at that. I love how the Kabite here tries to score for the goals. That was actually free stack of the attack really coming in from his side, so it's actually phenomenal and very worth it. But here comes Shindy once again from Alter Ego.
Yes, sir. Egg bombs gonna be popping up here, just trying to survive, just to buy a little bit of time here, waiting for the teammates to pop up. But unfortunately, it's just going to be for nothing, as Blissey is being taken out here without any help at all. Various files for FFF, the Ignite move, gonna be popped up here as well, just to be able to allow their teammates to survive. Flowery Fields Forever. FFF.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful.
It's a tongue twister. Flowery Fields Forever.
I think Flowery Friends. I think it's Flowery Friends Forever.
Oh, is it Friends? It's probably just Fields actually, but I want to double check it right now. But
it feels Flowery Fields Forever.
Yeah, it feels right. Yeah.
Why do I always see Friends?
Well,
I don't know,
to be fair, Confe is friendly. That's why
it is.
That's why Confe attaches to a Pokemon, right?
That is true. So, anyway, going back into the game, Shengdi is currently at level 10, and their streak point into the side of Paper X is as well level 10. Everyone else is at level 9, lowest being that of level 8. That is a Blissey, but it doesn't matter. Along with the Umbreon, because of the fact that they get their Unite moves at level 8. So, with that being said, everyone in the game now has access to their Unite move, and they can just blow everyone up with their Unites.
Yeah, for sure. But right now, Shindy is the one who's going to be forcing his way all in, but the Bliss Assistant is going to be there anytime soon. But the Night Move from the Garchomp will not be landing in their favor, and there goes to Play With Me to isolate 1v1s, but the Meteors will be falling down on the hands, and that is going to be Alter Ego once again, taking down 2 into the process, and I think they are eyeing for a team knockout here, but Paper Rex decides to retreat back immediately.
Paper X definitely won that match, taking down 3 into the side of Alter Ego, Comfy, Zoroark, and the Mimikyu. Definitely the highest damage dealers into the side of Alter Ego, and without those damage dealers, Alter Ego won't be able to answer back against that of Paper X, allowing them now to freely take in this Reggie Alecki for themselves quite freely. But now, Shindy, knowing the fact that they already lost the objective, they just went into going for some scorings here. Sorry, not scoring, but rather XP gainings here, farming their XPs. But now Shindy down bottom, Gonna be able to try to get this Reggie Steel, but unfortunately for them, Egg Bomb is the name of the game here, and getting that Reggie Steel.
Yeah, for sure. That's actually worth it coming in from their team, but right now, Alter Ego so far, they have a lot of leads actually here with the Mimikyu and the Miraidon, but you cannot deny that overall impact in terms of XP, Paper Rex really has a good advantage here, but Shingdi is trying to eliminate as much as he can in order for team to catch up immediately, or for him to dominate the XP benchmark.
Dude, if Mewtwo and the others were there just a little bit earlier, just like a point second earlier, Shingdi would have been KO, dude. Shingdi would have been gone.
For sure. So you have to be careful actually in every actions that they take, because this is actually very crucial. 2 minutes and 40 seconds all the way into the game. You wouldn't want for you to get knocked out, or you don't want to expend or spend your Unite moves, because this is going to be the very crucial part of the game, to the point that if you get knocked out at 215, 220, definitely it would be a free Rayquaza for your opponent.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. But here we have it, though. Nobody has Pokemon that can give information towards the other. So now what they're going to be doing here is just wait for each other. Try to get some XP. Wait for anyone to show themselves in towards that of the Ray Pit. As we can see, though, Alter Ego trying to scatter just a little bit, tries to pressure up top as well, gets the block and gets the 96 points here before they go back down into the Ray Pit. Now Paper Rex on the disadvantage.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why Alter Ego right now has to play defensively after securing that goal. So I feel like they don't want to chase for the Rayquaza. They just want to defend because they have the block at the hands of Ikura, and they're just baiting out Paper Rex. And if Paper Rex gets baited out immediately, the Zorgor is still there to dish out the damages.
Yes, sir. And there you have it. Even Fist into Shingdi, into that of the amazing Wicked Blow as well, blowing up Shingdi. Gonna be able to take down the Snorlax as well. That is the Mewtwo, and they are down in numbers. That's gonna be 3 down. That is gonna be Rhydon and the Comfy as well. And Mimikyu tries to get away, but they're not gonna be able to get away. The team wipe from Paper Rex. Paper Rex now securing the Rayquaza and perhaps the game as well.
Yeah, for sure. This is a clutch moment for Paper Rex, making sure that they get the advantage once they have the lead in terms of XP. Actually, the XP lead wasn't really that big, but the amount of lead that they got from their supporters was actually a factor in order for them to help the team sustain them even further, especially the Blissey and the Umbreon, who can actually isolate and go for the mean loop.
Oh, for sure. But here we have it, though. Paper Rex is still not done. They still want to put in some points, as Solo here is trying to get their pique their interest, buy some time, get another hundo. That's gonna be 572 for Paper Rex, and just like that, Paper Rex now secures game number 1 against that of Alter Ego.
Yeah, that's actually a big victory for Paper Rex, and Alter Ego once again shut it down immediately in the final stretch, and that is going to be, a big impact on their team, because they just dropped the series a while ago against Evos Onic, and right now, the stress is really sinking into their minds that they have been losing a lot of games for today at least.
And again, it's not just today. They have been unfortunately losing since day 1 and day number 2. Quite uncharacteristic of that of Alter Ego. Once again, one of the best. But then again, we have to consider as well that everyone has been leveling up as well. Maybe altering their egos as well into going into this tournament. So definitely they still have some chance. It's still just game number 1. So game number 2 and game number 3, they still can adjust and be able to still win this game as well against that of Paper Rex. But Paper Rex definitely a very dominating game here, especially into that of the Ray Pit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, actually made their assignment or task here for Paper Rex, making sure that when they're down in terms of early game or mid game, or it's going head to head, you have to make sure that they could bounce back into the final stretch. And I feel like one of the biggest factor that they got the game is because of the XP distribution that they had a while ago. No one was left behind, actually. Their supporters, their defenders, was actually present in every single team fight as much as possible in order for them to have the same reward as much as they can. compared to Alter Ego a while ago, as you can see, actually you can see on the replay that Snorlax was really far behind. Same thing with the Comfey a while ago, which is quite very different at the hands of Paper Rex. That's why they managed to get a slight advantage that made it possible for them to steal away the last team fight that they had.
Mm. And being able to take them all out, team wide alter ego, just really secures the game for them, for Paper Rex here. So we still need to see what's going to be happening in game number 2. But as of the moment, Paper Rex definitely does have the advantage against that of alter ego.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll be waiting, of course, for the bounce back of Alter Ego right now. Reverse sweep is still possible here, actually. They could go for the 2-1 upset if they, just have to get back on their track, just have to get back on their footing, just have to go for the mental reset and, formulate a better plan or better execution coming in from the team. Because I love the concept that what they have been doing a while ago during the early stages of the game. They were trying to be at a safer facing. They were trying to, analyze the movements of Paper Rex, but it was just a matter of fact that there was a slight advantage that Paper Rex had during the final stretch, in which that was the minor loophole that they had a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, going into the game though, it's it's not just a loophole. It might be a very small loophole, but it's still a loophole nonetheless. So definitely, it's something that they have to sue up and make sure that it stays close, because if it's not going to stay close, then we already saw what happened in game number 1. So definitely going to game number 2, they have to change things up. Shingdi, again, very strong Zoroark along with the Comfey, but I'm not just quite sure if that's going to be working out for the for Paper Rex. Maybe they can go back to their previous composition aside from that of the Zoroark. What do you call this? Definitely, we have a Psyduck is definitely going to be banned here into game number 2, as we've seen on game number 1. But what do you think could be like a possible distinction here, a possible difference that Alter Ego can do going to game number 2?
Well, when it comes to Alter Ego trying to go for the change here, actually they changed their composition a while ago. That's actually good, but I feel like they have to pick defender that would actually have much more mobile option. Yes, I love the concept of the block in which you could just push back your opponents away. But the thing is, when you have a Snorlax, you always lose your mobility, and whenever your team doesn't have your mobility and your opponents, or rather your contenders, can really dish out a lot of damage, they could just shred your HP away, send you back to the base. So I feel like they need a much more of a setter type defender, just like a Blastoise that would actually go for a Surf and Hydro Typhoon. I feel like that will be much more efficient for that Zoroark to dish out a lot of damage or maximize the value of the damage output.
Oh, definitely. I can definitely see that as well. But with that being said, though, Blastoise, I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be able to shred out a lot in comparison to Snorlax, where Snorlax does have the block and the the X speed as well, just to do that one specific role for the team. But then again, I can definitely see what you're trying to say as well with that of the Blastoise. It may not be able to block as much as Snorlax, but at least it can dish out more damage than that of a Snorlax. But with that being said, though, Alter Ego now down 1 game against that of Paper Rex, and Paper Rex sitting down, I believe, was that like 9 points, right? 9 points. And if they do get the win this time, then they will be running
15 actually.
Yeah, 15. Putting them a lot at the high ranking, perhaps like the first one as well.
Yeah. Because technically here, the current status of or the standings actually here in Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia, only Paper Rex is the undefeated team here, because we saw downfall of Full Sense a while ago, and definitely it's just Paper Rex standing firm, being undefeated here. And just how many wins do they need in order to secure that playoff spot later on? So it's actually a huge factor for their team.
And at the same time, being at the top of the leaderboards, it gives you a bit of a leeway to, make some mistakes. Not that they will,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
that they will, but at least there's a leeway to have a bit of mistake because, again, it's not like everyone's gonna be able to catch up to you immediately. Well, again, you don't want to have some mistakes. You don't want to commit mistakes, but you do have that kind of leeway. You do have that space to adjust yourselves moving forward. But then again, PaperX still hasn't had any problems, still hasn't had any loss in terms of a match, a series rather, a series. Sure, they might have lost a what do you call this? They already might have lost a map, but not a series. So that's an amazing play here coming from that of PaperX.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're a phenomenal team here. They have been dominating the league so far. And when it comes to that, you were talking about a while ago. It's like the mistake factor. They will most likely get a breather or something that could make their team explore even more on, does this one work on this tournament? Is this gonna work on their team? Because they already got their spot onto the playoffs. So their wins or their succeeding wins would just be for a seeding factor, and if they don't care about a seeding factor, might as well explore different kinds of drafts, explore a lot of things in the game itself. So that's actually one of the go-tos whenever you secure your spot already in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm no, I totally agree with you, but though I am quite interested into the decision here from Alter Ego, just because of the fact that they have been banning side up when it's working out for them. Maybe because it's because they are on the second pick, but as a first pick, I'm not quite sure why they are banning the side up as well. So definitely PaperX here, being Umbreon is open, they're gonna be heading into that.
Yeah, really secure coming in from Bochi. I mean, it's actually a go-to, just like what you said. No matter what the composition is, you must have the Umbreon, whether you like it or not, because Umbreon is really a great defender that could actually go for the isolation of the 1v1s or just pinching a member coming in from your opponents with the mean look, because that's actually the main purpose of an Umbreon, actually, coming on my perspective. But there's actually a lot of identical Pokemon that you can have. Same thing with the Mimikyu that could go for the play with me later on. But just imagine, you need the Unite move compared to just part of the move set of an Umbreon that does have. So eventually, you would have an early advantage in this game.
Oh yeah, and Trevenant here, double defender, a composition coming in from triple defender.
Wow!
Oh gosh, it's wow. I was already surprised with with a Trevenant. Okay, double defender. Okay, triple defender. They are feeling themselves right now. They are. I'm not sure what to say about this. Like, they are quite confident with themselves at the moment. 5 man. Okay. Okay. Look. We already saw this before. Yeah, we saw this before.
Right?
We already saw. Oh my goodness, what is happening? They're gonna trend again on social media.
Oh my god!
On previous tournaments, right? PaperX, as they were MYS, they've already played this 5-man defender, right? What do you call this? And they make it work as well. They make it work. Especially on, like, sometimes it was on scrim. At first it was on scrims. Second, it was on exhibition matches. And then they decided to do it on tournaments. And then, some of their playmates their opponents were playing around as well. But the thing is, they made it work. Right? So this is really interesting of PaperX to do it this time. Oh my goodness.
It's a big headache. I'm arranging my thoughts on how they're gonna make it work. But basically, yeah, I understand the Greedent. Greedent is actually a defender that could actually dish out a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie with that, because of the belch, the move belch, and the berry belly flop.
Yeah, berry flop. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Both of them are Alter Ego. Yeah, we have to change. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
They are. I thought they were gonna be playing the same. What?
that was smooth. Not gonna lie.
We didn't see that. We didn't see that. Dude.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't see that. We
Nothing.
saw nothing. We didn't see nothing. With that being said, though, again, this is a show match. This is not a show match. This is a tournament. But this is a showmanship of Paper Rex. I believe the only time the Paper Rex brings out the 5-man defender in a tournament setting is when they are really confident and when they know for a fact that they can actually go up against their opponents. And definitely after the game 1, Paper Rex now is confident, now knows that, okay, yeah, we can pull this off, and we will pull this off against that of Alter Ego. And man, look at this, invade Squavette.
Oh my god. I mean, I understand why did Alter Ego made use of the hole, because they want that second chance, and just imagine 5 members of Paper Rex be tanky enough, right? And they need to, get a second chance in order to eliminate it, because later on it will be harder for them, to go for the knockouts.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, they might not be able to dish out a lot of damage, but 1, they have the crowd control. Number 2, they have the hindrances. Number 3, they have the tankiness of being a defender.
There's a lot of what ifs on this this composition.
Not really a lot of what if, but more so. See, look at it this way, right? Like Alter Ego, sure, you might be able to. They might be able to have like the damage level, right? Paper Rex, on the other hand, they have the sustainability of themselves being defenders, allowing them to survive a lot of team fights. So, with that being said, attack prowess isn't everything in Pokemon Unite, especially when you can just, crowd control for like 2 or 3 seconds. That is already enough for you to take down a lot into the side of, in the game of Pokemon Unite. But with that being said, though, look at this. They are still not able to do some KO into the side of Paper Rex, but Paper Rex is already pushing out a lot of pressure into that of Alter Ego.
For sure, I mean that is what we expect, especially that they have a Lapras and an Umbreon on their pocket, because it's just a 2-stage evolution, so definitely you would get an advantage early on into the stages, and they have the amount of sustain that they need. But look at this, Perish Song making everyone suffer at the hands of Alter Ego, but that is going to be the 2-for-1 trade.
Icicle Crash is going to be popped up here for for the Pile of Swine as well. It's not going to be the Ice Fang. It's not going to be the disposition, but instead, Mammal Swine is going to go in for the damage. So possibly, we might be able to see a high horsepower Icicle Crash here for that of the Mammal Swine. Then again, 1-for-1 trade here. Paper X definitely still is in the lead here, getting 1 KO earlier. And, of course, the score, it might not be a lot here, but 32-30 still a lead.
Paper Rex really needs to justify their composition here, because as we dive into the mid game to late game, it will be much more difficult for them to dish out a lot of damage. Yes, they could sustain, or they could make it alive actually into the team fights, but they just have to check out their damages as well, and they need to make use of it very carefully in order for them to get the upper hand. And the only thing that they can actually securely do is, number 1, prolong the team fights, and number 2, zone out their opponents.
And at the same time, their objective taker would definitely be that of the Grident. We got the Bullet Seed, but never mind. It's going to be secured here by that of the Umbreon, but it doesn't matter because you still got it nonetheless. And look at this, Ikura going to be taken down in the process. Paper Rex is now pressuring up Altered Ego in the process. They're going to be taken out. Second Spore is going to be popped up as well. Mammal Swan is going to be taken out. That's going to be 4 down to the side of Paper Rex and Umbreon. Umbreon, are you going to have to say night-night, midnight, friends? Not quite yet, still at level 7, and everyone else is just ignoring the Umbreon to score in some points.
That's going to be the points landing at the hands of Alter Ego right now, so they're maximizing their advantage because they have the damage, so they can actually push back their opponents as well, coming to the side of Paper Rex. But Paper Rex, on the other hand, does want the same concept as well. They need the crowd controls to land in their favor in order for them to emerge victorious into team fights. But it's actually the quite opposite of what's happening because of the amount of damage that the Gengar could do at the hands of Alter Ego together with the Espeon.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I agree with you. Gengar definitely is the biggest threat here for Paper X. It's not even Espeon. Espeon, is a threat, sure. Especially with Psychic Solaire, but it's not as much of a threat that is the Gengar, because Gengar is just it doesn't matter if you're tanky, it doesn't matter if you have a lot, if there's the Gengar, you're just gonna eat down your HP. But with that being said, though, Paper Rex all together gonna be able to take down 3, outnumbering Alter Ego, and just like that, they now have the positional advantage into that of the Reggie bottom.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, eyes on the prize on the objective. But might to tell you, the Gengar is still available here on the side of Alter Ego anytime soon. That could just appear out of nowhere with the Phantom Ambush available on their pocket. And might to tell you, they also have their Rekindling Flame on their pocket. So if they lose a lot of members, they could just go for the revive. But Eos Energy is not looking good. But look at this damage coming in from 94.
Oh yeah, for sure. But look at this though. Gonna be able to take down 2 in the process. Paper Rex is looking pretty bleak right now. Rekindling Flame, not quite yet. To be popped up just a bit, but not yet, because Alter Egos has no casualties for this team fight. Paper Rex, though, unfortunately, going to be able to make 2 down into their side. Trevenant, though, going to be able to put out some scores up top.
And right now, they're focusing their attentions actually on the Regieleki, because that's actually a free objective at the hands of Alter Ego, because the amount of mobility that Paper Rex could really offer is really low unless they made use of the Lapras Express, in which yes, you could actually, you might make it onto the Regieleki, but definitely don't have the potential or the damage potential in order to go for the steal. But right now, here comes the Wood Hammer to defend everything.
Oh yeah, but here we have it though. Alter Ego wants to push this Regieleki up top, and they're gonna be able to do it so nonetheless. And there you have it. It's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade. Don't make the 2-for-2. Don't make the 3-for-2 trade in favor of Alter Ego, but it's not gonna be enough though. Rekindling Flame is gonna be popped up as well. Everyone is alive in this match, and just like that, they're gonna be able to punish down Paper Rex as well. Now that is why they want the Ho-Oh, and that is why it is quite necessary for them to have it against this kind of composition.
Yeah, it would be better if Paper Rex really took that Ho-Oh in their favor, because they could go for the Rekindling Flame. And right now, they are veering reversed immediately by Alter Ego. So this is actually a great composition that they are trying to run. But on the other hand, Paper Rex can actually go for trades immediately, simply because that they have a damage potential. They have the Parashong, they have a couple of bullet seeds at the hands of Bochi, and crowd control would just land at the hands of the Mamoswine and the Umbreon. So definitely, they have a mix and match, I would say, composition. It's something like that, to the point that, but all of them have damage, all of them have crowd control resources. It's just a matter of fact of the timing that they have. Who's going to be using this, who's going to be using that.
Yeah, but here you go though. Paper Rex, if they want to win the team fights, they have to be together when they engage against that of Alter Ego. But unfortunately, I don't think this move happens quite soon, because the Rayquaza is going to be coming up in just a bit. Look at that. Espen is going to be able to take down this Registeel as well. Mimikyu taking down the Greedent in the process. Kura putting up some flames into the ice Pokemon. That is a Mamoswine. There you go. Phantom Ambush is going to be popped up. Sorry, Phantom Force is going to be popped up. Play with me into that of Shengdi. But are they going to be able to do a lot though? This is going to be 2-for-2 trades. No, make the 2-for-3. This Paper Rex is going to be able to win this fight. No Rekindling Flame? No Rekindling Flame.
Oh, this is actually looking good for Paper Rex. They just need to charge in and go for the knockout against the Ho-Oh. And Yemu has been working on the wonders for their team, being the main damage dealer with the Parashong. And right now, they just have to stop the force of Alter Ego marching.
Oh, Rekindling Flame is now up, dude. But they only, Ho-Oh only has 24 points. Who's ever going to be able to take down the Rayquaza? It is going to be Akura with a Ho-Oh, securing the Rayquaza against that of Paper Rex. And now they can, you know, go and getting some scores. But never mind though, they're gonna be stopped here by Paper Rex, only gonna be able to put down 200 points. But then again, they're already in the lead, gonna be able to put down 200 points as well. They're putting them at 547 points against that of 182 of Paper Rex. Never mind, 282, but still 300 points ahead of Paper Rex. Beautiful, what do you call this? Try though. Beautiful effort coming in from that of Paper Rex.
I mean, it's just a matter of fact that Alter Ego got the Rayquaza a while ago, because if Paper Rex got the Rayquaza, it could have been a different story, actually. Despite Alter Ego could dish out a lot of damage, I feel like they would just go for with the Lapras Express, which is very available right now, and the Mammoth Nash, as far as I know. They would just go for it, and charge in all the way into the score zone, goal zones, but that's not quite the case here. So definitely Paper Rex would really have to go bounce back into game number 2.
Oh yeah, for sure. So this is going to be the play of the game here. Paper Rex is going to be losing this game. Again, Altered Ego is going to be getting another chance to bounce back up for this tournament. Again, Paper Rex still currently the one leading the pack here, leading the leaderboard. So, as I mentioned earlier, they have a bit of a leeway here to get a bit of a loss here. But again, like 1-1 is going to be the score of the game here. I don't think Paper Rex is going to allow this to happen again going into game number 3.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They want that perfect standing to happen on their leaderboards. But I have to tell you, Yimu did a lot of work there, did a lot of effort for their team, being the main attacker of their team with the Parashon. Just imagine, that's around 35% of their total damage, 84,000 damage dealt, compared to the 101,000 of 94 all the way into the side of Alter Ego. Just imagine, he was actually the second in the leaderboard at the 10 players playing on the series.
Oh yeah, but here we have though. I think again, it's more of a overconfidence here coming from that of Paper Rex, right, going against that of Alter Ego, that allows them to just go in for the 5-man defender kind of composition. I mean, yeah, sure, we might have been able to see them before, but then again, we have to remember again, it is against that of Alter Ego, and since they have been playing against that of Alter Ego as well, they already know what's up. They already know how to counter this, and Alter Ego already saw this from a mile away, allowing them to win as well in quite a huge fashion. Now, going to game number 3, Paper Rex, they cannot choose 5-man defender again against them.
Oh yeah, they would have to readjust their draft, knowing that their 5-man defenders may have actually worked somehow, but at the later stages of the game, it's not gonna work. It would actually work, but on a difficult manner, because if it was a Ho-Oh, maybe it wouldn't, right? Because they have the Rekindling Flame on their pocket, but that wasn't the case. If everyone gets taken down one by one, definitely the chances of winning the team fights would be so low, and that's what happened to Paper X. That's been the main collapse from their team.
I'm not entirely sure if Ho-Oh would be a good pick for this 5-man defender, mainly because I don't think they are going to be able to survive. I don't think this is going to be able to survive in this kind of like composition. But then again, that's what's up, and we're going to be heading into game number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, we're definitely gonna be seeing a readjustment in terms of draft for Paper X, or who knows, they might try the same composition again. We never know what's running on their minds, but for sure, if they really want to secure, or they really want to become undefeated still in their tournament run, they would really have to readjust their draft as clean as possible.
So, with that being said, Paper X definitely is not going to be using 5-man defender again. I don't think.
I don't think so as well.
Alter Ego, though, I think they are going to be changing up their composition as well. I think the only reason why they were able to go in for this kind of composition, Mimikyu plus CSP on Ho-Oh and Gengar, is because of the fact that, Paper X was running the 5-man defender. But if that's not going to be the case, then I don't think we're going to be seeing this kind of lineup against that of Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure, because the goal of the lineup of the Alter Ego a while ago was to shred the HP of their opponent, which is a 5-man defender. And definitely, if you have a Gengar, if you have an Espeon, definitely it would be an easier task for you to shred down those HP. And you have the Ho-Oh on your pocket, so if you get taken down, might as well go back with the Rekindling Flame eventually.
Oh yeah, but here you have it though. Just waiting for game number 3 again. This feels like the same thing that happened earlier, right? With Evos, where we are once again stuck in on game number 3. But hopefully, though, we don't experience any more issues, any more problems in terms of their games, so that we can immediately head into game number 3. So again, this is the 5th match of the day. We still have 3 more matches after. We still have 3 more matches after this, which may or may not go into game number 3. So, more Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, more Pokemon Unite action for us, right? Because actually, we still have, it's like what you said, we have 3 more matches. That's going to be match number 6. It's Full Sense going back in action, but this time up against Blacklist International. Match number 7, we still have Elevate up against Talon, and the last match would be Evos up against Miren Sejo. So, match number 6, and 8 has a repetition from the teams that played a while ago. But the Filipino teams, to be specific, they will be playing once at least for tonight, which is going to be their games later on.
That is the next match. Is it the next match?
Blacklist and Full Sense. So
Oh wait, no, yeah. No, sorry. The wait, is it?
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh yeah, Blacklist and Full Sense.
Full Sense. Yeah.
And then Elevate and Talon. Right there you go. So definitely those matches. And then as I mentioned, the last match is Evos versus Evos Onyx and Mirai Sejong. So definitely some amazing matches as well that we have to look forward to for the remainder of the night. So, with that being said, though, let's focus back into game number 3, where we are back with Alter Ego and Paper Rex.
Oh yeah, Paper X really wants to finish the job already here. So definitely the draft would be different here based on my perspective. Maybe we could see the comeback of the Psyduck unless Alter Ego would have to ban that one away. But Paper X actually banned ahead of time in terms of Psyduck. So quite interesting. Umbreon is still available actually. And Lapras was banned for Alter Ego. Let's be honest. That Lapras really made a huge impact during game number 2 with the Perish Song. I'm not gonna lie, it made a huge impact. It was a damage dealer from their team, and they had to respect that one out because, a lot of compositions could work with the Lapras.
Oh, no, I mean, yeah, definitely. We have to respect Lapras just because of the fact that, that is quite a necessary Pokemon for a 5-man defender composition because, again, as I mentioned earlier, a 5-man defender Pokemon composition does not have that much of a damage, right? And having Perish Song allows them to, okay, we can take them all out even if we don't KO them as long as we get them into the threshold of the HP. Now, they're not going to be gunning in for the Lapras, obviously, because it's banned, but at the very least, Alter Ego now is with the Umbreon and, of course, Ikura as the support being that of the Blissey.
Okay. We're going to be seeing 5-man all-rounder here. I feel like that's better compared to defenders, but it's not going to be the case right now for Paper X. They're looking to finish their job right now, actually. Urshifu available for HT, actually. So its conclusion. So that means that HT played a different Pokemon aside from Urshifu and Zoroark, actually. So because of the 5-man composition a while ago. But yeah, going back into the main topic here, going back into their draft, I like the initial picks here for Paper Rex, knowing that they have isolation, they have a setter, and they have a damage blower here on their team. And with that Armorage being hovered in, this is going to be very interesting. They have a very well-rounded team so far.
Right, and I do like the fact that Alter Ego here is going. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure about the Gengar pick here. I think there's more Pokemon that could have been a better pick here, but then again, we've been seeing the prowess of Gengar, so definitely this is going to be a Pokemon where it's going to utilize its usefulness into that of the early game. And again, we already saw Shingdi's Sarina earlier, which honestly is a very strong pick as well. And then of course the back lane we have Z-Ray as well with that of the Mewtwo. It's gonna take a while for it to become a Mega Evolution Pokemon, but then again there is Eyes with the Blissey, and of course we have Ikura into that of the Umbreon. But then again, Paper Rex, as we have mentioned, as you have mentioned, has a quite balanced composition. They have the frontliners, they have the backliner, and of course, you have the mid-range damage attacker, that initiator, that is that of the Mimikyu and the Trevenant, and of course, Armorage. With that of the Armor Cannon is just an amazing, amazing Pokemon to have at the back lane. Charging it up and then bursting down damage.
Yeah, Armorage in general has a powerful kit. Armor Cannon is one of the frequently used, but overall kit is actually great, especially with Flame Charge. Flame Charge would actually go if you want a much more mobile Armorage, but if you want to focus on damage solely, you have to go for the Side Shot, and it goes hand in hand with the Psycho Boom, actually, in which it's just a full-fledged attacker in your favor. So definitely favorable for Paper Rex.
I mean, if that's the case, right? Like armor cannon definitely has to go in with Psyshock because if we're gonna be gunning in for armor cannon, right? Pun intended. If we're gonna be cutting in for armor cannon, you want to stay out of the
Yeah.
front liners as much as possible, right? So definitely, it's either armor cannon, Psyshock, or fire spin, flame charge, and then Psycho Boom. Which honestly is a huge boom as well in terms of like attack and prowess. It's like blazing bicycle kick, but I'd say better.
Oh yeah.
But then again, I mean, like blazing bicycle kick of Cinderace does have more range though, so that's the pros and cons.
Well, yeah. I do get what you're trying to point out a while ago because Fire Spin is really focused on trying to get in close as much as possible compared to the range capabilities of Armor Cannon and Psyshock. So definitely Paper Rex would utilize that Armor Cannon and Psyshock into this game because they need that range and
Yeah.
every single Pokemon is just capable of doing the frontliners and stuff here for Paper Rex.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I've been saying as well. But now, still a Charcadet here, solo at level 4, needs that level 5 in order to, evolve into such. But Alter Ego is not allowing that to happen. Gonna be able to seal away the Pokemon as well. The Odino. Is that like, no, the Indeedee rather.
Yeah,
Odino was the one with remote stadium.
Yeah, Remote Stadium.
Oh,
Yeah.
remote stadium. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, like thinking about a Remote Stadium, it's been a while since I
It's been a while since we
started playing, right? Imagine before it was Zapdos actually. Before
The game is already 3 years old. Who'd have thought we'll be here, right? We'll be at this stage of the game. But we're here. We're at ACL, and we're gonna be having. We're gonna have to say goodbye to Zapdos. Though Zapdos is gonna be coming back for a holiday event.
Oh
Quite soon. Yeah, holiday event quite soon, but not in the competitive setting as we still love our Rayquaza, though, hopefully we do get a change of control. With that being said, though, we're going to be seeing the birds now and the first set of major objectives.
Yeah, I mean 30 seconds on the clock right now, and definitely we could see another higher prioritization on each side. It's much more of an equal prioritization here, actually, and Alter Ego might be going in for the elimination later on here in the top path and actually secure that Regieleki because if you're going to be taking a look at it, this is actually an easier task compared to the damage blowout that Paper Rex could do into the bottom lane.
Right, but then again, we have to consider as well that Alter Ego is just giving up an exchange. Equivalent exchange here, Regieleki going to be taking up top here by Alter Ego, whereas Paper Rex was able to secure that of the bottom path, but never mind though, as Yang was able to secure the Regieleki for themselves, stealing away this Regieleki away from that of Alter Ego. Though we're going to be seeing a bit of a skirmish here with the amazing Regieleki 3v2 situation. Shingy going to be able to stay away here from getting back into the Pokemon Center. Of course, with his stomp, putting up some shields. Ebon Fist into Wicked Blow, though. Going to put up a lot of damage, and Shengdi, unfortunately, 2v1, not going to do a lot here. Not going to be able to survive. 40 points, though. That is 37 points over cap for Paper Rex.
Yeah, and that's actually a very smart Pollen Puff utilization from the Eldegoss in order for them to take away the Regieleki. Just imagine you have to attach it into your opponent because basically, if you attach it to your opponent, it will dish out some damage. If you attach it to your teammate, you would heal your teammate. So that's actually smart to the point that Alter Ego was trying to focus their attention in getting the objective. So why not just let them be and go for the Pollen Puff. It's more on 50-50. If we take it, that's going to be good. If we don't take it, we just have to defend it.
I mean, really, it doesn't have to attach, right? It doesn't even have to attach. As long as you're a teammate of the Eldegoss, then you'll get the healing. If you're within the range, within the radius of the Pollen Puff, whether or not it is attached, but it seems as if we're gonna be getting up a pause. I think this is from the side of Alter Ego because I believe they have asked for a pause earlier as well. But again, remember, our pausing rules here is that each team can only pause up to 3 times per match. Sorry, not per match, but per game. So this is like the third game, right? So they can pause 2 more times, whoever asks for a pause, but a total maximum of 5 minutes only. Other than that, then the game has to be continued moving forward without any pauses.
Yeah, and we'll just have to confirm later on
Mm.
what could be the possible case for the pause here. But right now, grab your popcorns, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a long night ahead of us. This is just the fifth series for tonight, and we'll still have 3 more lined up. And we would like to remind everyone as well that the next set of games would be happening on December 14th and 15th. That is 2 weeks away from now, actually.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, 5 minutes, a minute is already consumed here. We're still just waiting for an update as to what has happened and well, what we are going to be heading on towards, I guess. So
Yeah. But it's very of a this one, very random actually here, especially that Tinkaton would be coming on December 12th,
right.
and I mean, knowing that it would expand the pool of Pokemon, do you feel like based on reviews from the what do you call this one, the server, beta
The
server,
public
yeah,
test server.
yeah, beta server. Do you think like it would be a huge factor for it to be included into the competitive tournaments, because
I
we might
don't
be seeing it on January, right?
I don't know, dude. Mainly because it's only available for Android devices, and I don't have an Android device, unfortunately,
Oh,
for me. So I can't test it out. So I have to wait for it to come out to the official servers. As we are playing on the official servers right now, Ultra Ego is pushing down Paper Rex. But Paper Rex now answering back against Ultra Ego, say, "Hey, hello, we're back here. It's 3v3." But Serena's gonna be taken out up top there. Off stream, off cam rather, and Reggie Ice though is now gonna be coming up here down bottom.
yeah, not just the Reggie bottom. It's also going to be the Regieleki spawning into the top path actually right now. But seems like Alter Ego is shifting their attention towards the buff instead of the secured goals, because they really want that late game potential. But Phantom Forest pop off immediately by Paper Rex.
Right, and look at this though. Armor's gonna be able to take down that Umbreon as well. Look at that Queen Ascendant going into Yamu. Still not gonna be enough to take down Yamu though. There's gonna be 2-for-1 trade in favor of Paper Rex, and just like that, Paper Rex now does have the advantage and gonna be able to secure that Reggie Ice as well. Now, the thing is, would Ultra Ego be able to answer back against Paper Rex? They are currently on the low here. Look at that amazing side strike once again coming in from that of the Mewtwo.
And this is actually a rotation coming in from Alter Ego as they are shifting their attention towards the Regieleki after being so low a while ago during their fight all the way into the bottom path. And I love the alertness of Paper Rex here, being able to rotate as quick as they can immediately and trying to go in with the face of Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, and I mean, they cannot really do a lot here as of the moment, but look at that. It is going to be the Gengar going to be able to take down the Mimikyu, one of the biggest threats here for Paper Rex, but then again, there's still the Armor Rouge here that can put them out, put a lot of damage, and Yang is going to be taken out as well. It's going to be 2-for-1 trade in favor of Ultra Ego. Now, would they be able to score in? Not quite yet. A Wicked Blow, not going to be enough to take down Shengdi's Serena.
Yeah, and I actually love how the Mewtwo Y was actually trying its best to, make HD step away into the fight so they could actually score for the goal. But actually that Wicked Blow was really enough, to force that to force this arena from backing away a little bit all the way into their goal zone. But not just that, they managed to secure the Regieleki as well, which would buy a lot of time for Paper Rex for them to get a lot of footing, a lot of space advantage here, and Ultra Ego would just have to defend this with all their might, and potentially Paper Rex actually, or they have a high chance of getting their Reggie bottom objective so far.
Oh yeah, for sure. But then again, Ultra Ego here was already able to repel away that of the Regieleki, and now does have some time to go down bottom for the Reggie bottom. And I think this is going to be crucial for them as well to take if they want to win against that of Paper Rex going into that of the Ray fight. But then again, Paper Rex is just allowing them to take down this Red V Ice, as Paper Rex is already ready and now positioned towards that of the Ray pit, and now all of them going down just a bit to get in this team fight. But here you go. Here comes the side shot coming in from that of Solo. A bit of a poking game here, and Armor Cannon is as well, but nobody wants to, do the initiations just yet. Just a little bit of poking just to see how others would react.
Yeah, and they really want to save up those Unite moves, especially for the Gengar, who has that ambush later on in order to, secure a knockout or two coming in from their team, because Alter Ego needs to pick off that armorage all the way into the backline for them to have a higher chances of winning.
Yes, sir. But here you have, though, Shingdi now does have access to Drop Kick and, of course, the Stomp as well, just to get a bit of some sustain and some shields. But look at that, though. What's going to be the initiation here? Mimic is going to be taken out. Who is up next? It's going to be one down for Alter Ego as well. Who's going to be up? They have a Drop Kick just to get away, and everyone just disengages. Eyes already on the low, though.
And they have to back away a little bit here, but 94 trying to deploy the poison immediately at the hands of the Trevenant in order to get the spacing advantage that they want to once they are ready to go in for the action.
Yeah, Serene, Infinite Siren is going to be popped out as well just to help up just a bit. But Serena, Shingdi is going to be able to take down this Urshifu as well. A huge bummer into the side of Paper Rex as their attacker has been taken out. But Shingdi is going to be taken out as well. Look at that. Not quite enough, though. Going to be able to get away with the Drop Kick as well. Gengar going to be able to take down the Trevenant and one more as well. That is the Mimikyu. Now, going to be able to answer back into Alter Ego, taking down Shingdi, but the armor is going to be taken out here by the Gengar as well. Yamu wants to take in Z-Ray, but Z-Ray immediately was able to push him out. But here's the thing, though. Alter Ego has 181 points. They need to stop this if they don't want them to win. 181. This might be the first game that Alter Ego is going to win in this tournament. And yes, they will. 101 plus 50 is 121, right? Yeah, 121 points for... 230. Okay. Yeah, they won.
They won.
Alter Ego, finally.
They won.
Yeah.
They won, right? And actually, I would like to recorrect your statement. Actually, I do believe that this is Alter Ego's second win for the whole duration of the tournament, knowing that they won against Miren Sajong during day number one. So this is actually a huge recovery coming in from their team, knowing that a lot of teams have been studying their formula, their aggressiveness. Everything was really studied at the hands of Alter Ego, and right now they managed to find their footing and took down the strongest team yet in the tournament in terms of numbers right now.
Right. I mean, thank you for the correction as well. Alter Ego did win 2-1 against Miren Sejong day one, right? And then after that, it's been lost. And this is the first time that they were able to get back up their knees. And as you have mentioned, winning, this is quite a statement as well, because, they have won against Paper Rex, the one leading the pack, leading the leaderboards in this tournament.
For sure, and right now that's going to be a wake-up call actually for Paper Rex, knowing that they actually played 5 games right now, and that was actually their first loss in terms of series, and definitely it would be again for the tournament, and definitely that would be a wake-up call, knowing that all the teams competing here in Asia Champions League for Southeast Asia, it's already dropped a series, so definitely they would want to be more careful in terms of their standings in the future games.
Oh yeah, and still, Paper Rex, I believe, is currently at we call this like 12 points, right?
That's
12 points at the moment.
I think that's 13 because they won a match.
A match here, right? Yeah. So 13 points, but even then, right? They are still in the lead. They're still in the lead in terms of the pack, and as I mentioned, right, being the leader of points here gives them a bit of a leeway, and I think they've already expended. They've already expended their leeway, as I've said. There's space to make some mistakes because moving forward, they can't make any more mistakes. Days 4, 5, and 6, they have to play as if it is like the last one because it's definitely going to be easier for other teams to be able to catch up against them into that of the leaderboards. But with that being said, though, Alter Ego finally getting their game, getting a series rather, after 2 days of losses in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. They have to watch out because a lot of teams have been catching up a lot here. Alter Ego so far, they're 2-3 as far as 2-3 after the games that they had for today. So definitely they're slowly catching up. Burm United Esports performing really good as well in this tournament. So definitely we have a lot of teams to watch out.
Yeah, and speaking of watching out, though, we still have 3 more matches in our day. Well, it's night now, but we still have 3 more matches. Make sure you look forward to that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break.
Pokemon Unite! 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 Pokemon Unite!
We are once again back here, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. This is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. And this time around, though, we're going to have, earlier, right? Match number 5, we have had Alter Ego versus Paper Rex, where, Alter Ego won 2-1 against that of Paper Rex. And now going into match number 6. This is going to be Full Sense, the same teams that played earlier, with match number 1 going up against Blacklist International from the Philippines.
Blacklist International is looking for more wins actually, as they only won a match, and I do believe that was up against up against Evos Onic. Yeah, there we go. Up against Evos Onic is the only game that they won, but from time to time they actually, had been claiming a lot of games, actually, to be specific. So they weren't able to finish a lot of series. Yet, you see their potential.
And it's this is gonna be funny as well on the caster prediction. I can't wait to have it be shown for you guys. I'm not gonna spoil anything in this, so.
Just wait and see.
But we're gonna be showing you guys the players, right? The rosters that's gonna be playing in this matchup. Again, it is gonna be Blacklist International. It's gonna be Sant, Ryu, Dreamt, Susu, and Lance. formerly known as Isen Aumento, now acquired by that of Blacklist International. And then of course, their opponents is going to be. Well, we already saw this earlier. They already, they lost earlier, so that's the thing, right? Like a lot of casters were voting for Full Sense earlier, but it was BRU that actually won against them. So, Full Sense going to be the same set of people. Tara, Watby, Spoo. We have Sunsage, we have Nautiza, and Mark God Ass, and here we have it. The key players of each team.
Oh, there we go, Lance. I just noticed Lance was actually a big fan of Lapras, at least for this tournament. And I've seen them,
What's he holding, dude? Is that a luxury ball? Is that a luxury ball?
Oh yeah.
That's a luxury ball, right?
Yeah. It is a signature pose.
Yeah, it is a signature pose, but I wanted to know what is he holding at? It's a luxury ball. Anyway, so quite interesting that Lance has again, as I mentioned on previous days, Lance is one of the best, if not the best, Lucario user in the Philippines. But in this kind of like team composition, well, he's not the one gunning in for the top, at least gunning in for the top path, but not exclusively using that Lucario. Does have the Machamp and the Lapras though in Arsenal. But mark out S though, Cheryledge, Garchomp, and Urshifu. Sorry, I got held back by Machamp.
It's a combination of Machamp and a Garchomp, right?
Garchomp, bro.
Oh, here we go. The prediction, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want to prove everyone wrong. All right, I want to prove everyone wrong. Okay.
You know, a lot of people are gonna hate me for this. You know, me going for full sense rather than blacklist. I know. Gonna trust your fellow man, right?
Yeah.
But okay, listen. I'm looking at this at an objective standpoint. Blacklist definitely does have the has the power, right? It does have the skills to go up against a lot of the teams in this tournament. But with what Fulsons have been showing us quite lately, I think they have the chance to go up against that of Blacklist International as well. So, with that in mind, we're gonna be starting off with our draft. Help me out here, dude. Like, make sure that they don't, flame me for going for full sense. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. But yeah, Blacklist International is actually eyeing on their second victory. Because for the information, everyone, Blacklist is somewhat at the brink of what's the appropriate term? They are at the middle of they're actually at the middle ground. They're actually 8th placer or the lowest in the standings in terms of those who would be qualified for the playoffs. So definitely,
right? The second half of the ranking.
So it will be a tough road for them actually.
It is going to be a tough road for them, especially against that of Full Sense. Full Sense already, they already lost against BRU earlier today, but then again, that was 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
So definitely, right? So
just imagine that was 6 hours ago only.
see, that's the thing, right? Like, we typically want to say that if they're coming from a loss, then that will be brought over to the next game, right? Carried over to the next game. What do I call this? Yeah. But then again, we have to consider as well that Full Sense here has already had a lot of rest, a lot of break time. Again, mainly because their last game against that of BRU was 6 hours ago. And I'm pretty sure they have been practicing all throughout this 6 hours before, while waiting for the next game against that of Blacklist.
I mean, same goes for each of the teams, because they don't want their excuse me, they don't want their idle time to, doing nothing. And yeah, I understand if Full Sense would take a break, but you have an ample time for a break. Just imagine they played the first series, so definitely after a little bit of a break, they managed to, go back on track.
Yeah, I get 6 hours, dude.
Yeah, that's big, actually.
So honestly, if I was Full Sense, if I were a part of Full Sense, I would have been able to get my afternoon nap, wake up, and still have time to scrim. You know what I'm saying? I would still have some time to practice going to the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Blacklist International versus Full Sense. I'm still quite curious, what could be the adjustment here from Blacklist? Because Blacklist hasn't been winning that much. But let's not forget Full Sense actually. They were defeated a while ago by their opponent.
Right.
And for sure they want to bounce back even stronger because they are one of the top on the leaderboards. And definitely you would want them to, be consistent as much as they can, because if a lot of teams can actually see the loophole or the lack of your team, then definitely they would have to take advantage of that weakness.
Right, and I have to add into that Blacklist International, the first 2 days that we've been doing ACL, as I mentioned, they still is having a hard time grasping where they're at, right? Where they are at in this tournament, to the point that their footing. They still can't find their footing. But the last match that they've had for day number 2 is when they actually showed us what they can do in this tournament. So definitely, I don't think it would excuse them. I would be able to use the excuse again that they might have experience in the Philippines, but not in a lot of international tournaments. I don't think that's going to be the case here anymore, as they are now ready. They already know who they're up against, and essentially they already got a game as well. So honestly, Blacklist International is as good as everyone else in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have been proving a lot right now. They're a promising team. They defeated the defending champs during the WCS before. That was last August. So definitely a lot of expectations for this team, and you can definitely see their adjustment. Yes, they've been having a slow start here, but definitely they would want to get their W's even further. But this is a tough barricade that they are facing against Full Sense.
Right, and Full Sense, as we've seen earlier, is quite an aggressive team as well. And now Market S now has access into Sidecar Cut as well. That see what happened? That's what happens if you let Market S become the god that he is.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough time right now. Blacklist International, on the other hand, has a score advantage so far because they're trying to stack up their items, and definitely that's the best possible case that everyone could do. But right now, this is not looking good for a Tramp, actually, overextending a little bit here in order to go for the objective in which to stack up your health item. But an overall impact, Full Sense could actually take advantage of that in order to get much more HP, or rather XP, in their sleeves.
Right, and it's actually pretty good of Full Sense as well, and Blacklist as well, just to be able to know when to get away. But look at this though; they're gonna be able to take them to make the 3, make the 4, perhaps. If they're gonna be able to take down the Blissey, yes, they will. There's gonna be 4 down into the side of Full Sense. No, Margaret S has been taken out as well. That is a full team wipe for Blacklist International, and this is the momentum they want. Sen already is level 8. Just a bit level 9 can be able to have access towards that of what do you call this? Evo and Fist. So definitely on the lead now against that of Full Sense. Full Sense definitely is on a deficit. Gonna have a hard time against that of Blacklist International, especially when they are very mobile.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Full Sense slowly catching up a little bit here, but Blacklist International would want to maximize their lead as much as they can, try to force them a little bit of a team fight in order for you to get a much more bigger advantage in terms of XPs, in order for you to have a higher ranking in terms of levels, because these objectives will be playing a vital role for them, especially that they want to secure this Regirock as fast as they could in order for them to rotate back all the way to the Regieleki, because it's just Urshifu, or Scent rather, who is just there trying to wait it up.
Oh no, Lance is now at level 9, does have access to Garchomp. Full Sense going to be able to get in the Regieleki, but then again, the buff here coming in from that of Blacklist International is going to prove them a lot. Gets the block as well, but unfortunately getting outnumbered, not going to be enough to stop them from scoring in. Now that is a 28-point overcap for Full Sense up top, destroying the first score goal as well, just to answer back against that of Blacklist International. Now, we have to consider as well that Blacklist International still has the level advantage against that of Full Sense. So Full Sense cannot be risky here, cannot overextend here, because they are just going to get eaten up here with Blacklist International. But look at that though, gets a Reverend Rend as well, but it even fits into the Wicked Blow, into that of the Dragon Rush, and of course the Dragon Claw. Beautiful combination from both of these two Pokemon, two players into Black International, making sure that they isolate Market S and they know what their objectives are.
Yeah, and Ryu has been doing a lot of factors here for the side of the Blacklist International, being able to land the heavy slams and the blocks in order for them to have a higher chances of securing their objective was really phenomenal. Just imagine they were able to take knockouts and at the same time try to go for some goals all the way into the top path, which makes Blacklist International step up even further in order for them to get some XPs by scoring some goals.
Oh yeah, but here you have another clash down bottom, gets Bliss assistance into that of the Zacian, but it's not going to be enough though. Sovereign Sword is going to be popped up in just a bit. No, never mind. Actually cancel that one up. And just like that, Blacklist International is going to be able to cancel them up as well. 3 down in the process against that of Full Sense. And now it is the Crustle trying to do some damage, but just waiting, just using their time to buy. And unfortunately, Market S is going to be taken out once again. Now here comes the Mewtwo. Mewtwo wants to get away, but are they going to be able to get away though? No, they are not. It is going to be decided with the Disable to be able to take down that of the Mewtwo. But at the same time, there's going to be 2 down into the side of Blacklist International. Ryu gets away. There's going to be 3 down for the side of Zacian, for the side of Full Sense. But then again, Blacklist International has already done what they need to do. They're already done their objectives, and getting KO'd is not going to be a big problem for them.
Yeah, not a big problem, actually. As well as Full Sense not being able to convert the scores that they need to is actually a big problem from their team. Knowing that Blacklist International still has a slim advantage in terms of the levels, so definitely they could probably do a lot of team fights out here if they want to, widen the gap immediately against Full Sense, because It's just a matter of fact, at the end of the day, you have to make your goals coming in. But I feel like FlowSense would really have to forfeit a little bit of team fights here and a little bit of objectives in order for them to catch up later on into the Rayquaza. But the XP plays a lot of role as well.
Wow, look at that. Did you see that? Like, Ryu used the Rock Tomb against Crustle itself. And made sure that, okay, I recognize this. I saw the Rock Tomb going in for the block, blocking them out, making them be straight to jail into that of the Rock Tomb. And a beautiful, what do you call this, follow up as well coming in from their teammates, making sure they're going to be able to take down one as well.
Yeah, and that was actually a phenomenal combo or phenomenal decision making from Ryu, making sure that you have to make use of the disadvantage rather in order for them to become an advantage, and that was actually the main product on what he did a while ago. So right now, Blacklist International building a lot of leads here in terms of levels and objectives and the scoreline, and FlowSense is just getting with the rhythm itself, just get the XPs that they need from the wild Pokemons and eventually bounce back a little bit later on into the final stretch in order for them to snatch away that Rayquaza.
Dude, I just noticed there's no more score goals down bottom for FlowSense.
Oh wow.
I just noticed.
Yeah, and that's a lot actually. Knowing that there are top path goal zones here yet available for FlowSense, that would actually play a lot of impact at the side of Blacklist International, because they could just sneak in 100 points later on during the final stretch if they could actually get the spacing that they need.
Right, but with that being said, though, Throw Chop instead of Registeel, I think they're going to be able to take this one up. There we go. Very good. Coming in from that of Blacklist International, going to be able to get in some buffs into that of attack and special attack. But then again, FlowSense securing that Regieleki up top. They need to get in on the Rayquaza if they want to win this. They cannot score in just yet if they want to secure the Rayquaza. Now, the question is, would FlowSense be able to answer back to the level 13s and 12s and 14 of Blacklist International? They have to take them off one by one, and a very, very good timing. Reverend Ren is what they need to go up against that of Blacklist International.
Yeah, but for sure. But right now, we definitely see that Lance is still available at the hands of Blacklist International. That could be the main stopper of the Cerulege later on if it goes for Phantophorus and the Revenant Ren. So definitely, Lance has to play a huge role for their team. But FlowSense, I think they would have to retune their plan here. I think they're eyeing on a sneak goal here. But on the other hand, it's just Blacklist with the response in order for them to touch the Rayquaza and put the pressure against FlowSense.
That is it. The initiation, knowing that Mewtwo is scoring in. Now, Infinite Cyber is going to be popped up. I think, there we go. Infinite Cyber is going to be popped up as well, but that is going to be enough of a punish going into FlowSense as well. It's going to be 3 down for them. With 1, no, make the 4, and only 1 is left. Sovereign Sword, Sovereign Dog, no. You are going to be sobering down into the Pokemon Center. The team wipe here for Blacklist International. Going to be able to secure this Rayquaza for themselves. Man,
oh, this is it's going to be big. Look at that. The overcap, that's around 71 points. And actually, this is actually a game over for game number 1 at least. Blacklist International taking the W here up against FlowSense, and everything went according to their plan. And FlowSense actually has a nice plan. But at the end of the day, once the Blacklist International, once there is a Pokemon that pops into their minimap, they would all in go for the team fight, and it's just a team knockout coming in their side.
I mean, I totally understand as well why they would do that, because if I were part of Blacklist International, I think I would be doing that as well. I would be, gonna be having the call shots as well that, hey, you know what, Mewtwo's not here, let's go all in. You know what I mean? Because we know, knowing the fact that Mewtwo is scoring in up top would give us the information that, okay, not everyone from FlowSense is in the Ray Pit. We can outnumber them. We have the level advantage. We can go up against them. We can take them out. And that's why I was really quite confused. This is why I said earlier before the Rayquaza came in. FlowSense was able to secure that of the Regieleki, right? That's why I also said that they cannot score in, because the moment that they score in into that of the Regieleki, into the secondary score goal, that would give the information to Blacklist that they are not complete. And at the same time, again, we have to remember, they were on the level deficit as well. So definitely not being together is much riskier than when they are all together, taking Blacklist International one by one.
Yeah, and that's the reason why Blacklist International is just sticking together during the final stretch. They want to make sure that they would somehow get an advantage whenever someone sneaks out and goes in for the gold zone at the hands of full sets, and that is what actually happened out there. And given the fact that it was the Mewtwo who was trying to go for the gold, definitely that is a decrease in terms of range at the hands of full sense, and definitely Blacklist International could really dominate that team fight, especially that they do have a Psyduck as well on their pocket, and there's a powerful backliner which is the Miraidon on their hands as well.
Oh no, yeah, for sure, and definitely, this has been like a game for Blacklist International. Again, they have, as I mentioned, they have started very slowly. But now they are ready. They are ready to take on the world. They are ready to take down everyone as well. I believe the score before was the Blacklist 2-1 against Evos. Although they lost against like Paper Rex, right? Day number 2, right? They might have lost against Paper Rex, but then at the start, right? At the start when they won against Blacklist International, won against Evos. Onic, that is when they actually woke up, and now going into day number 3, I think they are much more prepared as well. And maybe we might be able to see a 2-0 here in favor of Blacklist International. And honestly, it would just make us be more excited to see them play for the remainder of the days as well of this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And we've all known that Blacklist International is a team, probably one of the most tactical team here in the tournament, because we all have our strengths and weaknesses. And definitely, they are more identical to BRU, because BRU is trying to outplay their opponents in the Rayquaza fight. But on the other hand, Blacklist International is more on tactical in general. They know the ins and outs of the game, and they know how to respond immediately into the game itself.
And then, in contrast to BRU as well, Blacklist is a team where, BRU is leaning more, mostly towards that of the Rayquaza. But the thing is, Blacklist International can do that and can still dominate the early game as well, which we just saw as well, going against that of Full Sense for game number 1. But, going into game number 2, though, I think we have to see how Full Sense is going to be able to go up against that of Blacklist. I think Full Sense did have a good composition, not a very good one, I'd say, going up against Blacklist, but a very balanced, good composition nonetheless. But then again, I think they are lacking towards that of pushing, pushing kind of like prowess, I'd say. Because, they have the Cherish, they have the Mewtwo, but, they are lacking that kind of Pokemon that would initiate team fights for them to be able to get in the middle of a fight. Sure, there's the Zacian, but then again, you have to charge it up, especially with Sovereign Sword, right, before you can get in on a team fight.
Yeah, and actually, the moment that they pick their defender, which is a Crustle, actually for me, Crustle is more on a defender, literally a defender, wherein you have to defend your teammates with the wrong tool. Unless you're gonna go with the Shell Smash and the X Scissor, in which that would really just initiate a fight, but not quite the fight that you expect, because definitely you need a lot of spacing, to be specific, in order for you to pinch down a lot of your opponents. So that's actually the huge factor, or the huge 50-50 situation of a Crustle. So if it could have been a much more setter type of a defender, just like an Umbreon, definitely I think it would be a better case for Full Sense. But speaking of Umbreon, taken out of the map by themselves, and same thing with the Sableye that they really respect up against Blacklist.
I actually think that instead of a Crustle, Trevenant would have been a better pick, which would then allow them to, after Woodhammer, Horn Leech, it would allow them to really just get in on a team fight, making sure that Zacian and Cherish would be able to really hit, maybe with the Reverend Ren, and of course, you have Sovereign Sword and Metal Claw as well, to that of Blacklist International. But speaking of that, though, they're going to be changing things up here, going up with the Garchomp and the Mimikyu to start things off, whereas Blacklist International answers back with Urshifu and the Miraidon.
Oh yeah, I love the concept here, especially trying to snatch away the Garchomp here at the side of Blacklist International, because For me, actually, even though you need a lot of late game potential for a Garchomp, definitely you could put up a big fight with the Sand Attack as a Gibble in order for you to block out the vision of your opponent. And if you have someone, a backup, just like a Zoroark, actually, that would give you ambush later on, it would be a big value coming in from your team in order for you to get a lot of XPs.
Comfy. Okay, you know, I am liking this composition, this very aggressive composition coming in from that of Full Sense. Obviously, Spoo with that of the Mamoswine, just using Ice Fang to, you know, disposition Blacklist International, and then allowing Zoroark to freely hit alongside with that of Garchomp. So definitely what they want to do here is pick them off one by one in comparison to Blacklist International, where they can just go in and out whenever they want. So, you know, this is going to be a what we call this. This is going to be a challenge for both of the teams. Obviously, their win compositions are quite different. Full Sense, they need to pick them up one by one. Blacklist International, they need to prevent being picked off one by one and take them all out at the same time, because we have to remember, you know, Mimikyu and, you know, Zoroark are very, very squishy. And at the same time, the moment that you take down Zoroark and Mimikyu, only Garchomp is going to be the one left here as what we call this, as the threat to them, to Blacklist International. Garchomp, well, you know, Garchomp can do Garchomp things, has quelling basic attack as well, very high speed damaging, high speed attack, basic attack as well. So, you know, as long as they can take them out, you know, Garchomp perhaps and Zoroark, everything is going to be falling into dominoes, falling into place for, you know, Blacklist International.
Yeah, and I just love how Blacklist International responded to the composition of a Zoroark and a Comfey, because they actually have their Snorlax upgrade available on their team in order to block out the push the ambushes that actually a Zoroark can do later on. And together with the Blissey that would actually go for the Bliss assistance with the Miraidon. But for sure, we have to expect that this Zoroark, the primary target would be the Miraidon all the way into the backline of Blacklist International, because definitely this would be a Charge Beam and Thunder composition, knowing that they still have the Urshifu on their pocket.
Right, and here we have it though. Starting off with game number 2, Full Sense Blacklist International. Full Sense does get the first set of gold, but Blacklist International seems as if, you know, they want to push in a bit of a pressure down that of Full Sense.
Yeah, right now, it's going to be, you know, very quiet so far, yet Blacklist International is starting a little bit much more aggressive here, and that's actually an eject button going to be used immediately by Trem. But that's actually in order for them to secure a lot of wild Pokemons into the early stages of the game. So definitely the ambush would happen in a little bit further, and they would actually secure further goals once and for all.
Right, and you know, Full Sense here definitely trying to change up their playstyle. They want to be, you know, they want to be more sure of how they're going to be tackling Blacklist International, because, you know, they've had a lot of errors going up against Blacklist International, especially when they were getting a little bit too excited, getting, you know, overextended just a little bit, that, you know, Blacklist International just made sure that they can punish Full Sense right from the get-go, especially at the first the first clash into the central area, which allowed Blacklist International to just get their momentum up, get their XPs up, and maintain it up until the late game. But now Full Sense making sure that they acknowledge this, know this, and adjust accordingly as well, you know, against that of Blacklist International, ensuring that they don't get the same XP as they did from earlier.
Yeah, and this is actually a huge lead coming in from Full Sense, knowing that their Zoroark is already at level 7, could actually outplay a lot of members from Blacklist International. And just like that, Tremp was taken out as he was trying to attempt to go for the goal zone, actually. And this is level 8. Very big advantage from Mark Goddess. But right now, Ryu has to defend it by himself.
And here you have it. Mark Goddess gonna be able to put in some scores. Maybe another one here. 5, yes, definitely gonna be able to put it down. But here it comes. Electro Drift actually misses! Beautiful evasion coming in from Mark Goddess.
Yeah, perfectly timed. The frame was perfect on this pitcher in order for him to dodge that one. That was actually a huge factor coming in, and right now Mark Goddess still applying the pressure despite losing in quantity. Full Sense being confident of their XP advantage because there's no Pokemon yet that could stand a chance if they're gonna be going for a team fight up against that Zoroark. So the primary target has to be there, but there's no Queen's Ascendant available yet that could lock in that Zoroark.
Oh no, yeah, I mean that's the game plan here for Full Sense, right? Their game plan being that to protect the president here, making sure that Zoroark can get all the resources that it can get, and make sure that it does not get KO'd by Blacklist International. And now they are now getting ready to push in once again. Ryu gonna be able to see this Morgan S actually goes in for feint attack and cut for the maximum ability a Zoroark can get.
Yeah, and definitely, it's really viable actually, especially if you want a faster spacing. Oh, but right now, Mark Goddess was tossed.
Look at that feint attack again. See, look at that amazing. Nightfall Days is gonna be popped up as well, just to try to survive, but unfortunately not gonna be enough though. But did you see the mobility the Zoroark has? Cut into feint attack ensures that it can go out in any situation. Unfortunately, you know, the Blissey was there waiting for it to come. And from there on, I'll take it out as well. But look at this, Live It Hour is going to be popped up as well up top.
And that team fight a while ago up against the Zoroark was actually enough for Blacklist International to catch up in terms of XP. But right now, Sunzig is forcing his way in order for that Regieleki to march it all the way into the Goso, but not going to be quite enough yet.
And at the same time, you know, we have to remember as well that Full Sense here still does have level 8. The Paloswine is still a Paloswine, still does not have access to that of Mammoth Mash. And of course, you know, Garchomp here now is at level 10, so that is something that they have to take note of as well. But Blacklist International is going to be able to punish them down, to be able to take down this Mimikyu in the process.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Blacklist International is having a slow start actually in terms of scoring, but we cannot deny that they have a lot of kit later on into the later stages of the game. But Mark Goddess is making sure that Blacklist International would have difficulties catching up later on. And definitely the plan here for Blacklist International is to use the Queen's Ascendant in order for them to get so much advantage in order to knock out that Zoroark, but not going to be quite enough yet despite expending a lot of Unite moves.
Oh, here's the thing though. Blacklist International is going to have a hard time if they cannot take down Full Sense one by one here. Just because of the fact that they still have no stacks. That's a big reason. They still have no stacks. They only have like 4 points, and only one Pokemon is able to score that in.
And knowing that you don't have that one in the early stages and up to the mid stages of the game actually would be a big setback from your team. Knowing that Full Sense has already maxed that one out, so definitely that's one of the biggest disadvantages that they have right now, aside from the XP.
Oh, look at this. So, Meteor Storm is going to be popped up here. Regirock is going to be secured here by Blacklist International. Going to be able to take down the Zoroark and the Comfey and the Mimikyu as well. And now, Full Sense does not have any attacking prowess here, except for the Garchomp. Garchomp is going to be alone here. 1v5 is going to be the name of the game here. Not going to be able to survive. Are they going to be able to take down one, though? Sandra is going to be taken out here by the Wicked Blow. Blacklist International now wants to get back against that of Full Sense, and now Blacklist International is able to get a bit of their stacks here. Not going to be enough though, but still enough to be able to catch up into Full Sense. Going to be able to get the team wipe as well in the process. And look at the scores right. Look at the levels right now. They are now ahead of Full Sense.
Yeah, oh, that's a lot of damage coming in from the Electro Drift up against Dream, but he's actually very squishy like Mark Goddess, so definitely that was very unfortunate. If there could have been a backup from Blacklist International, it could have been really different. But right now, no one is focusing their attention all the way into the Regieleki, so I feel like Full Sense really has the upper hand in terms of the positioning, and Blacklist International will be stick once again into the defenders.
Right, look at this though. Lance Chop Kick is going to be able to get away and try to score, sorry, not score it, but get into recoveries in terms of XP, in terms of HP rather, and just going to be defending themselves from that of the Regieleki, which then would give time to Full Sense to get in their XP and their Unite moves as well, ready for the upcoming Ray fight. But now Ryu still at level 10 though, still does not have Block Plus.
Yeah, for sure, but that Heavy Slam is gonna land eventually. Electro Drift not gonna be quite effective yet. That's a lot of damage coming in as that Mimikyu was taken down into the process here.
Feint attack once again, gonna be able to take down the Miraidon into the side of Blacklist International. 1-for-1 trade in favor of no one. But then again, everyone now does have access to their Unite moves, and now they're just preparing for that Rayquaza to come out to finally find out who's gonna be able to win this game number 2. It could be Blacklist International though, and if they do, then this is going to be the final game of this match.
For sure, Blacklist International really needs to get their footing ahead of time. They really want to ambush Mark Goddess as quick as they can in order for the problems of their team to lessen up even further. But Ryu is checking the tall grasses here, and Blacklist International starting things off the Rayquaza, trying to bait out every single members of Full Sense.
Here you go. The block has been initiated. We're going to be able to see that of Dragon Rush into that of the Midnight Nightfall Days are going to be popping as well. Even Fist into the Wicked Blow. Going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Unfortunately, it is on their team. Blacklist International now going to be having 1-2 down in their team. One more though, or Sheepwood tries to get away with low HP. But here you go. Blacklist International is going to be answering back against that of Full Sense. But it is going to be Full Sense going to be able to take down that Serena as well. And now we're just waiting and buying some time for Blacklist International to be able to get back, and so that they can get in another team fight. But unfortunately though, for Full Sense, they have used their Unite moves, but Blacklist International, they have the advantage here. Meteor Storm still up here and Bliss Assistance.
Yeah, and they have to start off their Rayquaza as quick as they can because time is already ticking on their clock. 50 seconds left.
There you go. That's
yet
one.
again, Trap is still available, and that Garchomp will be taken away into the process. But that Zoroark and the Mimikyu is just trying to sneak in some goals out here, and this is actually an opportunity for Blacklist International to steal the game once and for all.
And there you have it. You know, like Full Sense said, you know what? Let's just forget about Rayquaza. Let's go ahead, put in some scores, make sure that, you know, we put in the score as much as we can with this very little time that we have. But now Blacklist International securing this Rayquaza, well, ensures that they would be able to put in some scores. But then again, Full Sense here, they'll be able to put down another 22 points. A very beautiful egg bomb here to stop Margot S. But then again, 12 points is 12 points. They need to stop this if they don't want to get taken over. And Blacklist International, very beautiful defense here, going to be able to take the win 2-0 against Full Sense.
No one expected this to come. Yes, Blacklist could have won in 2-1. Yes, Full Sense might actually overtake the series, but no one actually expected Blacklist International to go for the 2-0 run up against the powerhouse team Full Sense. But I actually love how Blacklist International responded into the sneak goals coming in at the side of Full Sense, because they had to make sure that if they get the Rayquaza, they have enough AO's energy for them to just march it all the way into the goal zones of Full Sense and eventually take the game once and for all. And that was actually quick, for them to get back into their base and just defend it, because they know that Zoroark is actually there.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, I love how they acknowledge as well that, okay, you know what, Full Sense is winning this team fight. Make sure that, you know, whoever still has their Unite moves, don't pop their Unite move, because we have to wait for them to use their Unite moves, and then, you know, have a bit of a step back, which they did. That's why the Miraidon and of course the Blissey still hasn't used their Unite moves. Bliss Assistance and Meteor Storm, a Bright Future Meteor Storm, was I guess the key factor here into winning that extended team fight into that other Rayquaza, and then, you know, taking down Full Sense and Blacklist International at the same time. Though, you know, Full Sense made a very huge gamble of just giving away the Rayquaza, scoring for themselves, and giving away the Rayquaza for Blacklist International. But unfortunately, they don't have enough points to, you know, have a higher point count than that of Blacklist International. I think that is a very, very huge miscalculation from the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, and actually, from that perspective on, Blacklist International, or rather Full Sense, really had no choice but to, you know, go for the gamble a while ago, because they know that eventually they're gonna be losing the team fight, because they don't have the Unite moves out here, and definitely Blacklist International would just go for the team knockout at their side. So definitely, why not make the most out of it, try to score as quick as they can, as much as they can, and eventually, you know, just determine what's going to be the fate in their hands.
And, you know, honestly, I have to give my respects to Full Sense, because again, it might have been a very risky kind of a tactic, right? A kind of tactic to just score and give away the Rayquaza. But then again, you can see the potential of what they wanted to do. It was very close, nonetheless. It was very close. They were the score difference was only like what 60, 60 something, against that of Blacklist. So definitely you can see how it could have worked out. But unfortunately, it was a huge miscalculation into the side of Full Sense, allowing Blacklist to win with 60 points ahead of Full Sense, giving them 2-0 against Full Sense. So that's the 6th match of the night.
Yeah, and we still have 2 more here. The next match, it's going to be Ren Sejong actually versus Evos Onic. We had a little bit of a swapping of sketch, so definitely looking forward to that, JJ.
Yeah, I mean, Miran Sejong, which we thought is going to be the one playing at the last for tonight, but as you have mentioned, it's going to be them playing the first one before the last. So we're going to be seeing Elevate and Talon as the last match of the night. So with that being said, don't go anywhere. Miran Sejong and Evos Onic going to be up next in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite!
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. We are now at our second to the last, or the penultimate match of the night. That is going to be Miren Sejong versus Evos Onic. Right? I'm right, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
Evos Onic.
we're having confusions because a while ago it was supposedly Evos Onic and Miren Sejong who's going to be playing at the last match, right? But yeah, going back into the main topic, it's going to be Miren Sejong looking for their first victory in terms of series actually in this league. But on the other hand, their opponent here is going to be Evos Onic, still, finding their rhythm into the tournament as both of these teams are at the last spot in terms of the standings.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this is really quite interesting because I think like Miren Sejong and Evos Onic here are quite on the same kind of like wavelength in terms of like play style. So honestly, it could be either one's game here for these two. But then again, we have to consider everyone here, everyone in this tournament has been really amazing, and they all deserve to be here. So here we have it. Our players of the game. It's going to be Miren Sejong, who we've seen on match number 2, again, 6 hours ago, or 5 hours ago or something, against that of PRX. Miren Sejong, that is, Spirits, Wards, Jong, and the rest of the cast. And here we have Evos Onic as well, reigning from that of Indonesia. We have Resort, Dragods, Kane, ALR, and Jinkies. So really amazing matchup here for both of the teams.
Yeah, and speaking of Evos Onic, they had a victory a while ago now up against Alter Ego, and definitely they're actually on a winning streak, 2 winning streak to be specific. And if they get this one, that would be their 3rd winning streak and the only wins that they have so far. So definitely a lot of momentum so far coming in from their team, but Miren Sejong still hungry for that victory because they have been winning a lot of games. To be specific, all of their games are 2-1, in which they are dropping their series. So definitely they need a strong finish in this game.
I mean, if you were one of the players, right, one of the teams playing, who wouldn't want to win? And again, winning a game here, winning a series definitely will put you in such a huge spot as well in terms of the either the placements or the leaderboards, right? So now we have Evos here, ALR, Blaziken, Garchomp, Mimikyu. Again, we've already seen this earlier. We've already seen him play earlier as well. So this is not going to be a brand new thing to see. But, going into the next game, later on, then we'll see a brand new faces, brand new faces into our graphics. But now, caster predictions. Only Nongrut here from Korea predicts Miren Sejong to win against Evos Onic. I believe that guy. I think this is the actual, dentist recommends 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10, right?
It's that one dentist that doesn't recommend toothbrush, the toothpaste, dude.
Yeah, very accurate, right? It's the idea, it's the
Right?
idea. But who knows? Like the 90% might be proven wrong once again because a while ago,
Might be.
80% were proven wrong. That was the first game. Full Sense and Barum United Esports.
I mean, again, just because everyone else says so doesn't mean it's the right one, And again, this is just a prediction based on what we've seen for the past 2 days. And definitely, everyone else have seen how Evos play. And of course, Miren Sejong played as well. Unfortunately for Miren Sejong, they played quite, I wouldn't say not optimal. Not poorly, but not optimal. Not optimal is the more appropriate term, right? For the past 2 days. But then again, we were able to see how they played earlier, which is definitely a different kind of like Ren Sejong from what we've seen on day number 1 and day number 2. So honestly, if I could change my prediction to Ren Sejong, I would gladly do so. But we can't do that anymore. We already locked in. So, but Ren Sejong definitely does have the prowess to go up against that of Evos Onyx.
Yeah, and the prioritization from Evos Onyx hasn't been changing a lot. Yeah, they prioritize Mimikyu as always, and the Blue Sea. It has been one of their pickpockets to be specific. So definitely, I'm not quite surprised with that. But this is actually a good pickup from Ren Sejong, being able to secure the Psyduck into the early stages. And I feel like this is actually their same draft during their first match a while ago. Yeah, from earlier, because they prioritized Leafeon, Eldegoss, and Psyduck. So this one is just a matter of fact, it's going to be an all-rounder and attacker, wherein they didn't utilize Defender as far as I know, way back earlier.
Yeah, for sure. But then again, we're going to be seeing the same set of same set of Pokemon again for Evos Onyx here. With the what call this? With the Snorlax, definitely the block heavy slam. If not block, what do you call this? A flail, right? Block flail, kind of Snorlax. A really weird one, a really uncommon kind of Snorlax, but still made it work nonetheless. So really amazing stuff here. But going into Ren Sejong, going to be ending it up with the Espeon and the Gyarados for their first set of draft.
Yeah, but generally I like the composition so far coming in from Ren Sejong. They have their pseudo defender, I would call it pseudo defender, which is the Gyarados that could actually provide sets with the Dragon's Current. But yes, they have a good backline, they have a good frontline as well. I feel like this would be a Razor Leaf plus Aerial Ace composition from Spirits, and then it will be a backliner Espeon, obviously. And I feel like aside from that, Ward would fill in the gap in terms of defender. I mean, John could be the defender as well as a primary setter, but who's gonna zone out everyone else? It's gonna be Ward, who has been controlling the game so far. And not just Ward, every single Psyduck players out here, Psyduck trainers we've seen so far, doing the job very right by utilizing the Surf and Disable for you to push back your opponents away.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, that is the main. Again, it's not even Psyduck is that even support Pokemon? I don't know. Dude, again, I firmly believe that they made a mistake here. Not a support Pokemon, dude. It's an all-rounder. That's in my book.
Yeah, actually, the what do you call this one? The way you utilize it, it's gonna be an all-rounder. But the stats,
right?
It's more on a supporter, right? So definitely, it's mixed up, So might just promote Psyduck into the all-rounder, right?
But hey, you know what? We cannot argue with the with the categorization of the Psyduck. I mean, if it's a support, then it's support. I mean, definitely it supports its team by making sure that everyone else from the opposite side of the team gets the buffs, and of course have a hard time into pushing into their own team. So I mean, I guess that's the idea behind Psyduck, but we all know for a fact that it can actually get chaos as well a lot of times, and that's Psyduck, it might look like always confused and dizzy, but you cannot really dismiss Psyduck. Psyduck's really strong, dude.
That's a headache. Specifically, Psyduck always has it, to be specific. So, yeah, it resembles a lot. Yeah, Psyduck has an headache. Definitely, you would have one as well. So, it's more of a mirror move. I call that a mirror move.
Right. Fine. And here we go. Look, John already has almost half its effort gauge. Oh, wow. Actually, going to be able to get down the Bundle B as well. So, again, just a bit of a babysitting job here from Ren Sejong, mainly because of the fact that, they need to get the effort values up as well for that Magikarp to become a male Magikarp, by the way, for it to become a Gyarados to help out teams in on-team fights. Now, they just need to, back away just a bit, make sure that they don't be taken out until the Gyarados is up. Now, Evos Onyx, though, wants to push in. They cannot let Ren Sejong have a bit of a break, have a bit of a rest, and that's what we're talking about, dude. Psyduck is scary, dude. Psyduck is very scary.
I mean, Psyduck, Give me,
Okay,
give me
wait,
a lot
it
of
doesn't
trouble.
have its
Yeah.
unite move yet. No, it doesn't have its unite move yet, dude.
We haven't seen
No,
it yet.
yeah, no, yeah. We'll see it later.
Yeah, for sure. But this is actually a better, actually a great thing for Jong, being able to evolve into a Gyarados, in which we haven't been seeing score yet. So the amount of damage that it can provide not gonna be quite efficient again up against Evos Onyx.
For sure, for sure. But with that being said, though, we're going to be seeing a bit of a clash here. Evil's Onyx going to be able to do the initiation. Dig is going to be the answer back here from Ren Sejong. 1-for-1 trade. But is that going to be enough, though? ALR is going to be taken out as well. Coming in from that of Jong. No make that too as well. The trio not going to be fast enough. Going to go fast is what he said. But then 3 KO for Jong. The babysitting has been working out well for Ren Sejong. And now they are pushing in. They're overextending. They don't care. They want this, and they're gonna put up a lot of damage against Evil Sonics.
And that's a lot of damage. Speaking of that, and Miran Sejong has to brute force their way all the way to the gold zones actually, and Jong, this Gyarados needs to store a lot of it in order to maximize that attack stat. But Sabine is still here. ALR trying to go in for the chase, but this serve from Ward would save him at least.
Ward here can be taken out. Beautiful stuff here coming from that of the Mimikyu. Of course, you know, Sabine was able to survive as well thanks to the Psyduck. Again, a defending support Psyduck, by the way. Just to be able to make sure that Sabine is not going to be taken out, you know, not giving out XP and not going to be delayed, getting ready for team fights. Now Jong here. Jong jumping in with the bounce into Regieleki, not hitting Regieleki, but they're not going to be able to secure this for themselves. And Jong's going to be taken out here. Play with me is going to be used up here to take down Jong. And now Ward coming in with the surf. Just to, you know, surf down the lane and, you know, having a chill time here. But Evil's Honest going to be able to hear the Reggie Ice as well. They're going to be able to put in some scores down bottom. Not going to be able to still destroy the first score goal, but then again, only 6 points up left here for them to destroy it. Now, Blitz Resistance into the Mimikyu is not going to be enough to push down Regieleki into that of the first score goal. Not going to be enough as Ward is going to be able to ward it out away of their score goals.
Yeah, but that triple trample is gonna be pushing back a lot here on the side of Miran Sejong. And Eva's Onyx is just forcing their way for them to score another goal here. They want to take down this top at goal zone immediately, but they have to beware of that. But the Emerald 2 steps from Spirit was enough to go for the response, and the full power Sai is already pop up as well here for Miran Sejong, and that is a knockout coming in from their team, and they have turned the tables, and they will be the ones to score here.
Can you say that again? Yeah.
We'll have to wait for it later on. We'll have to wait for it to be available again later on, for sure.
Okay. So again, sorry, it's oh my goodness. Okay, anyway, going back to the game, you know, Ward here still warding them out with the disable. Ladies and gentlemen, again, you cannot dismiss the fact that Psyduck's a really strong Pokemon here. Kane here going to be taken out here by Sabine and gas in its buffs as well. And with that being said, you know, going to be able to jump down up, you know, on the top path, waiting for Sabine to come in. There's going to be 4v3 situation now for Evo's Onyx. Are they going to be able to get away, though? Not with the Psyduck here, with the disable. Unfortunately, they're going to be able to push them out just to get a bit of a leeway here to wait for the Regieleki.
Yeah, and speaking of Regieleki itself, the Regi objective all the way into the bottom fat will actually be available in just 5 seconds. And might to tell you that the Leafeon from Ren Sejong is actually all alone there, so that's actually a guaranteed if they want to. But I feel like they would have to prioritize the Regieleki in order for them to score as much as they can, because I feel like not everyone has already maximized their stack up items.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, though, Regieleki is now half HP. Just making sure that, you know, Jong is using Regieleki to bait out Evil's Onyx. But then again, that's quite a huge risk as well. There you go. Heavy Slam is going to be popped up here, but it is going to be Sabine going to be able to secure the Regieleki against the Psychic Solaire as well. And the Dragon Current is going to be able to take down the Blissey. And there you have it. The Meteor Storm coming in from that of the coming from the Miraidon is going to be popped up as well. And now Psyduck has its Unite move as well. And there you have it. Sai is what it's going to be called here. They're going to be able to take down this Mimikyu as well. Securing that Regieleki up top. Destroying the first score goal with 50 points up there to destroy the score goal. And now it's resorting to just using a bit of a charge move here to push them out. And there we have it. Miran Sejong, just like that, now has to leave.
Yeah, and for sure, that full power Sai was actually very efficient for them in order to get a little bit amount of spacing for them to even charge even further all the way to the goal zone, and guaranteed goals from their team made them overtook the lead. And right now, since this registry wasn't really secured as a trade from Evos Onic, they would have to maximize this one out and eventually get it for an additional buff for their team. But right now, Ward is a little bit pinched here, has to back away and has to swim around. Heavy Slam is gonna be, sending him back into the base. But on the other hand, 45 seconds before the final stretch, they have to stack up their Ao's energy. Same thing with their Unite moves.
I do like the fact that Evos Onyx, acknowledge the fact that, it's only spirits up top here, and made sure to push that up. But unfortunately, they took a bit of a time here, allowing Marin Sejong to get some reinforcements and not being able to allow them to score up top, which then, leaves their first score goal once again into that other top path. And now Kane here just trying to get him some scores so that they can get in some, back capping later down when Rayquaza comes up.
Yeah, for sure. But right now, Evos Onyx landed its foot immediately all the way into the tall grass of the Rayquaza pit. This is actually a good introduction for F Jinky in order for them to, capitalize the position, at the same time have a higher chances of securing this Rayquaza. But right now, Dragon's Current is still available, or rather, every Unite move is available for Marin Sejong. This is the setup that they want to. The Dragon's Current will be the main dish coming in from Marin Sejong for them to complete the wipe, or the team wipe here at the side of Evos Onyx.
Oh, for sure. But here we go. We have, again, Disable here is going to be an annoying move for Evos Onyx here. They don't want to get hit here. Sure, it might stun them just a little bit, but then again, a stun is a stun, and slowing them down as well in the process is going to be quite an annoying thing to have. And look at this, though. Jinky is trying to get a bit of a poking here just to, get a bit of an initiation, get a reaction against that of Ren Sejong, gets a block as well. Unfortunately, that's going to put them in a cooldown.
Yeah, Marin Sejong is just stalling a lot of time here, and that Leafeon is just defending the top path. Quite phenomenal response here for Marin Sejong, but right now, they're leading the
two-step into the side as well, into the Bliss Assistance for Resort. But Resort, though, are they going to be able to get away? Yes, they will. And there we have it, Dragon Current into that of the Bright Future Meteor Storm getting popped out as well. 2-on-2 for no one's favor here. Man, Psyduck was quite a menacing Pokemon into the side of Evos Onyx, and now look at that. Because of Jinky's block pushing away Marin Sejong, they were able to destroy the first score goal and the Miraidon, now putting in 88 points up top. But are they going to be able to secure this Rayquaza? Look at this, Kate is here! Are they going to be able to secure it? No, the Mimikyu does it, and going to be able to get in the Rayquaza against Marin Sejong as they put in another points up top. 10 seconds, they are still 1 point in deficit against Marin Sejong. They need to put up all the points that they have if they want to win this one. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trades like very close, but Evos Onyx wins game 1.
Was actually a nerve-cracking moment at the hands of Evos Onyx. The moment that they retreated back to go to, just go in for the Rayquaza. They were about to, go in for the sneak goal all the way to the top half, but they decided to retreat. Resort to be specific, pull back a little, and, focus on the Rayquaza. They just need one more score. They don't have to secure the Rayquaza, but they jambled everything on their pockets. Make sure that they get the Rayquaza. If Evos Onyx didn't manage to get the Rayquaza and it was stolen immediately by Marin Sejong, definitely the tables would have flipped, and that would be the biggest upset yet in this series.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, I do like the micro decision that Evos Onyx did as well. Knowing the fact that, okay, we acknowledge the fact that we don't have enough time. We have to take down the Rayquaza now, and if we don't, man, again, it's only 1 point, right? Only 1 point deficit, 207 to 208. That would have been a crushing loss if they weren't able to put in the scores.
Yeah, for sure. And I was actually nervous. I feel like I was playing for Evos Onyx. I was really nervous during the last 30 seconds of their game. I actually thought that it would be the biggest upset yet, but Marin Sejong almost quite there. They weren't able to finish it strong due to the fact that, let's admit it, they have a Psyduck, they have a proper utilization of it, but the thing is, no one was able to follow up a while ago during the last couple of seconds in which they were running out of utilities.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, okay, I I wouldn't change anything into the side of Mirren Sejong. I think they did a phenomenal job. I think they did a majestic composition, and it actually worked out pretty well for them. It's just that it was a gamble into the side of Evos Onyx to take down that Rayquaza. Unfortunately for Mirren Sejong, they got taken out, and Evos was able to secure that Rayquaza for themselves. But otherwise, honestly, going to game number 2, they just have to play the same thing, and well, I think they have a pretty good chance of winning against several Evos going to game number 3. What do you think about it though?
Yeah, I actually do agree with you because the moment I feel like the Psychic Solaire's timing a while ago during the last couple of seconds, I feel like that's around 20 seconds to be specific. It was a little bit earlier to the point that you have to lift off everyone else with your Psychic Solaire, and there has to be one member from your team who would do the last hit up against a Rayquaza. But Psychic Solaire was really utilized at an earlier phasing to the point that Rayquaza is not one hit away from you, for you to secure or even to steal it away or snatch it away from your opponent. So definitely they have to look forward into that timing in order for them to secure objectives even better. But right now, we're going to be swapping our sides here. Mirren Sejong going into the orange and into the purple is going to be Evos Onyx.
Right, so we're going to have a bit of a position swap here, right? Like, position swap here for both of the teams. Evos Onyx now wants to take in the first pick. Mirren Sejong, though, is going to be able to answer back against them. So, definitely being the second pick here, they need to ban out the Psyduck because they don't want to give out the Psyduck to, honestly, anyone. And, well, this is going to be the ban here. The Darkrai and the Blissey is going to be banned out as well, coming into the side of, Mirren Sejong. So now, let's find out who's going to be the first pick here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an Umbreon or something. Or Shifu, possible. Okay, never mind. That's what I was going to say. Umbreon or Shifu or Mimikyu. It's only either of the three that's going to be the first one here. But since it's not going to be chosen here, Mirren Sejong now has the access to that and actually puts up the Umbreon and their Shifu together as their first picks.
Yeah, and this is going to be a strong composition coming in from their team. But mind to tell you that Hoopa is still available into the pool of Pokemon available for this game to be specific. If Mirren Sejong could get a grasp of that Hoopa, it's going to be a different story. Like, they have a big advantage from the first 3 picks that they could actually get if they seal it away with a Hoopa. But mind to tell you, there's also a Miraidon here at the side of Evos Onyx, and it's a powerful backline damage to be specific with the Charge Beam. And either if you go with the Electro Drift, it's still quite efficient. It depends on the case-to-case basis on what would be your permanent 5-man permanent draft. And taking a look at that bigger picture, they need a little bit of range, but at the same time, if you have someone that could babysit your Rhydon, definitely Electro Chip is a good composition. But that was immediately denied by Mirren Sejong by banning out the Blissey.
Now, the biggest issue here for Mirren Sejong as of the moment is definitely going to be that Slowbro, because if they cannot take down the Slowbro, then that's just going to telekinesis and slow beam this Urshifu. So definitely they don't want that to happen. But also, right, there is the Serena and that of the Hoopa, which can essentially become their sustain, which makes Evos Onyx lineup is become a really balanced out composition. And this is what we were talking about earlier as well, right? Behind the scenes, before even the start of the stream, you mentioned this, dude. You mentioned that we might be able to see an Alolan Ninetales, or as I mentioned, just a Ninetales, because there's no other Ninetales, no other regional Ninetales in the game anyway, so might as well just call it Alolan Ninetales, right? So, could you walk us through this? Because this is what you mentioned. You mentioned to me before the start of the stream that we might be able to see any Ninetales in the game. So why do you think that is?
Well, basically, here's the thing. The moment that you want a Ninetales is, of course, you have number one, you have a powerful frontline, which is the Umbreon that could actually go for the mean look on multiple opponents, and you have the Dragon Skirt with the Gyarados. With that being said, your passive ability, which is the Snow Warning, your ability could actually freeze or stun your opponents multiple times if you're going to be landing your hits immediately. So that being said, you can actually buy a lot of time for your teammate, especially that Gyarados and Urshifu are very hungry for damages.
So in this kind of composition, right, Umbreon, Urshifu, Eldegoss, Gyarados, and Ninetales, would you then say that the move that this Ninetales is gonna gun for would be more of a utility Ninetales with Avalanche and Blizzard, or would you think that this is more of a mid-range attacker with Dazzling Gleam of Royal Veil? For me, I think it's gonna be more of a utility Ninetales, allowing Urshifu to do some damage, and Gyarados at the same time, when they stun their opponents with, as you have mentioned, Snow Warning.
Yeah, and actually I do have the same sentiments or the same thought as well too, because you don't need to, dish out a lot of damage because Urshifu and Gyarados is really enough to shoulder that kind of damage. So you just have to support, you just have to be a utility-wise Pokemon here in order for you to clean up some team fights and to go for the team knockout. So definitely that's your main goal here in a competitive setting. It's just to, clean team fights, get the most out of it, knock outs as much as possible, and eventually, get the upper hand on it.
Right, and now, I guess this is one of the biggest thing, right, for Ninetales. It has to get to like level 4, I believe, like level 4, yeah, there we go, level 4 to get into Ninetales. But even then, it's still not gonna be enough for it to help out in team fight. Sure, it might have access to Avalanche now, but then again, if you want it to actually like survive in a team fight, it has to, number one, has its teammates, and number two, well, has its level up. Maybe perhaps have its Unite move Snow Globe as well, just to be able to help out as much as possible, on a team fight.
Yeah, and you really have to, scale up as fast as you can if you really want to punish your opponent here, especially that they don't have access to an Umbreon yet with the meme look. So definitely, this would be a safer facing for Miran Sejong, and later on, they would just blow out in the middle game.
Right, and here we have it, though. Still, both of these teams are just poking each other out, and I am quite scared of the composition here for Miran Sejong. Sure, they do have the Urshifu, but then again, you have to consider that you have to babysit. We have been using this word a lot. You have to babysit not only the Magikarp, but also the Alolan Ninetales. Because of how squishy it is, you cannot allow it to give free XP towards, the enemy team, that is Evos Onic. So I wonder how they're going to do this. Jong, though, currently almost up into its effort value. Still not a Gyarados, though, however.
Yeah, and we talk about babysitting, and Blissey being taken away from the picture is actually a huge downside for both teams, knowing that Blissey, number one, probably is the best babysitter support that the game has. And number two, it could actually deny the hyperspace wolf coming in from the Hoopa with the egg bomb. So definitely a lot of values has to be taken into consideration. But Evos Onyx saw that loophole up against Miran Sejong because they were the ones who batted out. But never mind, as Dragon's taken out in the picture here.
Yeah, there you have it. That's going to be the first KO of the game here. Evos Onyx going to be able to going to have the first casualties in the game. Miran Sejong, though, does have access to bounce and going to be able to get most of the birds as well, and get back just a little bit, buy them some time. But unfortunately, Gyarados is going to be taken out. Here comes the Skull coming in from Jinkies just to be able to remove some of those damages coming from Miran Sejong. And look at this, Mimikyu now almost going to be able to take down Spirits as well, but unfortunately for them, not going to be able to do so. But at the very least, going to be able to put in some scores and guess the hyperspace wall as well, just to be able to get away. But unfortunately, with that of the fall play, prevented them from going back to base.
Yeah, and actually quite efficient in order for them to, don't have the regenerative HP as fast as they can. So I love how Miran Sejong is trying to disrupt the value of the Hoopa, because that is your main target when you have an opponent which is a Hoopa. Try to, lessen the value as much as you can.
Oh, for sure. I totally agree with you. With that being said, though, we have Miran Sejong here. They're now done. They're now finished of their babysitting shift.
Yeah.
They're now done with sitting shift here, and they can now just go in and do their damages, do their team fights. But I like what Evos Onyx is doing here. Just make sure to take them out one by one. Don't take them all out at once, because if they go in for a team fight, right, they're just going to be eating the stuns here coming in from that of Ninetales. And then of course, once they are stunned with Snow Warning, they would take additional damage coming in from that of Snow Globe. And of course, we have to remember as well that there is still the Dragon Current coming in from Jong, and of course, foul play from that of Umbreon, allowing Urshifu to do a lot of damage along with bounce from Gyarados.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why you have a Mimikyu on your pocket at the hands of Evos Onyx. You want to
Right.
prioritize that Ninetales to be taken out immediately.
And here we have it in our team fight here into the central area. Not going to be quite enough here. Play with me is going to be popped up here, and Moonlight Trance going to be popped up as well. Going to be able to survive just a bit here, but ALR here with that on the chop kick, not going to be a lot here. Pin Ascendant is going to be popped up. Ward still not KO'd, but not enough though. There we have it. That is going to be the player of the game here. Going to be able to take down two. Moran Sejong on the deficit, and Chobo here, they're trying to force out this 8 points to score in, but unfortunately not going to be enough. ALR are going to be able to stop them from doing so.
Yeah, and Maren Sejong at the other side of the map managed to land 40 points by the Alolan 90s all the way into the bottom path. It was quite phenomenal despite, taking multiple knockouts at the same time. They managed to convert a lot of scores, and right now, they're eyeing on the prize on the Regieleki all the way into the top path, making sure that they score more as they can, and eventually into the final stretch, they just have to defend everything.
Oh yeah, and here to have it. If they can take this Regieleki before like 15 seconds, then maybe we'd be able to see Regieleki once again before the Rayquaza, and they will. There we go, quite exactly at 4:15. So that means they would still have some time to take down the Regieleki later before the Rayquaza, maybe perhaps. To pressure out Evil's Onyx if it is going to be Ren going to be able to take down that Regieleki. But with that being said, though, look at this. We have Resort here putting up some damage with that of the Charge Beam, but also allowing Mimikyu to do some damage. It's going to be 3 down into the side of Marin Sejong as they put in some damage. Dragon Card is going to be popped up here. Alar at the right timing is going to be able to put down, going to go back to the base with HP, and now Ring Symbol is going to pop up into the Meteor Storm as well. Going to be able to take down the this Umbreon, and there you have it. Another one here. Twin Ascendants are going to be popped up as well. Not going to be enough to take down the Gyarados, but it is going to be followed up here by the Mimikyu as well.
Yeah, and that's actually a lot of Unite moves expended here at the side of Evo's Onyx, and they really want to take down this goal zone at the bottom path once and for all for their score to cash up even further. But right now, Miren Sejong not allowing such things to happen as they were forced to retreat back. But on the other side of the map, that's 40 points from the Slowbro at the side of Evo's Onyx.
Oh, here's the thing though, like, I totally respect what Evil's Onyx did, putting up their Unite moves at that last team fight. Mainly because there's at least a minute left before the Rayquaza, which is honestly ample enough time for them to recover their Unite moves before the Rayquaza. So, they just have to get in some Pokemon, again, catch some Pokemon from the wild, and get ready. That's what they need to do now, what they need to focus on. Just get their XP, get their levels, get their Unite moves in preparation for the Rayquaza.
Yeah, right now 15 seconds on the clock. Until the Regieleki is available all the way to the top path. I feel like Miren Sejong would want to prioritize that Regieleki to make it a diversion play later on in order for them to have a higher chances of winning the Rayquaza, but play would be pop-off immediately.
So early, dude. And, they're going to be able to answer back as well. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade. No, make the 2. Ninetales is going to be taken out as well. And there you have it. Dragon Courage going to be able to take down 1 as well. 2-for-2 trade into the side of, to no one, really. And Rings and Bells is going to be popped out as well. Who's going to be able to win this one? Adon's going to be taken out as well. Coming in from Dragons here. And one more. Even Fist going to be able to take down this Serena. This is going to be 3-for-3 trade actually, and I think that's quite a bit of a waste of their Unite. Well, not actually a waste, but more so it's quite too early for them to follow their Unite moves, and now they have to play the extended fight here, going into the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of that, Eva's Onyx still has in the hands that slow beam. Definitely a good contribution later on into the team fight. So it's just a matter of timing who's going to be using the Unite move as efficient as they can. But right now, Jinkizi is backing away a little bit here.
And there we have it. Another team fight is going to be coming up here. John's going to be able to take down that Mimikyu. And then here we go. Spears tries to get away. But are they going to be able to get away? Yes, they will. There's going to be 2 down to the side of Evil's Onyx. And now, look at that. Dragon's going to be taken out as well. Resort tries to get away. And they will be able to get away. Guess into that of the hyperspace hole. But it's not going to be enough time, though. Beautiful stuff here. Making sure that they don't go back into the central area. And just instead goes in for the jump into that of the bottom patch, stopping the scores coming from Marin Sejong. But then again, only 40 seconds is up left here. They need some scores here if they want to win against Marin Sejong.
Yeah, and time is ticking. No one is actually going in for the Rayquaza, so that's why Evos Onyx having the toughest time on their own. But Play Rough and Play With Me is gonna be utilized immediately in order for them to isolate the members of Miran Sejong, but not gonna be quite yet enough for them to score a goal here.
Here we go. Let's find out though if 14 seconds is enough for them to score back up. I don't think it's gonna be enough though, especially with how much scores they were able to put up. Another 16 points off top from that of the Umbreon. Unfortunately though, this is going to be the first game that we don't see a Rayquaza pick, but it doesn't matter for Marin Central because they already had the formula. They were able to get in the scores in, against that of Evos Onyx, and now we're going to be heading into game number 3. Unfortunately for them, again, Evos Onyx initiated a team fight super early, 15 seconds before Rayquaza came out, and that just, led us into quite an extended team fight, as I mentioned earlier, and almost everyone does not have their Unite moves, especially into the side of, Evos Onyx, which gave the advantage to Miran Sejong with the with our Unite moves, right? So Moonlight Prance, and I believe the last one was Eldegoss, right? Caught in Cloud Crash, allowing them to sustain themselves and push away Evos Onyx as well in the process.
No, here's the thing. Evos Onyx only has one job for them to do at the final stretch. Number one is to prolong, or don't make use of your Unite moves quite early compared to what we witnessed a while ago. And number two is to make use of the Queen's Ascendant up against the Alolan Ninetales at the back line, because we witnessed how efficient the slow warning was in order for them to freeze a lot of their opponents, and quite efficient, right?
Information as well.
Yeah, information as well, because it's gonna pop up the moment that there is an information already. So definitely, it's very beneficial for Miran Sejong. And right now, they overtook this game number 2, and Evos Onyx just needs a man to stop the Alola Ninetales. If this is going to be picked all the way into the next game, it would be a big threat actually for Evos Onyx. So you can actually respect ban it, or at the same time have someone that could KO him immediately.
Here's the thing though, like I'm not entirely sure if they should focus on taking out the Alolan Ninetales with Queen Ascendant, just because of the fact that if they take out, Ninetales very early, then it would still have access to its Unite move later when it responds back. Especially that, again, they initiated the team fight 15 seconds before the Rayquaza came out, and so leading to this very, very long team fight, extended team fight. Do you think it would have been a different story if they started their team fight when Rayquaza came out?
I feel like it's really hard to tell, because the moment that you would want to start a team fight actually the moment that Rayquaza is already up, and definitely you want to get the position advantage as much as you can. But that team fight a while ago went straight head on, to the point that it's just a matter of fact who's going to be blowing out the largest damage in your matchup. So definitely it was Miran Sejong having the upper hand, and unfortunate turn of events for Evos Onyx.
For sure. And man, this is going to be the same set of placements for both of the teams here. Evos Onyx into the left side, and Miran Sejong into that of the right side, and we might be able to actually see the same set of Pokemon for both of the teams. I honestly think that they could change the Serena into something else, because Serena, while it is good, it's a single targeted Pokemon, especially with its Unite with Queen Ascendant. So I think there could be a better pick here. Maybe what do you call this? Cerulash is open, so that's one, right? Instead of like the Serena going into the side of going into the composition of Evos Onyx.
Yeah, quite possible here, because as you mentioned a while ago, like there's a lot of alternatives from this arena. Number one, there's a lot of Pokemon that has the same ability and at the same time can dish out more damage, just like the Cerulege a while ago. So definitely, that's one factor that they have to consider here immediately. But on the other hand, I feel like Evos Onyx is really a big fan of isolating 1v1s, to be specific.
Right.
Simply because that it's very visible. They have Mimikyu, they have Serena a while ago, and they have a good setter, right?
See, that's the thing, right? That's the thing that I'm looking at as well. Most of their Pokemon, especially the what call this, especially the physical attackers, right, are mostly single targeted Pokemon. You know, Serena, Mimikyu, very single targeted, and the only one that is AoE-ish kind of like Pokemon inside of Evos, right, is that of the Miraidon, which now they are fixing it up with the Gyarados, with the Garchomp, and of course the Bamboo Wine, which again, this position is going to be the play of the game here. Ice Fang, or Icicle Crash, really. But you know, I think Ice Fang would be more appropriate in this kind of composition. But then again, you know, at the very least, now they have more. What it calls? They would have more AOE kind of attacks here with this kind of composition, allowing Kane to be the only one with the single targeted moves in comparison to the one that we had earlier. So now going to Miran Sejong, dude, very amazing, a very good composition, a very good team roster here as well. You know, Umbreon, Urshifu, Snorlax, Gyarados, and Espeon. So what do you think about this composition going against that of Evos?
Well, for the side of Evos, they have a good team composition, just like what you said a while ago. And they have a response in order for them to prioritize the attacker backliners, because definitely Miran Sejong has that Espeon available on their pocket. But might to tell you that they also have a Garchomp here at the side of Evos that could actually charge in with the Livid Outrage later on. So definitely it would deny any obstacle, but at the same time, deal a lot of damage that could actually, you know, get the knockout up against that Espeon. And that Espeon needs a perfectly timed Psychic Solaire in order for, you know, them to buy some time for their team.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, this is going to be the final game of this matchup, Evos Onic versus Miran Sejong, game number 3. Let's find out together who's going to be getting that 3 points for tonight. And then afterwards, we're going to have our last match of the night. But for now, you know, Evos Onic and Miran Sejong.
Yeah, and this is going to be very tough. Miran Sejong is eyeing for them to win their first game actually for this tournament, because it was been full of 1-2s in their pocket. So definitely they would want to get this as much as possible. And Evos Onic really wants to rise all the way from the top of the leaderboards, because currently they're at the ninth seeded team here. So definitely they need more wins as they can. But right now, it's actually a good contest coming in from the side of Evos Onic, making sure that everything would be delayed on the side of Miran Sejong.
Right, and here we have another one here. You know, gonna be able to take down the Snorlax, you know, just trying to, you know, invade the central area, making sure that the Miran Sejong is gonna get delayed here as much as possible. And they want to take make sure that, you know, this, well, Jong with the Magikarp is not gonna be able to get its Gyarados early than that of earlier. Now here we have it. Mimikyu going to be able to take down this Kung-Fu as well, and one more that's going to be the Snorlax going to be taken out once again. That's the second time, and the Magikarp is as well. Chobo out, but unfortunately going to be able to stay alive with the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, see, this is the value that you could get from a Gibble, especially that it's not an eye-popping damage dealer, but you have the kit of a sand attack that could actually block out your vision all the way from the map. So that's actually the main thing that you would want to happen if you have someone that could dish out a lot of damage in these early stages.
Right, and here you have it. You know, like, again, that's, I guess, the caveat of having a Pokemon in their team that requires babysitting. You know, being delayed here is going to cost them quite a lot in the early game into the mid game. But then again, you know, Evos Onic here answering back once again into Miran Sejong. Most of them now down low, doesn't have the Psyduck here, but it doesn't matter for them because they can still put out the damage. Look at that charge beam. Not, they didn't even need to use the eject button. And still gonna be able to take down, you know, still gonna be able to take down Sabine, and there you have it, another one KO here. This is Miran Sejong. Evos Onic definitely playing quite differently than that of game number 2.
Yeah, it seems like we're watching Alter Ego here because of their aggressiveness in terms of gameplay. And right now they're just, you know, pushing their limits even further, making sure that Miran Sejong will be pressured here. And they have been taking a lot of XPs in terms of knockouts here on their team.
Yeah, I mean, would you agree if I say that they are pushing their limits beyond Plus Ultra?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There you have it. Evos Onyx now going beyond plus ultra, putting up a lot of scores here, destroying the first score goal into that of the bottom path, and now have access into that of the Registeel, having a bit of a what do you call this? Advantage. There you go. And now, giving away the Reggie Ilecki. But then again, there's the elevator, putting them enough time to get back up top so that they can, defend themselves from that of the Reggie Ilecki, push that away, and ensure that it doesn't go inside a score goal.
Yeah, for sure. They have to defend this one, especially if you manage to land it. There's a lot of scores waiting at the side of Miran Sejong, so definitely it was a phenomenal defense for Evos Onic after them converting a lot of goals all the way into the bottom path. But right now, look at the warning here.
Oh, Yawn is gonna hit down, Miraidon here, but it's not gonna be enough though. And not gonna be able to take down the Miraidon as well. Jagad here is doing its best to survive, but there you have it. The answer back here from Evos On is going to be able to isolate, this Snorlax as well. Going to be able to make down 2 KOs in the process. Dog trying to get away, get some Teardrop Spares as well to get some HP, but here comes 2v1 to make a 3v1 here, and that is going to be it. 3 KOs for our Mimikyu, and now still Onyx here is outnumbering Miran Sejong, gets the Ebon Fist as well, but not going to be enough to take down Genki here. And just like that, Evos Onyx will be able to take down the Urshifu once again. And Ward here is back, but only to be taken out again by Evos Onyx. Tycho Solar is going to be popped up here. Not going to be enough though to take down Evos Onyx, but they have enough time to go back into the base with a Hyperspace Hole and then go back, destroy them, and destroy the first score goal up top.
Yeah, and right now they're waiting for the second set of objective here, all the way into the top and the bottom path. And for sure, Evos Onyx would have to prioritize the Reggie objective all the way from the bottom path because they managed to take down this top path Regieleki, and it's just a matter of defense for them. Just wait for the potential snatch of the Regieleki later on, or just play defense.
For sure. And I mean, just 5 more minutes, still a lot of time here. Definitely a lot of time for them to take down any objectives. Evos Onyx can definitely give away the Reggie Ilecki, but with the rings and bounds allowing them to take in not only a Reggie bottom but also the Reggie Ilecki. Now they are contesting it, but unfortunately for them, Miran Sejong is going to be the one to secure this for themselves. And now, yes, sure, again, they can just give way into that of Reggie Ilecki because they can still answer back and get those points away from Miran Sejong by taking them all out. But that's going to be a 1-for-2 trade here. Miraidon is now down low, but then again, still going to be able to get away. Only the Hoopa alone is stopping this Reggie Ilecki, and now Livid Outrage just to end things up for that Snorlax. Ladies and gentlemen, all changed alike. Evos Onyx here still in the lead against Miran Sejong.
Yeah, building it up so far. This is actually a huge lead coming in from their team in terms of XP, and right now they're just enjoying it actually, and they just want to get the position advantage in the current situation because they have been getting a lot of wilds out here. They have been getting a lot of objective as well. So why not maximize the positioning here from your team? And Evos Onyx just needs that finish. This just needs the defense actually for them to secure this victory once and for all.
Oh, this is actually quite beautiful of LR here, recognizing that it's not alone. Snorlax is not alone here, making sure that, they're not going to be taken out here because especially it has a buff as well. They cannot risk that one. But beautiful Dragon Rush into the Dragon Claw as well. This positioning Miran Sejong and now going to be able to punish down Ward here, but unfortunately not going to be enough here. Gets the, gets the high horsepower as well and taking out Ward, finally going into the 3-minute mark of the game. And now Spirits gets a wicked blow, but still not going to be enough to take down Kane here. But never mind though, Throat Chop is going to be the name of the game here to take down the Mimikyu. But then again, Evos Onyx here still has the lead against that of Miran Sejong. But in terms of XP, they're quite close with each other.
Yeah, closing the gap to be specific, but that Heavy Slam won't let the Hyperspace Hole be in contact with them. And ALR is in a bit of a trouble here, has to back away a little bit. But, that's a nice yawn coming in order to stop the crowd control that the Mammoth was about to do. And they're going to be securing this Registeel once and for all. But Evos Onyx has enough time for them to step into the Rayquaza's pit at an earlier time.
Yeah, Definitely, and at the same time, as I mentioned, they have enough time to take into Reggie. Like, he definitely going to provide an hard option select, force option select against that of Miran Sejong. Because if they don't, take this Reggie Lucky, then that would just give a lot of time for Evos Onyx to put down some scores. But they're not gonna do that. They just want to put up some pressure against Miran Sejong, and now going back into the Rayquaza.
But yeah, they are not pressured, despite of that Regieleki being available all the way from the top half, and Miran Sejong is just looking for an opening from their team in order for them to make it happen. Actually, it could have been viable, just go for the score, 100-point goal, all the way into the top half, and just pop off the rings and bound, but that's not going to be the case for Evos Onyx.
Oh yeah, for sure, because they still want to get in some recoveries afterwards. But here we go. Pyronel's going to be popped up as well, but it is going to be Miran Sejong securing the Rayquaza. That was very quick, ladies and gentlemen. Again, only 69 points though, but are they going to be able to put in the scores? That is going to be the name of the game here. That's 169 points here. Still, Evos Onyx is still on the lead here, 261. Now they are in the lead, but Chobo does not have any more Rayquaza buff. Still was able to put in the score, 100 points here. Ward here is going to be jumping into, Genki here. Unfortunate for them, but again, still a minute. They still have some time for them to push in some scores. But the question is, would they be able to take down Miran Sejong as they do so?
Yeah, for sure. But right now, Evos Onyx needs 2 or more goals, actually, in order for them to bounce back. They still have 30 seconds on the clock. If they can actually go for the team knockout, that would really benefit their team. But this is going to be very tough. They're eyeing on the prize all the way into the top path, but this lone goal zone won't be enough for them to take the win.
Yeah, they need 2 points at the very least. Nobody is back capping as well. Dragon Current is going to be used as well just to defend their score goal. And there goes the 50 points. Unfortunately, again, they don't have the Rayquaza buff. And Miran Sejong. Oh, wait. Hold up.
2, 1.
We were all proven wrong, dude. Miran Sejong winning against Evos Onyx. 1 out of 9 dentists was right. Casters, but
Oh, huge props to Nongroot for not doubting.
Huge props to Nongroot indeed.
Yeah.
Believing in their own fellow man, dude.
I mean, that's actually huge. I mean, no one expected, or actually a lot of people expected Evos Onyx to overtake this series once and for all, because in terms of numbers, we all know that Evos Onyx definitely has a better standing. But might tell you that Miran Sejong, despite losing, a lot of games recently for the past 2 days, they have been able to trade a game, at least for their best of 2 series, in which they haven't been dropping it as easy as they can.
And at the same time, I do have to give props as well to Miran Sejong and to, both of the teams really, Evos Onyx too, because, they made sure that both of them did not make it easy for one another to take the win.
Yeah, it was really a heated match between these 2 teams. But I feel like Miran Sejong, on the other hand here, really made use of their composition. We talked about a while ago how many options that they have with the Umbreon, with the Urshifu, with the Snorlax actually. And with the Yawn composition, not going to be the block rather. So, not the block, but the Yawn rather, was really valuable for their team in order to when a heavy slam landed immediately, just go for the Yawn, make someone sleep, and it's just a follow-up from damage coming in from the SP and earn the Urshifu. And the Psychic Solaire's timing is very well on point as well, together with the Dragon Spirit, making everyone punished at the hands of Evos Onyx.
Oh yeah, definitely. And with that being said, though, Evos Onyx, they played really well, and they were able to pick off Miran Sejong 1 by 1 as well, and made sure that Miran Sejong not going to be able to score as much as they can. And leaning towards the Rayquaza, I'd say Evos Onyx definitely had the advantage against that of Miran Sejong, but it's just that during that of the the Rayquaza fight, I didn't even notice the HP of Rayquaza getting depleted, dude.
And I mean, they were just focused on on their primary target, which is getting the Rayquaza. I mean, it's just clean initiation, no fakes whatsoever. Just focus on their goals.
Honestly, I think if that was a prolonged team fight, I think Evos Onyx would have been able to win that one. But as you have mentioned, eye on the prize, Miran Sejong went in for the Rayquaza, didn't care about the team fights. They know they're not going to be able to win a team fight against Evos Onyx, and got in the Rayquaza very quickly, less than a second, I think. I don't know. It was very quick. I wasn't able to notice the HP bar of the Rayquaza again get depleted, and from there on out, eye on the prize, get in the scores.
Yeah, that actually made a victory coming at the side of Marin Sajong, bagging in their first win for the tournament of Asia Champions League here in Southeast Asia.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now in on our final match. It is going to be Elevate against that of Talon. There you go, Elevate versus Talon. So it's Philippines versus Philippines. Don't go anywhere. You want to stay tuned for the final match of the day, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Pokémon Unite!
Lakad matatag, Pilipinas! Dahil andito na ang Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. Laban ng mga Pilipino, it is gonna be Talon versus Elevate. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. My name is JJ, and with me is Pikayos. What is up?
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Pilipinas laban sa Pilipinas, that is going to be the topic right now. Before, we also had this as well. That was Blacklist International up against Elevate. But right now, Elevate with their second shot going up against another Filipino team named Talon. But for the history and for the record of everyone else, Elevate hasn't been defeating Talon yet for around a year already. Already, to be specific. So this is actually the biggest obstacle that they would have to face, knowing that their fellow men is actually the toughest opponent that they have to face, specifically in the Philippines.
Right, and if they are able to get away and break the curse today, I think that would say a lot for Elevate going into this tournament again. Remember, guys, this is going to be the last match of the day, the final best of 3, and hopefully we do get game number 3 here, as it is the send-off for the day. So again, this is Talon. We have Sync1, RBX, Dylan, Kai into this roster. Of course, there's also Birdie as well, not in the picture though. We have Elevate as well, Luis, Viva, Jared absent rather. We have Tempest, Blank, and I believe Shua as well.
Yeah,
right. Not in the roster. So definitely Filipino versus Filipino again. Pilipinas laban sa Pilipinas. This is the name of the game for the send-off of day number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And I do believe that a lot of Filipino fans have been waiting for this matchup, just like what we witnessed before with regards to Elevate and Blacklist International. But right now, taking a look at our key player highlight, it's gonna be Mike, the central laner from their team, Ceruledge, Leafeon, and Urshifu. Their name of the game. Actually, there's actually one more. It's actually War that they actually make use of multiple times. And, it's just a matter of respect for Mike. He has been there in the team for quite some time. And really key player for the team.
Oh no, yeah, and I mean that is the key player here for Talon. Now let's take a look at the key player for Elevate. It is going to be Viva here with the Blaziken, the Drio, and the Leafeon, which we've seen quite a lot for for Viva as well. But it's not just they might be the key players, they might be the highlighted players in their teams, but then again, we can't dismiss the fact that all of their teammates are really strong in their own regard as well, playing their own roles in the team.
Yeah, and Viva actually is one of the, let's say, pioneers of their team. And knowing that he has been a man of those Rio, honestly. He has been making use of those Rio for quite some time. And a lot of factors has to be considered as well. Knowing him that he's actually a man of his word. He knows his objective. He knows his role in the team.
Now, going into the caster prediction, right? So, as you can see here as well, both of us here predicting... dude, I think we're gonna get hated here a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I accepted my fate. We accepted our fate.
So, as we have mentioned earlier, right? Like, we really think that Talon is gonna be has the upper hand here against that of Elevate, and as we have started off, coming in from that of the break, it is gonna be quite a huge testament here, a huge statement coming in from that of Elevate if they can break the curse against that of Talon in this match. And we do hope, while we predict Talon winning this game, we do hope that Elevate finally breaks away from Talon.
Yeah, we really want to see that kind of story because, Elevate, we all know that they are one of the best in the world, or in the world to be specific. They made a huge run wherein they were formerly known as Olmo Abyssinians before during the World Championships in 2023, and they left a huge mark. But after that, it was just Talon overtaking the region of the Philippines, and they are eyeing to get back onto the throne and take back the title of being the best in the Philippines.
And now, going to the ban phase, we're going to be seeing the Leafeon get a respect ban immediately into Mike. So Mike here, I believe Mycross, right? Mycross, really amazing key player, as we've seen earlier, the key player of this team coming from Talon, and you definitely don't want to give any of his Pokemon, right, into, well, Mike, because giving Mike any Pokemon, especially Leafeon, well, that only means, well, the end immediately. You don't even have to play the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you with that because he is somewhat of a player that he cannot stop if he's in his comfort zone. And a lot of teams out here in Southeast Asia has been respecting his Leafeon usage. That's why a lot of teams, when they face Talon, it's an automatic ban for Leafeon.
Right, and at the same time, and this is one of the Pokemon again that I've been saying again and again, that you cannot give Talon, especially with Kai. This is Hoopa, perhaps the best Hoopa in the region, perhaps in the world. I haven't seen anyone play Hoopa as much as Kai does in any other region. So definitely not a Pokemon that you want to give Kai here. But having this now into the side of Talon, it's going to prove a lot against Elevate. But then again, it's going to be interesting as they have the Glaceon and the Mew as well. The Mew, this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing the Mew in the tournament day. Right, so we've seen the Mew before, but this time this is going to be the first one in day number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And we all know that Elevate has been a big fan of making use of Mews, specifically Junior Absent, because they have been using it ever since the last Asia Champions League, as far as I know. Oh no, not Asia Champions League. That was the Philippine qualifier for Asia Champions League. So we're all familiar with it. If you're a certified Filipino Pokemon Unite fan and you're tuning into Elevate, definitely this kind of propositions from them.
For sure, and here you have it. The final list of the roster for Pokemon into the side of both Talon and Elevate. It is going to be Miraidon, Hoopa. We have the Trevenant as well, the Blaziken, and of course the Garchomp into the side of Talon. And then onto the side of Elevate, it is going to be the Umbreon, Urshifu, Glaceon, Mew, Gyarados. Honestly, both of these teams have balanced composition, and it all would end up into their own execution. I guess the only caveat here is that Elevate has has the Glaceon, though it is still a strong DPS Pokemon at the back lane. If it gets rushed in by I don't know, like a Garchomp or a Trevenant, right? It might have some troubles. Then again, that is where Umbreon comes in, and the Gyarados and the Urshifu actually ensuring that Pokemon from the side of Talon would not be able to get in and take down the Glaceon.
Yeah, for sure. And let's not deny that they also have the Mew, making it very invincible with a Mystical Mirage. And not just that, it provides a lot of buffs as well, knowing that it's around 30% of the movement speed, as far as I know, and 20% max HP shield. So that's actually a huge factor, especially if you manage to take down the Rayquaza and pop off that Mystical Mirage. Definitely, you're gonna be unstoppable in scoring your goals.
Definitely, and at the same time, Mew being a Pokemon that the only Pokemon that can actually not the only Pokemon, the first Pokemon in the game that can reset their move sets. The second one being Blaziken, right? I mean, not really a reset for Blaziken, but more so like change up its moveset. But Mew having that versatility in terms of its move can definitely change up the play of the game here for Elevate. So right now, Talon though, giving the pressure into Elevate, getting up and stealing their wild Pokemon into the side.
Yeah, and they managed to get the upper hand here at the earlier stages of the game, especially that Elevate has to, again, babysit that Magikarp into the first 2 minutes of the game, and you would really see Talon making the most out of it. For sure, they would ambush this top path in just a while because they still have the Sand Attack, they have the Combo Skin up on their favor, so definitely this would be a good ambush coming in from their team.
Yeah, Mike though, currently at the Gible, still at level 4, still needs to be babysat here, just like how Elevate is babysitting the Magikarp for it to become a Gyarados. It's not going to be able to do a lot here, not a lot of damage as well, but it does need a lot of XP. Beautiful reposition here coming from the Combusken as well, make sure that they can secure those birds for themselves, giving Mike as much as possible in terms of XP, allowing it to become a goodbye in just a bit. But here you come though, a 1v1 into the side over the bottom path with RBX, and of course the Umbreon into the side of Elevate. But then again, Gibble is now a goodbye. Mycross now at level 5, going to be able to put down 2, but it's not going to have enough time for it to go down back the base with the hyperspace hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. But what you want to have in the valley is, of course, your attack weight to be stacked up a little bit, and you
Right.
know that you have a Hoopa on your favor, so you can just hyperspace hole and go back into your original position as quick as you can. So definitely, that's the main playbook here coming in from Talon. For Mike to be specific, it's just get the most damage that you can before you evolve into a Garchomp, and even that, and after that, if you're a Garchomp already, you're gonna be confident in engaging into team fights.
And yeah, I mean, look at this though. Blank getting a bit of a problem here, but at least they have the teammates here just to be able to answer back and really just stay out of the place as well, making sure that they're not going to be taken out. But then again, they are also eyeing out on this Gabite, not going to allow it to take down the Regieleki up top, which is a really good marking coming in from that of Elevate.
Yeah, but right now, look at who's at pressure right now. It's going to be Elevate, and those are eject buttons being utilized immediately at the hands of Junior Absent for them to secure or to keep it alive. Actually, coming in on their favor. But look at this hyperspace hole elevator. There would be 4 stack up numbers from Talon trying to go for the knockout, and yes, they take out the Urshifu out of the table, and they would go in for the scores.
Yes, sirree, and I think, it's not going to be enough for them to take down the first score goal, but it is enough to keep them away. And look at that Tempest just walking straight into Dylan, allowing it to score 20 points. Now only 10 points is up left here. Now the elevator is going to be used and utilized here so that they can get in up top, but never mind. They just want to score and get the pressure down bottom. 30 points here, 20 over cap here. They're going to be able to do it as well. And now going back up into that of the elevator to stop the Regieleki. Now Kai needs to survive here. Not going to be able to get away here as Kai gets taken out by that of the Mew. And now the Regieleki is now inside the first year skull goal. But unfortunately for Elevate, they don't have the scores. They don't have the mobility to get inside the first skull goal. But never mind. RBX actually pushed it out, but it doesn't matter as Mike was there to welcome them up. And here comes another KO coming in from Mike. 2 KO in the process. That is going to push Mike into a lot of XP now at level 9.
Yeah, and that was actually a good trade coming in from Elevate, despite dropping a lot of members all the way from the team fight. They managed to trade a gold zone on their favor, but Talon seemingly quick in terms of responding when it comes to team fight. Number one is because they have the Hoopa on their favor, so definitely those hyperspace would benefit their team a lot. And later on, they still have the rings and bound on their favor, so definitely that's a huge factor coming in from their team. They want to rotate as quick as they can in order to support everyone else from their team.
That isolation coming in from that of Talon to be able to take down Absent, and Tempest here gets in the bounce coming in from the Gyarados. Woodhammer is going to be popped up as well, allowing them to go back. Oh, never mind, actually stopped by the Dragon Current as well. Phantom Force is going to be popped up, and there we have it, 1-for-1 trade. The Blaze is going to be taken out, and they're still not stopping here. Charge Beam is not going to be enough to take down Pokemon into the side of Elevate. And look at this though, Rings and Bombs is going to be popped up so that everyone is up here as well. And look at this, they want to take in more Pokemon instead of Elevate. Tempest gonna get repositioned here by the Horn Leech, and there we have it, another KO into the side of Elevate in the process.
Yeah, and that Focus Blast from Sync 1 is dealing a lot of damage, but look at the bounce from Miva connecting, but the Horn Leech would really isolate a lot of members here from Elevate, and look at the
3
damage!
down.
Look at the damage Elevate has been dishing out up against Talon! That's 3 members down!
Yes, but at the same time, Elevate is currently down low into terms of into terms of their HP. Registeel, though, is going to be security for Elevate, putting them a bit of an HP as well. And look at that Glaceon with the Icicle Spears, going to be able to take down the Miraidon, the backlane attacker here coming in from Talon. Amazing play coming in from Elevate here, making sure that Talon might have the early game, but making sure that they can, cash up into that of the mid game. Here comes the basic attack, boosted basic attack coming in from that of the Mew. Not going to do a lot of damage here, but at least they can push them away and ensure that they have the positional advantage going into the Regieleki. Here comes another Livid Outrage from Talon.
Yeah, and that won't be enough for them to secure the knockout that they want to get. But the Unite moves are popping off here as well from Tempest. But the goals would be connecting in the hands of Talon, but not going to be quite to take out the goal zone here. Woodhammer is going to connect here immediately, but Elevate is keeping the chase online as that Trevenant will be taken down in the situation.
Elevate definitely won that team fight. This is going to be 3 down in favor of Elevate, and also the Reggie like is going to get secured as well. And we have to remember they already destroyed the first score goal, so it is now going into that of the second tier score goal up top. And now this is quite a huge predicament into the side of a Talon. This is going to be the final Reggie like as well. But if they can push this in, then they're going to have a hard time. But then again, you know, Elevate is just using Reggie Lecky as a form of distraction here for Talon so that they can get in their XP is getting ready for that Rayquaza fight in just a bit.
Yeah, and they actually can't afford as well their resources to be taken away from Talon all the way from their forest. So they have to maximize the value from the Regieleki by not scoring the goals, but to rather, clean up their forest camps in order for them to get a lot of AO's energy. And at the same time, when they claim the Rayquaza later on, potentially they could overtake the lead as quick as they can. We're in 1 to 2 members is just enough for them to get the lead. But right now, Talon is on its way to position themselves here all the way into the bottom path to secure the potential objective here, which is going to be the Regirock. But look at the position from Elevate, making sure that they have the upper hand in the Rayquaza fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. But here you go. You know, Regirock, as you have mentioned, going to be secured here with Talon, definitely allowing them to survive a lot in terms of the team fight for the Rayquaza. And now, this is it, the final stretch here for the game number 1 of Talon and Elevate.
Yeah, and Elevate right now has to play this one very carefully. They have the Icicle Spear coming in from the Glaceon, from Lewis rather, that could actually secure a lot of direct targets at the hands of Talon. They just had to eliminate that Miraidon all the way into the backline, but look at that damage!
Yes, look at the damage as well with this Wish. Unfortunately for Tempest, going to get a bit of an, get some HP with Wish. But with that being said, though, is that going to be enough? Though another charge beam is going to be coming up in just a bit here, coming from Dylan. Here comes the Twister coming in from that Rayquaza. Not going to be enough, though. Hyperspace Hole going to be popped up. Moonlight Pass going to be popped up as well. Here comes Rington Bound coming in from Kai. Unfortunately, not a lot of time here. Going to be 2 KO in the process coming in from Talon. And now low HP into Elevate. There's going to be 1 down. There's going to be Umbreon. Are they going to be able to do 1 more? Miva, low HP as well.
And that Icicle Spear would make the Garchomp back away a little bit here at the side of Talon. And Elevate has to reposition themselves for quite some time here in order to get the footing into the Rayquaza speed, because they have been chasing for this objective in order for them to get the upper hand. But Rubex is still online here in order to defend everything and zone out every members of Elevate.
But we have to remember, no one else has their Unite moves. Well, I mean, Blaziken does have it, but that's just to have a form change. Iamsu is going to be taken out as well, but Elevate is on the Rayquaza. They need to steal his away if they want to win against Elevate, and they will do so, especially with that of the charge being going to be able to secure, going to be able to secure that Rayquaza just like that. And now Dylan and everyone else putting in the scores here, 50 points. That is it. Talon taking in game number 1.
Oh yeah, that's a very consistent performance from Talon a while ago, despite being, they were trading some blows from back and forth, but Talon is the overall much more consistent team here in this game. To be specific, I would like to add up that they have been making use of the forms of the Blaziken a while ago in order for them to, juggle around a lot of options, and Rubex has been zoning out and providing a good amount of sets for their team with the Wood Hammer and the Horn Leech. So definitely that was a big factor for their Miraidon, which is going to be a Dylan, so able to dish out a lot of damage all the way into the backline. And yes, there's Lewis at the side of Elevate throwing the Icicle Spears, or the Icicle Spears that could dish out a lot of damage, but it was not quite enough for them to take down multiple knockouts at the same time.
Right, and I mean, I totally think that Elevate would have been able to could have been able to take down Talon if it wasn't for the prolonged team fight. If they were able to secure Talon and punish them out the first team fight that they did at the Rayquaza pit, then I think that would have been the game for Elevate. But unfortunately, Talon was able to see this and made sure that they can buy a lot of time here and be able to get another team fight. The second team fight is where they actually got an answer against that of Elevate and be able to take them out as well and take down the Rayquaza for themselves. Unfortunately for Elevate though, but going to game number 2 again, this is a best of 3. They still have game number 2. They still can adjust against Talon, and hopefully they do so. And we want them to do so, don't we, Yules?
And they really have to watch out for Dylan because Dylan was just the backline to be specific. It was just using Charge Beam out of nowhere, and he's left unharmed in many situations. So Elevate really has to, prioritize their targets back and forth because they don't have a speedster, they don't have someone who can isolate 1v1s, but their phenomenal damage is really available. But the question is, can that phenomenal damage take down a single member or the prioritization target from their team?
Yeah, and I mean, Tempest, even with Wish, Dylan was able to dish out a lot of damage, as you have mentioned. With that of the Charge Beam, I'd say like that's one of the key winning factors here for Talon. Dylan with the Miraidon, and I think it's gonna get a respect ban for sure. Get a respect ban for game number 2, because the Charge Beam was just almost on point, and Umbreon Tempest with the Umbreon, even with a Wish, it wasn't enough for it to sustain some HP going against that of the Miraidon.
Yeah, for sure. They really have to respect that one out because it was really efficient coming into their favor. So definitely, that's one of the key factors that they have to adjust heading towards this game. But I to tell you that if they take some Pokemons away out of it, definitely some of them would be available. And you don't want that Leafeon to fall into their hands because it's a different story if they do have the Leafeon. But take a look at the bigger picture here. Psyduck might be available into the next game because they have to narrow down the gap of the comfort Pokemons of these trainers.
Why? Okay, so why do you think like Psyduck is a great Pokemon to have here for I believe Elevate is what you're trying to refer to?
Yeah, Elevate.
Yeah, okay. If Elevate does get the Psyduck, right? How do you think is Psyduck going to be able to help them down against that of Talon?
Well, actually, a while ago I was actually noticing that Elevate was having a hard time in order for them to be committed all the way into the front line because yes, they do have the Umbreon, they have Milook, they have Wish. As far as I know, that was the moveset that they picked a while ago. But what's after the Dragon's Current? There has to be no follow up, and Glacial was left alone in the backline. That was supposed to happen into the first place, but there wasn't enough mobility, or rather enough gift from Elevate for them to lessen the mobility or pinch everyone down at the hands of a Talon. And definitely a Psyduck would be a great pick coming in from their team in order to lessen their mobility and make sure that Glaceon and you would maximize their damage output.
Right. Well, definitely makes sense. But here we have the first set of bans here for game number 2. Definitely, as I mentioned earlier, one of the biggest key factors here for Talon is definitely Dylan's Miraidon, which has been respect banned here in this game. But that also means that they can take down the Leafeon away from that of Mycross. But now Talon is going to be banning that of Psyduck because, well, for obvious reasons, as you have mentioned, it's going to provide a lot of problem for Talon if they do give away the Psyduck. So, definitely that's going to be the name of the game here. So, Talon starting off again with the Hoopa and Mike with the Mimikyu.
I mean, Kai definitely will be a Hoopa because if that's going to be respected ban, definitely Kai would have to make use of the LDOs, and definitely that's not going to be the case right now. Hoopa is wide open. They have to maximize this one out because this has been a trademark of Talon, actually.
There we have it. Trevenant is going to be the next pick here for Elevate. And then let's find out what's going to be the answer here. But oh, wow. Okay, Rubik's now with the Snorlax. Block Heavy Slam. Again, still going to be a lot here, especially against a Trevenant. Just to be able to push them in. But the question is that going to be enough? They have the damage here coming from the Mimikyu, but I believe they're still missing some sort of Pokemon that can dish out some damage into not the backlane, but more so an AoE kind of attack to put up some damage against that of Elevate, unless they gun in right for a single focusing into a single attacking a single targeted kind of strategy. But then again, this is why they're not going to be hovering down into that of the Garchomp, because this is what they're missing, a Pokemon that has a quelling effect into their damage.
Yeah, and not just the quality damage and quality effect, but the sustain that it actually provide coming into the team fights because the limit outreach is actually, very unstoppable, very invincible to be specific,
Right.
as well as it could dish out a lot of damage coming in from your team. And on the other side, Elevate here, I love the pick of actually from the Inteleon because of the Azure Spy Vision. We've witnessed how efficient an Inteleon is a while ago, during the early stages of the tournament. And definitely this would be the same case coming in at the side of Elevate. They want the vision, they want the information as fast as they could in order for them to get the advantage, especially on the final stretch.
Right, and the thing is, I do feel like Talon with the Koopa, right, is going to be able to counter Azure Spy Vision. Because I mean, yeah, sure, you might have they can what they can do here is bait down the Azure Spy Vision, get if Talonplane knows, sorry, not Talonplane, but Inteleon knows where they are, gets a snipe shot, that would allow Talon to know that Azure Spy Vision has been used, and then from there on out, use Hyperspace Hold to make them waste their Azure Spy Vision. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's actually one way to avoid the information and at the same time get the spacing that they need. But here's the thing: if they make use of the Hyperspace Hold with after the Azure Spy Vision being popped off, I feel like Elevate has to wait for them to come back into the Hyperspace Hold, in which Talon would definitely not do that. But in crucial moments,
Right.
just like for the Rayquaza fights, definitely you would have your thoughts that you have to go back into it if they have the proper spacing. But Elevate here, on the other hand, has the Metagross, so later on, the Compute and Crush could definitely just hop into them with the moment that they come back into the hold.
And as it brings about a some sort of rock tomb as well, it's going to imprison a lot of Pokemon into the side of Talon with the right timing and the right positioning as well.
For sure. But let's see what will be the execution here from Elevate, because in terms of draft, I really like how they draft their team composition right now. It's very well rounded. They have information, they have damage, they have a front line plus a setter and a good amount of damage dealer Pokemons here. So definitely well rounded. But Talon on the other hand, yes, it's a good composition as well. But Rubex on the other hand, yes, Snorlax is good, but I feel like we could have picked a better defender actually. But I mean, we'll see later on how they will execute this one.
Right. With that being said, though, it looks like Talon is trying to buy themselves some time, making sure that if Talon's not going to be able to get in their XPs early, then at the very least, not allow Elevate, right? Not allow Elevate to do what they cannot do. So I mean, I guess this is going to be more of a battle of what do you call this? Attrition for both of the teams.
Yeah, and I think that will be the case here. But right now, it's very quiet here. Everyone is just clearing the wild camps here, the wild Pokemons here. But Hyperspace hold that early in order to, maybe some sort of, get some pressure, I guess, against Elevate. But as you can actually see from JJ, it's very quiet, actually. Elevate and Talon are trying to play it all out very safe at the same time. So Talon really wants to finish things off here.
And here we have it. First set of team fight, first set of KOs as well. It's going to be 2 down. It's the Leafeon and the Mew as well. Coming into the side of Elevate, and look at this, the Metang. Metang tries and tries to survive. Going to be able to get in that of the Citrus Berry to survive. Going to be able to secure a KO instead of the Mimikyu and the Bite and the Snorlax as well. It's going to be 3-for-2 trade in favor of Elevate. But now they have to score in, but Dylan is waiting for them. Going to be able to take down 2. That's a Drizzle, and that of the Metang and the Trevor are going to be taken out as well. That's going to be an answer of Talon here. Blank tries to get away, but it's going to get hit here by that of the Psyshock.
And that's actually a good deny coming in from Talon, preventing from Elevate making the scores here, because that's going to stack up a lot on their health items, and at the same time, that would add up a little bit of a pressure coming in from their team. But they managed to deny it immediately, and right now they are eyeing on the Regieleki. They have Hyperspace Hole on their favor, so definitely they could just rotate back anytime they want. But the question is, can Elevate pinch them down?
Yes, sir, and here we have it. The answer finally is going to be in our sights, because it is not going to be Elevate that's pinching them down. It is going to be the other way around. Talon pushes them away, destroying the first goal up top, and now securing the Reggie Ilecki for themselves, and does have, you know, the elevator to go down and possibly take away the Reggie bottom as well, away from Elevate.
That's going to be big, especially that Rubix is trying to initiate things here already all the way into the bottom path with a heavy slam. So that's actually another free objective coming at the hands of Talon, and no one is sneaking behind at the hands of Elevate. So that's actually another objective coming in from Talon.
And that's what we have been talking about, ladies and gents. The elevator is doing its best to make sure that they can get all of the objectives, and they did. Now going to be able to destroy the first explosive down bottom. Now the score is 0 to 200 in favor of Talon, and not only that, they do have the XP advantage as well.
And very dominating first half of the game, to be specific. He actually had an overcap of around 40 points, to be specific, a while ago. So that's actually phenomenal coming in from Talon, making sure that they maximize their score conversion and XP conversion at the same time for them to get a bigger lead up against Talon. Because look at the levels right now, single digits compared to every single members of Talon, who is almost at double digits right now.
Look at this though, Rubix trying to initiate the team fight here, but unfortunately for him, Elevate is now, well, is now out. Right, it's now out of that. But you know, with that being said, though, Talon here, as I mentioned, I like what they're doing here. They weren't able to get into XP, they weren't able to get into points, and they are stopping Elevate from doing the same thing. But now they have found the space that they needed, and now is in the lead.
And they have to maximize his lead once and for all. But look at that, Kai being able to, you know, retreat back immediately. That was actually a wise decision coming in from their team, because they can't afford knockouts as much as possible, because that's gonna cash up a lot of XP at the side of Elevate, and you want your opponents to be behind as much as possible.
Right. And at the same time, you know, I just can't help but notice as well, Snorlax here into the side of Talon. Rubix is not actually gunning in for a block, but instead Heavy Slam and Yawn. And look at this, another initiation coming in from that of the Mew. They're going to be able to take down the Metagross as well. Parano's going to be popped up as well, but here comes Talon from the back, dealing some damage against that of Tempest. Heavy Slam is going to be popped up as well, and maybe it's going to be answered back here by a Blank. This is going to be 2-for-1 trade here, but Rubix try to get away. They are not going to be able to get away. Psychic Sword is going to be popped up as well into the Yawn, just to try to escape, as well as that Garchomp is securing that Reggie Ilecki. They're going to be able to do so. That's a very good trade here. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Talon. Yes, sirree, but look at that, though. They might have been able to take down 2 into the side of Talon, but still not able to take down any score, not able to put down any scores at all. Now, with the Reggie Ilecki taking down their, you know, getting their time coming from Elevate, it does give them some free time to go down and take this Regirock for themselves. So yeah, sure, they might not have the Reggie Ilecki, but at least they have the Reggie bottom.
Oh, well, when you notice a while ago, the Hoopa pop off the rings and bounce, and the hyperspace hole at the same time, all the way into the bottom path. At first glance, you think it's going to be very questionable, but at the same time, the value that they got from it is, number one, he managed to make everyone rotate all the way into the bottom path, and number two, he could defend it with all his might at the top path, because he has an enhanced Pokemon moveset with the rings and bound.
And look at this, though. Kai being left alone down bottom here, and now we have the Espion as well going to respond into Kai and the Mimikyu, but Rubik still going to be able to take down the Trevenant, and Talon is just dominating this match. Again, Elevate still does not have a single stacks, not a single point up their arsenal.
Yeah, and that's going to add up a lot of pressure coming in from their team, knowing that 2 minutes and 30 seconds is the name of the game, and they are just waiting for the final stretch, and Elevate really needs the Rayquaza later on, because that would be their game changer here, but Talon is so ready for them to build up an obstacle against them.
Beautiful, you know, pokes here coming in from that of Rubik's, you know, Yawn into the going into the Heavy Slam as well, you know, just making sure that, you know, after poking them out, gets a knock up, and then get away, wait for the teammates as well. But now, you know, this is going to be a 4v5 situation, as the Garchomp is still not available in this Ray Pit, but at the same time, you know, Elevate still doesn't know this.
Yeah, and that would be the toughest toughest obstacle for Elevate, to overcome this positioning. But look at that, Rubix using the heavy slam to check the tall grasses here.
Oh, Rubik's no survives just enough to be able to go back to their base, and now they are now going to go back again, just going to use the jump pad, so that there's not a lot of risks, not going to be taken out quite freely into the side of Talon. Now, see, here's the thing though. Talon doesn't even need the Rayquaza at this point. They just can score, and they would still be able to put in a lot of gap. But then again, just to be able to get a bit of a secure, they still need the Rayquaza. 100 points is going to be the name of the game here. 64 is going to be coming up as well. Computer and Crash is going to be pop up, and here you go. Ringside bound into the eject button just to get away from the Computer and Crash. Look at that, Livid Outrage going to be popped up as well. Lewis, unfortunately, is not going to get hit. Gets the eject button to get away from that. Or the Garcha 1-for-1 trade. No make the 2. Talon has the lead still. No make the 3. Talon eating Elevate up. Now going to be able to try to secure this Rayquaza. Not quite yet, because Espion and Hoopa are down low in HP.
Yeah, and the Rubix really did play a lot of role at the hands of Talon, showing the heavy slams and the yawn for their favor in order for him to zone out a lot of members. And just take a look at that. He doesn't have to eliminate his opponent. He just has to buy time for the
dancing,
teammates.
dude.
And yeah, that's it. Right? That's it. It doesn't have to go for the KO. It just have to, buy some time for their team.
Dude, the dominance of Talon right now is overflowing, and now Tempest here tries to take this Rayquaza, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Psychic Solaire is going to be popped up as well. Another 100 points down bottom coming from Kai, securing their win, being game number 2-0 against that of Elevate. Quite a dominating fashion, dominating win for Talon against that of Elevate.
And that is how you start and end the day. That has been the statement of Talon, as they're going to be finishing their run at least for today with a 2-0 fashion. And it was complete dominance. Game number 1, we saw that the big chance of Elevate overtaking that game. But game number 2, it was a flawless fashion coming at the side of Talon. They didn't show any lapses or loopholes actually coming in from their team. Everyone filled in the gap, especially for Rubix, who has been doing a lot of things for their team.
And game number 2, Talon was just different. As you have mentioned, game one could have been anyone's game. Honestly, Elevate was able to, go in equal footing instead of Talon, but Talon was able to win that one. But Game 2 Talon, they changed things up, made sure that Elevate is not going to be able to get a lot of resources, and they made sure of that. And look at the scoring here. It's always 0. It's 0 up until the 8-minute mark, and only when the Rayquaza came out is when they tried to, back cap against that of Talon. But even then, it wasn't enough for them to, catch up into the scores of Talon. And then, Talon, well, basically taking them out, putting in some scores, ensuring that their gap that they have is going to be wide enough.
Yeah, and they just wanted to, apply some pressure up against Talon the moment that they score some goal, because that's going to force them to force their Rayquaza actually at the side of Talon. But Talon remained disciplined actually. They know that Elevate doesn't have any AO's energy for them to score once they get the Rayquaza, so they just have to defend it with everything that they have. They have a lot of Unite moves up on their pocket, so definitely they could use it as their defensive mechanism. And that was actually the main value of Talon, what they actually did a while ago. Let me just take a look at that. Psychic Solaire just to defend the Rayquaza and just to prevent from Elevate eliminating the Rayquaza.
See, that's the thing though. They didn't even need to use Psychic Solaire. That was just done for flex, dude. Honestly, the fact that they haven't been able to use their Unite, but you know what? This is the right time to use it now. That's just it. If they, the Trevenant doesn't have enough firepower to take down the Rayquaza alone, let alone with 2 Pokemon into the side of their opponents.
Yeah, and actually, that sums up our day number 3 for Pokemon Unite's Asia Champions League in Southeast Asia. So let's have a little bit of a recap on what happened here during our game. So definitely, we witnessed in game number 1 a huge upset, actually. Brim United Esports taking down Full Sense in 2-0. Very dominant fashion. Game number 2, Paper X being able to take down Miren Sejong in 2-1. And for game number 3, I do believe that was Alter Ego and Evos Onyx. Evos getting the victory up against them.
Right.
And game number 4, it's Brim United Esports up against Onic, as far as I know. 2-0 Brim United Esports showing their prowess in this tournament.
Then of course we have Alter Ego and Paper Rex. And Alter Ego actually winning that one against that of Paper Rex. And then of course we have Full Sense versus Blacklist International. Quite an amazing match as well. And then we have Evos versus Miran Sejong, where it was man, we were all proven wrong. Miran Sejong definitely won that one, and the final game, as we has just saw, is going to be 2-0 in favor of Talon against that of Elevate. So definitely a huge set of matches, amazing matches, going into day number 3. So again, we still have a few more days. We still have 3 more days of group stages before we head into our playoffs for day number 7. Again, the next one is going to be on December 14th. Is that right? Check on my calendar. December 14th, and then December 15th. So there's still some chance. It's still like 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
So there's still some chance. Well, there's definitely going to be a patch. Okay, that's number 1. There's not a chance, but rather just a guaranteed patch before day number 4, because Tinkaton is coming up pretty soon. But now let's take a look at the leaderboards as well. Thus far. This is going to be the updated one. We have Paper Rex at 13 points. Buram United Esports was able to catch up at 13 points as well. Onic Christ at 9 and Full Sense at 9 as well, alongside with Evos Onyx.
Wow, that's a big hop from Evos Onyx from 9th place to the 5th place. But we also have Talon here at the 6th place with 8 points, Alter Ego with 7, Blacklist International with 7, Miran Sejong being able to bounce back but still is in the 9th place, which is having 6 points, and Elevate at the bottom of the leaderboards only having 4 points into their tournament run.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And again, 3 more days for them to be able to catch up before our playoffs. Again, we only have 8 teams, right? That's going to be heading towards our heading towards our playoffs. There you go.
Playoffs.
Only we have to say goodbye only to 2 teams, and it's going to be quite unfortunate to see those 2 teams, whoever those are, to say goodbye before the playoffs. So hopefully they can get back up, and let's see the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. We have to wait until this group stage ends, but the stakes are getting higher and higher here. Some of the teams played already 5 matches. Some of them played around 4. And definitely, they would want to maximize every single matches right now because they're halfway done on their group stage, and they want everything to be a W. Or some of the teams who has been getting a lot of wins could actually lay down a little bit here.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think we all want to see them win as well. And moving forward to our tournament again, is this not the only time that they can compete for the Asia Champions League finals, because we still have our winter tournament. But with that being said, though, this is the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. This has been JJ, and with me is Pikaels. This is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. We'll see you at day number 4 at December 14th. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you on that day.